Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
I assume everybody's scared to join.
Might have been the anal raping comment there, man.
Damn it. Ruins my time. Ruins everything. But really, I mean, you gotta face the man rape at some point, right? Or no? That's just me.
That's why I carry, so I don't have to.
Was that pink or whatever it was? That was a G43 or a G42 you got?
G43.
Okay. That was raspberry, wasn't it? That was what it was supposed
Yeah,
to be.
yeah, it was the color they call it. And mine came from Riley's, I believe. I know it came from a different place than that. The one I had found on the internet. So.
All right. That's the distributor, Riley's, or the dealer.
Distributor, I believe. Or I mean, it could have been a distributor.
Yeah, my girl, she carries right now. She's got one of them gun toting mama purses or whatever. It's got like a holster built into the side of it. And I don't like her carrying a gun in her purse. I'd rather have. She shoots the 42 well, and I think she could carry that with a holster. So I'd rather get her that.
Right. See what Bob just put in the chat.
Yeah, he thinks he's American. That's cute.
No, he's in America.
Oh,
He made it across the border.
I thought he. Yeah, I've been drinking.
Yeah, hence the man rape talk.
My Heineken has 007 on it.
Ah, cool.
It's fancy. But right now she's carrying my HK P30 SK. Yeah, a lot of the guns are too big. She's like 5'4", 95 pounds. So she never felt comfortable carrying a gun on her hip or in the waistband or anything like that. But she shoots the G42 well, and I said, well, we're going to get you one of those. Because one night she worried me, and she wasn't answering her phone or her work phone, and it was like an hour. And it turns out she was at her parents' house picking up, I forget what she was picking up, but I was about to drive to her work and like search for her body. That's when I decided, okay, I need to have the gun on you
Don't
for my.
don't worry, she was just with her
safety.
boyfriend.
She was with you, Smegs?
I guess if I'm her boyfriend, I don't know.
That's messed up, man.
I didn't think I was, but you're the one that's saying it, so I don't know.
What does Second Amendment mommy on IG carry?
I mainly see her carrying the SIG 9. I think it's the 938. I don't know if it's a 380 or the 9mm. You have the 9mm, right? What's that one? The 239 or some shit?
Oh, I don't have that one. I don't have any. The only SIG I've got is. Oh, okay. You talk about the 238. That's
Yeah,
what she
yeah,
carries.
yeah.
Okay. I've got the 938.
Yeah, hers could be a 938 because those guns look the same to me.
That's a nice shooting gun too, and small.
Yeah, they're cool little guns. I just don't like the safety.
Just like a 1911.
Yeah, same action.
Yeah, yeah. You like non-safeties, that's right.
Yeah. For carry anyway, especially for her, I want it to be like, uh,
One less thing to worry about.
yeah. She has a PX4 Storm Compact that just sits in a box. She takes it to the range, but that's about it.
She doesn't like carrying that one either.
Nah, it's like the size of a Glock 19, so. She liked little guns. Like her first gun when she got her carry permit was the Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380, and we both hated that gun. It was like snappy. The trigger sucked. The laser really didn't work that great. So she sold that pretty fast. But the Glock 42 is like the smallest 380 I ever shot that had like zero recoil. Like felt it doesn't have any kind of snappiness to it. It's like shooting a 22.
Well, that finger extension helps on it too. You can get a full grip on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I got the Taran Tactical +1 base plate, and it's probably like a couple millimeters, if not just 1 millimeter, longer than the regular standard base plate. And you can get your pinky on it if if you're her or me, you got smaller hands. But I bought one mag from Glock that came with the pinky extension on it, and that was expensive from the
Yeah.
local store. They add like $10 just for that plate on there. I was like, man, I should have just got a regular mag. Put my own plate because I got them Vickers tactical pinky extensions. I like
I was gonna say I've been getting emails left and right today on Black Friday deals. Gun manufacturers and ammo dealers.
Yep. I haven't seen nothing that I had to like jump on yet though.
Was it SG ammo? It might be SG. Has 1,000 rounds of 223. I believe for $99.
Shit.
Holy shit!
Case?
It's zinc coated, steel cased. It has 62 grain.
That's
It's,
gonna sell out.
Yeah, it's manufactured in Russia, and it's like called Colt something.
Which
Let me.
10 cents a round, even if it's kind of shitty, that's worth it.
Yeah, that's totally some rainy day shooting right there. 1,000 rounds for $100. I thought locally I have this Armscore deal where it's $9 for a box of 9mm, and I was thinking about getting 1,000 rounds of that.
It's $109, $109.50.
Holy shit! The ammo must be.
It's 500. I'm sorry. Here, let me.
Dude, who's raping your microphone?
Probably the same guy that raped Ving Rhames in Pulp Fiction. Zed.
Right there.
Colt gets Russia to make their ammo for him. 500 rounds. It's still not bad.
Yeah, especially 62 grains.
It makes sense now, but that's a good price.
Yeah, I was looking through and everything was.
That's not as good though. 500 rounds for, you said, like $100. That's
Yeah,
you can get Freedom Munitions for like $10 a box.
Yeah, but if you think about it, getting 1,000 rounds for $218 is pretty awesome, considering you'll pay like $240 for 440 rounds of Federal, or 420, however many come in that can.
Right. I'm looking for the Tula. Because they had Tula in here. Well, yeah, we're $219 for 1,000 rounds of Tula. That's 55 grain.
Yeah, that's good.
But still, the zinc plated and 62 grains. That's.
I need to test steel case in my tungsten AR. I never tried it in there, but I know my Stag doesn't like it, and that's why I want the BCM upper. I can't live with my AR not being able to function with every kind of ammo.
I'll be back. I gotta finish getting ready for work, guys.
Cool.
Some of us have to work on Thanksgiving.
Smeggy, you carry your SPO1, right?
Yep,
Well,
I sure do.
what kind of holster are you carrying in?
I got a Blade Tech inside the waistband.
Okay. Yeah, that's like the only CZ Blade Tech makes, I think. Yeah.
So, but pretty soon I'm gonna have a leather holster from Sheepdog Leather.
What did you get on it? Every second matters.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be my barbecue setup kind of thing.
That's cool. How's he making it? Does he doesn't have a blue gun or an aluminum gun of?
He actually ordered one.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he ordered one for CZ.
Nice. Nice. I might have to get one then.
Yeah, well, and that's what I was telling to him, because I told him, hey, because he was talking like, he's like, yeah, I'm going to order a couple different blanks, but, I don't know which ones to get. And I told him, I'm like, I'm not in a hurry, because I'm not even at home right now, so whatever. But to kind of make my case, like, why he should get the CZ now instead of waiting till, like, next time, is I'm like, there's a lot of people on gun channels that have CZs. Like, you might double your customer base just by offering that one platform. Because it seems like these lobbies, we all talk about it.
I should have him make me the weirdest holster I can think of. Like colors. Yellow back with a blue front. Can he do that? He can dye it whatever color he wants, right? The leather.
Yeah, just a matter of him probably getting the dyes those colors. That might be tricky.
Yeah.
But then it'd be like the University of Michigan, so that'd be cool. Maize and blue.
Yeah.
They're gonna whip Ohio State this weekend. I hope. So I had a nice little impromptu gun chat at work today. I forget quite how it got brought up. We were talking about something, and we ended up just basically talking about how this guy I work with, he's like, yeah, I used to be all into target shooting, all that stuff, but now I just own guns for protection. I got, my family and this and that, da da da. And he's like, and who are these people to tell me what I need to protect myself or my family? That's my decision to make. And so, like, with no prompting, he was the one that started, like, bashing Bloomberg and stuff. So I sure as hell jumped on that bandwagon. And, he didn't know some stuff that was coming up, like the background check thing. And so I told him about that. I'm like, yeah, the fight's coming, man. We got to get ready. We got to get our ducks in a row. And, we got to start going on the offense. I kind of stole some of G-Web's talking points there about how let's not let them phrase the question of, is it this person or that person and who's allowed and who's not. Like, we need to just roll back and say, why do we have these things to begin with, and are they worth it?
Yeah, there's a guy like that at my work today because I'm at a new place and he doesn't even own guns and he's like pro gun. I think I talked him into buying a gun today.
I would think most of the people that hang out in truck stops would be like pro gun. Be good one. How did it go bringing that angle up or whatever? I've never been able to use that angle at anybody yet.
Well, it didn't land great, to be honest. I mean, he kind of went with, well, I think that we need to have some people that aren't allowed to have guns, and we got to stop them somehow. And so, and I didn't have, it wasn't a huge debate or nothing, because then there were other people walked in the trailer, and we ended up having to actually do work and stuff. But that's one of those, you get the seed, you plant the seed, and then, maybe he'll think about it later. Because I'm not even convinced myself that we need to do away with all background checks 100%. And I know we've had that talk before, and I'm still mulling it over. It's and I get your points, and I agree with you on some, but...
Well, think of it this way. I mean, people are already getting guns without a background check through private sales.
Right.
See where I'm...
And I guess I do kind of believe in, okay, if it's illegal for a felon to have a gun, instead of checking to make sure, like, all of us are not felons, how about when you catch a felon, like you pull him over for a traffic stop, and you go, oh, hey, look, here's a gun here. You're not allowed to have that. You throw him in jail for 100 years. Then he never gets out ever again. Okay, fine. Or, probably more importantly, when someone uses the thing inappropriately. That's kind of what was brought up last night, right? Is, okay, let's say someone owns a bunch of guns they're not supposed to have, but they don't do anything wrong with it, so really, they're still not hurting anybody yet. So I'd be fine with just increasing sentences for people who use the, or misuse a gun. Throw the book at them, and then maybe we can stop some of this stuff. It's already on the way down.
If you go to that, then why is a gun more violent than a baseball bat? If somebody gets killed with a baseball bat, they're still killed. Somebody was still off their rocker enough to kill somebody else, and then they used a baseball bat. Like, how come if they use a gun, then automatically it's more of a...
No,
I said to some guy at work a few years ago, he was like, "You have a gun in your car?" And I was like, "You have a tire iron in your car? Because you can go out and grab it and then bash somebody's head in at work, just like I can go out to my car and grab a gun and..." You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
you don't have one in your car. Like, you have the ability to, and you know that bad guys are out there that might, and you still refuse to, and you know that it's completely safe, that there's millions of them out there in cars, and then they hardly ever get stolen, and they never get in accidents hardly ever.
Right. There's a couple different angles.
You don't have a fire extinguisher either, I bet. You don't have a spare tire. Oh, you have a spare tire. You're paranoid about your tires. Like, you're so scared that you have to carry around an extra tire, you can't just call a tow truck like the rest of us. Like, you have to waste the gas to carry around an extra tire. Bet you carry around a jack, too. You're so paranoid you have to be able to change your tire wherever you are. You don't got to wait for a truck or nothing. You're so important that you got to get back on the road. So you're going to just waste all that gas. How often do you use that spare tire? Some people never even use that spare tire. If you calculated the amount of extra gas that went into the atmosphere because of that, think of the pollutants.
And did you get training on how to change a tire? I mean, what the hell?
What if you're going to pull
side of the road?
change your tire?
To play mechanic? You're just a wannabe mechanic guy?
Oh, man, that would be a good one. Like, wannabe mechanic. What kind of complex do you have, Mr. I can change my own tire? I don't need to pay somebody to do their job, a professional who's trained in a dangerous environment like a highway.
That's what they make fun of people that, go get training. Oh, you're gonna pretend to be a Navy SEAL or something? You think you're freaking Rambo? I hate that one. No, I think I want to know how to use the shit that I have.
You an operator, bro?
Some kind of professional driver, pit crew. Like, oh, let me snap to action. I'm gonna take care of this.
That's how they fill their gas, too. Just rip
Yeah,
their gas
exactly.
cap
They
off.
run out with a big ass funnel and shit. They just cut the end off the hose and pour it down that funnel real fast. And then they're like, oh, I'm going to play fireman. Oh, I have a gas fire or I have a grease fire on my stove. I'm not going to call the professionals, the people who we pay our taxes to train and have professional equipment. I'm just going to get my own, I'm going to rig up my own fireman ballast on the wall.
You see that? We're making
water on that, right?
What?
We're making fun of it, but that's how they make fun of us. Like, if you read their comments on Facebook and stuff, it's like condescending and like they're talking to children. And that's how we should put it back on them on the civilian side. Not like use their tactics on the political side, but use their tactics on the ground level.
Yeah, but then you kind of have to be
I mean, you're always making fun of, yeah, but
which I like doing, so I do that.
it's either either you want to do it or you don't. But I don't think it could hurt too much more than they hurt us with their words, I guess.
Well, I use that argument on the one guy I work with, about like, oh, why do you need to carry a gun? I'm like, well, you have a fire extinguisher in your house, right? He goes, actually, I don't. And I just looked at him. I'm like, well, then you're dumb, and whatever.
Well, no, maybe that's a way to go. Well, can you understand why somebody might? Like, do you think that they're crazy paranoid because they have a fire extinguisher? And they're going to go, no. And then you can get to something common like the spare tire or life insurance or health insurance or something. And you can go, look, the government requires that we get health insurance because it's so important that we stay healthy or whatever, but we're not allowed to stay secure. Like,
Yeah,
just
and
another level of being prepared or secure.
And I may be wrong. My brain may be making this memory up, so I am going to give the guy the benefit of the doubt. But I think that he said in response to that of, I'll just call the fire department. So, I mean, that's straight up just like, well, I'll just call the cops if something bad happens. If you have a little tiny fire that you could put out with a fire extinguisher and not have your whole house burned down, or you call the fire department and they come over and they like let it burn for a while and they make sure you don't set your neighbor's house on fire, and then eventually they put it out.
I like to follow the same principles I would if I was raped and I just pee on the fire.
Well, the firemen around here get here a lot faster.
They're less attractive. What?
The firemen around here get here a lot faster than police. Because like everyone's a fireman. There's a volunteer fireman. Be there.
Oh, you know, that's something that some cities are doing now. Because my old next door neighbor, he went through all the, like the fire academy or whatever, and he was having trouble finding a job. But what they do is they combine their police officers and their firefighters, and that was his thing. Is he wanted to be a firefighter? He had no interest in being a cop. And the majority, it's easier to like take a bunch of cops and have them do cop stuff 90% of the time, and then the couple times there's a fire, call them in, so then they can just get trained on how to like kind of put out a fire. Like they're not going to be great at it, but they kind of know. And so he was having trouble finding jobs because he's like, well, I'm not going through the police academy to get I want to be a fireman. I don't want to be a cop.
Well, see, around here we have volunteer fire department too. I mean, it's one of the best ones around. But we have the sheriff handles all the law enforcement around here. So it may take 15 minutes for the sheriff to get here, but the fire department's 2 blocks up the road. So a lot of small communities doesn't have their own police department.
Just in my town, there's like a siren you can hear for miles, no matter what time of day or whatever. It's loud as shit. Whenever there's a fire, wherever there's a fire, it goes off. It's like a bomb raid siren.
I like to think a fire is just redistributing the heat.
Yeah. Fire's a living thing. I mean, you don't want to kill it.
Right, where do we have the right to kill it?
Yes, it is.
Department of federal government to help it.
And give it oxygen.
Man, I've been watching more of this Last Man Standing TV show. That's a pretty damn good show. Have you guys seen that with Tim Allen?
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it was on the what the hell was that? The country music TV or whatever. But anyways, this last episode was basically going on between Obama-Romney election, and like his one daughter is a big liberal, and he's very conservative, and then his other daughter was like, well, I don't know who to vote for, and so they were like just talking about the voting process, and they were both trying to convince her to do whatever, like vote with them. But I don't know, it was just pretty good. It's nothing super serious. It's obviously just a friggin' sitcom. but it caught my eye. I was flipping channels. It was, what, a couple weeks ago? First time I ever saw it. I'm flipping channels, and I see this, like, 1911 in a case, like, over this guy's shoulder. I'm like, well, that's not something you normally see on TV. And that's, you know, as a TV character, he has, like, a gun room. And all of his stuff's, like, up on the wall, and he owns, like a Cabela's kind of thing. That's the plot. But, I don't know, I thought it was pretty neat. Of course, I like Tim Allen. I think he's pretty funny.
Yeah, I like Tim Allen. He's funny, though.
Tim Allen's a felon. He's not allowed to have guns.
Anyone ever run any of those M16 bolt carriers in their ARs? I just ordered one for mine.
Which one?
The M16 DS Arms M16 bolt carrier group. $99 shipped through Amazon.
No, I never heard of it. I never heard of the company. Should be good, I guess.
Yeah, I got a good deal. I guess they make bulk carriers for the military. I mean to put one on my rifle.
See, I got a nickel boron coated bolt carrier from Palmetto State for $119.
Oh, nice. I tried looking for one through Palmetto State, but they looked like they were all out of stock. I was looking the other day.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with that website. They have good deals on stuff, but then once it's out of stock, like, okay,
Yeah.
it's gone now for a while, whatever.
Yeah,
So you
because
can't really go there if you're specifically looking for something.
yeah,
But I just check back every couple of days and get something if I want it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, the nickel boron ones, you can find those pretty easy, but $119, you know, whatever you paid for that's not a bad price at all, really. Those nickel boron ones, they usually go for a lot more than that.
The nitride one I got from, what is it, KG on my upper, that's like 60, that's $70.
No, I didn't pay that.
It's like a nitride finish, so it looks like it's like glossy black instead
Yeah.
of gold or whatever.
Dr. Bob joined us.
The invasion has begun.
Hey.
Hey,
I thought I felt a chill in the room.
can you hear me?
What's going on, Bob?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
What'd you
Nice
say,
and
Bob?
clear.
Cool. Well, I'm just sitting in mine on.
You're in America now.
I'm in America.
Go buy a gun.
I'm gonna wait till I get to Arizona.
Buy a Canic.
Hell no, I'm gonna buy a High Point, man.
You're on your way down?
Oh,
or-
I mean, that's cheap.
You know, that actually kind of reminded me of a question I had earlier. I will admit to not looking this up myself, but since you guys may know, do you know what the laws are as far as buying a gun, like, out of state? Like, let's say you're staying out of state for a few months. Can you buy a gun and keep it with you in this other state?
Not really.
Not
You
much
might
for
be able to buy
a
long,
residence.
depending on the state's reciprocity with each other. Usually there have to be, well, I don't know. You're from Indiana, right?
No, I'm from
From where?
I'm in Missouri.
Michigan?
Yeah, from Michigan, in Missouri right now.
Do you
Some
have
of
to
them-
be a resident of one state only?
Yeah.
Like, there's probably rich people. that
No,
say
you
that
can be a
they have
dual
to pick a
resident, but
state.
you can be a dual resident, but you pay taxes in the state that you're a resident.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your primary
Vehicle
home
registrations and shit. Whichever one is 6 months plus 1 or whatever.
Yeah, your
But-
primary home or whatever, but
Well, whatever
if
your
you have a
driver.
lot of money, you can have, yeah. You say you
You
have
can
to
have
pick
multiple
one and
drivers.
pay taxes and all.
I don't
If
know.
I had a lot of money, I'd live in a lot of different states probably.
Well, you usually live in the state that you have to pay less taxes in, yeah.
Yeah. That
But
makes
whatever,
sense.
whatever state you're a resident of is the state that you have to deal with that laws. So if you were to buy something, you'd have to have it shipped to the state where you live at, and then take possession of it there off 4473 from that shop, and then you could drive it back to where you're at and have it all you want. You just can't. That's
See, that's
with a rifle, you might be, or a shotgun, you might be able to buy it and take possession. You just have to ask a store is the easiest way to do it, really.
right. Yeah,
So if you own a home in a state that you're not a resident of, you can't keep a gun out there from that state in that home?
Oh, no, you definitely can. It's just that when you talk about buying from a FFL, that's the only time it becomes you have to deal with wherever you're actually a resident of.
Yeah, that's when
Well,
you
that
have
brings
to
up-
ship.
Sometimes you can be you can get an ID sometimes and have a resident and be a resident and not a permanent resident. So I think that's an option too.
Would
But I
it?
think somewhere 6 months to be a get a license.
I know, like, I understand you can't really transfer stuff, like, back across state lines without it getting shipped to an FFL or whatever. But could I do a person-to-person sale down here, and then
No.
when I'm getting ready to go home, ship it to an FFL at my house? Or, like, you know, buy my house?
If you mean do a
Fill
person to
out
person and take it, if you mean do a person to person and take take possession of it, no.
Damn it.
You gotta ship it.
I don't want to go home just to get one of my guns and bring it all the way back out here.
Yeah.
I wanted to just buy one now and then either sell it in 6 months or
Well,
ship
it's different. It's different for long guns, right? Long guns you can buy across state lines.
Potentially.
Well,
it. I'd have to look more specifically at the state then.
Yeah, go find out what Michigan's laws are about you buying guns out of state, and then you have to find out what Missouri state or laws are, I guess, too.
well, I heard you go to a flea market in Arizona, there's tons of guns for sale.
Yeah, there's guns for sale, but the laws still apply, so
Ah,
those laws.
shit house.
So you came down here with no guns?
Nope. No, I didn't get my paperwork done.
Oh man. You gotta go buy a high point.
Nah.
Are you down here? Are you down in the States? Are you down here to live, or are you just down here to stay a little while or work or something? Or you buying a house down in Arizona? Or
Nah, I'm just gonna live in my camper.
okay, so you're snowbirding for the winter then.
Yeah, I'm just down here for 5 months. Because if I
Okay.
stay longer than 5 months, they start taxing me.
Then you got to be a resident. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you do.
Unless I really like it, and then I'll just immigrate.
Yeah.
Hey, what the hell?
How can you not like it? It's America.
You know what? I found North Dakota is pretty much just like where I came from, man. It's a
Yeah.
little hillier, but not much.
You gotta buy your own health insurance.
Yeah, but it was like to buy to come down here was cheap. It was like $600 for 5 months, like 10 mil coverage.
Is that what Canada's charging you?
No, that's what the insurance company's charging me.
Shit.
You have to get separate insurance, eh?
Mine's like double that. Double that a month.
Shit.
Go get a house in Canada and then just get like visitor insurance all the time.
Yeah.
I think for the short period of time that I didn't have insurance, I paid a lot less money. There was like 2 doctor's visits I paid for, and it wasn't shit compared to what I paid in health
Well, yeah,
insurance.
if you're younger and you're healthy,
Oh yeah.
you know, what the hell? I never went to a doctor for, 20 years.
But I need it for my kids anyway.
If you got kids, then you're kind of hooped. Yeah. But yeah, just for, like, I couldn't even believe it. They didn't even ask whether, the heart attack didn't matter. None of that mattered. Do you have cancer? Do you have AIDS? Are you going down there to seek specific treatment?
They only care if you're from West Africa and have a fever.
He had dengue fever. Yeah. Oh, it was funny crossing the border because everybody was saying, "Oh, they're going to question you" and all this bullshit. And crap, the only reason I had to get out of my truck was to go and unlock the camper, and he stuck his head in, looked inside. Okay, go ahead. It's like, son of a bitch. Yeah, everybody was saying, "Oh yeah, they're going to tear you apart because you got so much crap in your camper and everything." And
Nah.
it didn't even bring any meat down because they said, "Oh, you can't bring meat down." Well, he never even looked in the fridge.
We don't want your mad cow, Canada.
You just brought a bunch of Canadian meat into our
Hey.
country.
Our meat tastes better than yours. We don't feed our cows corn. We feed them grain.
So what if you feed them what they're supposed
What
to
the
eat?
fuck? We don't feed them corn, we feed them grain. What the fuck do you think corn is?
I think they're eating grass is like the best cow, right? Grass fed.
It depends on how good the grass is. But yeah, I mean, we mostly just raised our cattle on pasture.
That's a pretty big ass camper you got there.
Yeah, it's nice.
Pretty
Lamps on the wall and shit.
Oh yeah, it's
I
quite.
thought you were in a motel room for
Are you in the bathroom?
No, the whole size of the room, man. Hey, but it was like $59 a night. What the hell?
What's that painting behind your head?
That's the number one way to cut your trip short, especially when you're in a camper. Start staying in fucking hotel rooms. Oh, $59.
Oh yeah, but this is only because it's going to go down to like -7 or something tonight. So, like, screw that staying in the camper.
Ah, you gotta just keep driving south.
Oh, it's just I kind of took it easy the first day, because I was thinking, oh, I'm going to be stuck at the border for an hour while they go through everything and all this shit, and then it.
So what Walmart parking lot are you at? What's the store number?
Now, as soon as it gets a little warmer, that's where I'm going to be staying.
Yeah, I figured you were in a hotel room.
Because what the hell? I mean, you go into Walmart, you buy a couple of groceries and park in their parking lot. Shit, I'll just go in and buy a 24-pack of beer. And
Just go to one that sells guns. There you go. Buy a shotgun.
they won't sell them to you without fucking ID.
By a double barrel shotgun.
How do you get an American ID?
Right on the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just get a fake ID.
Yeah, or just buy it privately.
Can you do that?
Yeah, people do.
Kosher.
I've heard of people just buying, like a shotgun to have with them while they're down here, and then just, before they come back, they just throw it in the garbage or take it to a pawn shop or something.
Throw it in the garbage.
Oh yeah, fuck, it's just like
Give it to the homeless. We solve
Come on.
Tony's problem.
Well, there you go.
Child, come on. Maybe a waste.
You could. You give it to the homeless people.
Child, come here. Come here, children. American children. Here.
Be like, which one of you homeless people gets raped the most?
Yeah.
Give it to them.
Stop being raped so much.
Well, yeah, you could. Wasn't there a movie, Hobo with a Shotgun or something?
Yeah.
That was actually pretty funny. I think I might have seen that.
It was kind of like a trauma film, like the people that made the Toxic Avenger.
Mm,
It was that kind of camp.
yeah, gotta like that. Yeah, well, shit. The nice thing about being in a hotel room is I got high-speed internet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go buy a phone here. My phone company back at home just told me, oh, it's just cheaper to buy a phone down there and get on their plan because your wireless internet plans are so freaking cheap compared to ours. Like less than half the price for more stuff.
For you to be buying our airtime. Your Canadian.
Yeah,
Spy.
I'm gonna buy up all your gigabytes. And,
Yeah.
Exactly.
How do we
Need all our
know? How do we know you're not an ISIS?
oh, I know that's funny too. Eh? It's like I got the beard and everything, and they just. Yeah. course, you know, it helps when they say, so where do you live? And you go, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Well, they figure, well, nobody who's from ISIS would actually be able to say that.
That
You
almost
were coming
sounds like
through.
ISIS.
When they were coming through, did they kind of go aloha and then wait for you to say something?
It was, yeah, good drive, other than it's frickin' starting to snow like a bitch, eh? Not too worried. I got studded snow tires on the truck, so should be okay. It's just that trailer starts to wiggle around back.
You know, we have every chat recorded where you'd sit in here mocking us for our inabilities to have winter, and then he's down here bitching about the winter.
Well, yeah, I didn't realize it. I thought I'd cross the border and it'd get warm and sunny and everybody'd have a gun and, you know, there'd be black people everywhere. Nope. Saw one black person at Walmart, though. Had to go follow him around for a bit to see if he was real. He was.
I wouldn't do that too
We
often.
don't even have racists. We have visiting Canadians who act racist in Walmart, and then people get the impression that we have.
Yeah, he was kind of looking at me funny. Hey, I didn't go up and wipe his skin to see if it'd come off.
Wow.
That would be really bad. That'd probably get you hit.
This is like old time racist Bob back again.
Is he in blackface?
You haven't been this racist in a while.
It's not racist. It's
Is that
just
shoe polish?
that was
Excuse me.
So I'm looking at the Facebook, and there's this guy, Island Z Survivor, that will occasionally hang out in gun channels.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
He
guy.
posts things on the Facebook also. So he posted this link to the AT-AT armored transport walker from the movie Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. And it's like an exploded view of what it looks like inside of an AT-AT. And I never really knew what they look like inside of an AT-AT, so I'm looking at it. Has anybody ever seen an inside view of what's going on in there?
nope.
I think so.
It's basic here. I'll give you the link. It's basically a troop transporter, and it's got a bunch of snow troopers in there, like 40 of them. It says on 2 different decks. But the main thing is in its butt. It's got a bunch of speeder bikes or whatever those things are. Snow things they used in the forest too.
Oh yeah, speeders. Yeah.
bikes. How did they get them out of the back of that thing way up in the fucking air?
They poop out of the butt with a rope.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what happens? Like they winch out of the thing's butt, like an umbilical cord.
That's
It births them.
Well, maybe the thing
That's what I
squats down and then it just kind of lays them out close to the ground.
Yeah, I think if you play some of the Star Wars video games, like during load screens, they do like wireframe of all the different vehicles and stuff. And show you what's going on inside.
Wait, where is that at?
On certain Star Wars video games.
Oh shit! I never thought about that. They probably have that on the YouTube also then, so I can just see it.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
somebody probably upload that shit. I don't know where they came out of. They like can't. They get grinded in between the legs there, so they gotta come out the butt.
Well, that makes sense, right? The thing would just kind of
Oh.
squat down like it
They
was
can't.
taking a dump and drop them out.
Well, that's
Come
the
out
other
the
thing.
top
Why
is
is
stupid.
this thing so tall? It seems stupid to make this thing so tall. They could have just put treads on it, or made the legs half as tall or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't look nearly as cool though.
Yeah.
But they don't say anything here why they put it up so high.
So it can step over tall fences and walls.
No, but it can't though. You've seen it walk. It barely lifts up its feet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like falls
true.
over and shit.
Oh, here we go. The thick armor, hence its huge legs for striding over obstacles and rugged terrain. Blech.
Man, it couldn't even get out of some ropes.
Yeah, that's all.
Did someone poop the G webs?
Nah, his computer booted him.
Oh,
Your fucking teddy bears knock them out. Like, come on.
George
Stick-
Lucas
knock
was
over.
like, I ain't having none of this.
yeah. Who would like to have an Ewok for a pet, right?
No, I don't like
Fuck
them.
that. I'd rather have a Mogwai. That's what they were. The Gremlins.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Ewoks are cute.
or no, the first Battlestar Galactica, those robot dogs.
Oh, nah.
Oh yeah, the robot dog from
And you gotta
Galactica.
oil them and shit.
I don't think so. They got fur and stuff, so they got some sort of organics in them. They're probably like half Cylon. They're like a Cylon dog. There's no worries there.
So
Yeah.
that's good then. It'll live for a long time.
Yeah, just imagine a solid titanium pit bull.
Yeah.
I don't know. Imagine the owners of those. They're not evil just because they're made of solid titanium. It's not about the material. It's about how you raise them.
They would just be a precursor to Skynet takeover anyway.
Oh, it's coming then.
Titanium pit bull dogs. That's how it's gonna happen.
Hey, imagine how mean that would be.
I would go with that before I went with Arnold Schwarzenegger. If I was a robot, computer brain.
You just train the pit bull, titanium pit bull, to go for the groin. You know, isn't that where the T1000 kept its power supply? That's why it had two of them.
I thought it was in his chest. So you saw that Star Wars trailer that I linked. The commercial on TV was even worse.
It was very short.
Yeah. It was a TV ad, and you could tell that they cut it maybe from 30 to 20 seconds on the TV. So it was even worse. They didn't show like the stormtrooper powering up his whatever the hell he's got. So they just showed it looked like he was blocking a lightsaber with his rifle. It was like 10 seconds of the pilots talking to each other, and then it went almost to the scene where was on that Rolling Stone article.
There, be right back, guys.
He forgot something in Canada. He's got to go back.
Yeah.
No, I forgot my wireless mouse in the camper.
Where's Dano when you need him?
Yeah, I know. Nathan's Army making holsters. We need to see him on here.
What's the new like Star Wars clip called or whatever? Is it on YouTube?
It's just the TV ad. I don't think it was on YouTube when I looked it up. That's why I linked that Rolling Stones article, because I couldn't find the video on YouTube.
It's not this one from 2 weeks ago.
No, it's I tried to find the latest one that was 7 days ago.
Oh. What's the new Star Wars clip called or whatever? On YouTube?
It's just the TV ad. I can hear myself. That's why I linked that.
It's not this one from 2 weeks ago.
No, I tried to find the latest one. It was 7 days ago.
Is that the one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. This might be even newer. 2 days ago, it says. Oh no, this seems like a.
I'm
That
always
seems,
pissed
that
when I'm
seems
running.
like one of them talk show clips, like late night talk show. Like here's a scene from the movie. They got one of the actors on the show or something. Now the one that I linked earlier was it was like a TV ad, like a commercial. It looks cool. I'm just not in a rush to see it. That's all. Oh, Bernie Sanders. I can't find it again.
Didn't they say somewhere that the reason all the guns look like Nazi guns is because they filmed it in England or some shit, and the prop department had a bunch of World War II guns laying around that they just modified to make them look like space guns? It was just a cost thing.
Yeah, I heard somebody say that, but they did film some of it in the Middle East. I think that Tatooine is a town somewhere.
Yeah, I heard something like that. It's in some desert somewhere. You can go see it, I guess, right? They left it there, and it's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Is that Never Enough Ammo guy going to do a chat today, you think?
Supposedly. He wants to talk about that. There's like a video of this chick yelling at her professor.
You know what? It's
Insane.
funny. I was just watching something about that, and I come into this room and you guys are talking about it.
I just started talking about it.
We got a finger on the pulse of what's going on.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
I had a loud commercial play in my ear for a second.
If you're interested in it, I'm pretty red on it. I'm part of that whole anti-political correct nonsense team.
You're part of it?
Yeah.
You got a card? You can
Oh yeah, man. Card? We have hats.
Card carrying member?
But yeah,
So
basically.
What's the deal? What's the deal? All I saw was the video.
So, these people were talking about banning Halloween costumes because they're too offensive to people of racial minorities. And the professor basically sent out an email saying, you know, if you don't like it, just don't do it. Or if you see someone doing it, you can talk to them. And that wasn't fascist enough, so it was too liberal and it was too polite. So they basically got up and started screaming at him. And the one chick they're talking about says that going to university isn't about making an intellectual environment, it's about making a home for people. And that's about all it was. And they're trying to get him to resign and get his wife to resign. And it's a pretty big shit show.
That's pretty stupid.
Well, that's like the feminists that, you know, if you disagree with one, you're assaulting them.
In Canada, you can be arrested for it. There's a guy, I forget
For
his
being
name.
sexist? I mean,
Oh
for
yeah, there's a
being...
guy, I forget his name,
Yeah.
but he defended someone who made like those stupid face punch celebrity games.
Yeah.
Some
What's
guy
that?
made a game about that, about one of the feminist video game critics. And this guy in Toronto defended him. And
She
defended
didn't
his
like seeing her face getting punched?
Yep. He defended her.
Well, here in
Defended
America, the anti-gunners, they make a video of a pro-gun NRA spokesperson shooting herself in the head.
Wow. But yeah, anyway, so he disagreed with this person, and this person took him to court, and I forget what the fines were, but it's something like $30,000 in court fines. He's not allowed to own any device that can connect to the internet, and I think he was in jail for 6 months.
Here in America, the anti-gunners, they make a video
Your mic's really low.
of an NRA spokesperson shooting herself in the head.
Anyway, so he disagreed with this person, and this person took him to court, and I forget what the fines were, but $30,000 in court fines. Someone watching the stream, I think it's you, Moon. It's back feeding into the chat.
Like you can definitely just drive up and hang out at all the places where they film Star Wars if you drive over to that country.
It's kind of cool.
It says that they let most of the ones they just leave sitting there. If they can, if they're not already just being buried by the weather, then they leave them there so that tourists can come look at them. You just got to go to Tunisia.
Wait, did they actually name the planet Tatooine after the city that it's filmed in? That's cool.
I think so. Well, it's Tunisia.
Well, no, like if you click on it and then scroll in, there's
Well, no,
a
that's
city
just
called
the name.
Tatooine.
I think. Oh, I don't know. I think in the map they just named everything what they are in the movies.
Oh, that could be the case. Because yeah, that'd be hilarious if they actually named it after that.
It's like between Libya and fucking Algeria, so I don't think I'm gonna go there.
I know a lot of people from Liberia.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
immigrants and
Yeah.
whatnot.
Yeah.
Not a interest in best sewing. We need to get best. We need vests with a lot of pockets. We need those skills.
A lot of them are pretty easily swayed to the pro-gun side. The people from Liberia, their country's usually run by some kind of warlord or dictator. I forget who's in power now, but it was a woman the last time I checked, I think. But the guy before her was pretty bad, and we were actually allies, so we're helping that dude. They had documentaries on it and shit. It was pretty bad. But yeah, they all came in the legit way. Took them a few years to get their citizenship, but
Oh yeah, speaking of that, there's some good news. Here in Canada, they've scaled back the refugee thing. So now instead of doing security checks on people when they get here, they're doing them before they even get on the planes. So that's good news for us. Because what they were planning on doing is just flying all the immigrants to a military base and then doing the checks once they're already here.
I heard what they're doing is they're coming in through Mexico and sneaking through America and going straight to Canada to bypass the no more refugees policy or whatever.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they wanted to do, honestly. really wouldn't be.
Because if Canada is great as Bob says it is, then the terrorists have a reason to be pretty pissed.
Oh yeah, Canada's wonderful.
Their military's always right with us, right?
I always get flack when I say this, but it's one of the better ones in the world as far as training is considered. Everything else we're shit, but we're one of the best trained.
Canada is great as Bob says it. I'm gonna mute somebody.
Do you mean you have quite a few railroads and locomotives, so you're well
Ha
trained?
ha 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 ha. Never heard that before.
Did I miss a Canadian joke? I was preoccupied.
And how well trained they are, so I spun it off into the railroads.
Shit. They got lots of trains.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much all they could do is train for a lot of years. So
So what? Big deal.
they do have good sniper rifles, but actually we got pretty good equipment. You just don't have very much of it.
You guys got a lot of Colt shit.
We've got the better tanks. I know that.
Yeah, well, the Chinook helicopters we just
Well,
bought.
when you only need 2 of them, you can.
Yeah. Well, when we went into Afghanistan, we took our old tanks, and it turns out they didn't have air conditioning, so they had to buy new ones from the Germans.
Is that actually why they got the Leopard 2s? Are you being serious? That's why they bought the Leopards?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the first ones that they sent over there had no air conditioning.
That is
The
hilarious.
Leopard ones, because they didn't figure they'd need them for Europe, eh?
Yeah.
No. No way. Like I said, you guys got like 4 or 2 of everything you
Yeah.
need, so
See, the
It's-
mythology is for United States, you guys have plenty of stick, so you don't really know how to use anything else. Us, they just train us really well, so we can take the stick from the other guy and beat him with it.
but that never happened. So
No, I
I'm
know.
guessing
I mean,
history.
other than the 4 times you guys invaded us and we all
And we
kicked
burned
your
down
ass.
the White House. 1812.
Yeah, well, and those were actually British troops, but the Canadian militia were kicking your ass at the border. Even the French Canadian ones.
What were you guys fighting for?
Tried to invade us.
To keep
Yeah, well,
worshiping the Queen?
Yeah. That's a
Like,
stupid
don't tell
thing.
us we can't worship the Queen and not be free, because we're going to be almost free. Right after you do it, we're going to do it also.
There wasn't even a freaking border at that point. There was people who didn't even know what side of the border they lived on. It was just like, I just live in this town. I don't know. And said, no, this is a Canadian town. They're like, what? And it turned out, they were actually Americans. So there was guys fucking confused as hell during that war.
I bet.
No, it's an interesting read. You read all the screw ups and everything, but yeah.
Yeah, you can say what you want about the Canadian Army, but we sure as hell know how to host a bonfire.
We don't like bonfires, right?
Seems dangerous. I've been told that the environment is the biggest risk to the planet, so I think we should be fueling those kind of bonfires.
All them carbons going in the air like gluten's into your body when you eat a donut.
Actually, that's like environmental pollutants. Do you have any sense, any science? Canadian science equals burn it.
Or don't burn it, because you'll get taxed.
That's how they get you. They tax fires up there.
Don't be surprised if that actually starts happening.
Well, they tax rainwater down here in certain states.
Wait, what? Are you
They're
not
like,
allowed to
oh,
collect
that
rainwater?
much fell on your property this year? Here's your tax bill.
You gonna pay for them gutters? All that runoff?
And you can't collect it in other states. Oh, you collecting rainwater? That doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the state.
Sorry, I find the phrase "it belongs to the state" triggering.
That's what I'm saying. If I own a piece of land, I own up into the space, outer space. I mean, I guess I can't own the airspace if the government uses it.
Well, I'm gonna go get myself something to eat. You guys, we'll check on you later, see if it's still going on, and I'll join back in. Take her easy.
All right, so yeah.
Get some American
Yeah,
food.
you're talking to Biker Bob.
Think he's just gonna like go to dumpsters and stuff, or
He's gonna eat a dog, like a wild dog or something. Where's he at? North Dakota? Shit, that basically is Canada anyway.
he's Canadian. He might go to a river or stream and slap a salmon out of there. It's got to be like easy for him without any bears to compete with.
Yeah,
He gets
they
arrested.
learn. They learn from the bears and the moose, so they got bear and moose traits. I don't know what
Listen, man,
moose do,
both of
but
those are incredibly delicious.
stand in the road. He's gonna catch a salmon and then stand in the road and eat it.
Well, that's cool that Bob just said fuck it and started coming down here.
Yeah, I would too if I was him. Got a camper. Got nothing to lose.
Nothing to live for in Canada.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the citizenship papers, and there's something else.
It's probably like, are you a terrorist? No.
It's like, are you a person of good moral fiber? Yes, no.
Does it say
If no, yeah. Are you a good person? If the answer is no, you cannot enter the United States.
I don't agree with that. We should let everybody in, whether their moral fiber is high or low. It should depend on their gluten count.
I like the idea of having people with high fiber. It seems healthy.
Yeah. Well, but then they're wasting a lot of water flushing the toilet too many times.
That's a good point. In their countries, they might just throw it in the garbage or something weird.
I don't even want to get on that subject. That seems.
Well, I don't know if y'all have to experience that, but people in Mexico don't flush shit down the toilet. Go to a restaurant and it can be an absolute adventure sometimes.
Well, I'll put it this way. There's some people in some parts of the planet that instead of flushing toilet paper, they throw it in the trash can.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody in Mexico does that shit. So anybody that's like here from there just does that. And it's fucking weird as shit when you first experience it.
Yeah, it's like West Africa. I guess they don't have flushing toilets.
I guess not. Or they like use that for something
The
else.
flies gather around the toilet paper.
Right, it's like, oh, we make tequila from the flies that gather. Well, now we're never going to get good guy back in the chats.
How come he's not in the chats anymore? He used to be in one all the time.
He's in one like randomly now.
Yeah.
So you can find him pop up Just keep watching. Stay
Yeah.
tuned. I want to hear how his Flat Dark Earth AK came out after he painted it. If he painted it. He was in that chat for not too long, so I didn't understand why he wanted to paint it that, but he just said he was going to paint it and use a brush, not spray. Spray's too messy for him. I say spray and it's cleaner. You just take it outside, hang it, cover up the parts you don't want painted, and spray it.
If spraying was proven technology, you'd see it in use literally all over the place.
We've gone past it even and into lasers, but not affordable yet for us. I guess it would be a good investment to get one of them laser engravers, so you can engrave metal and shit.
I don't know. Depends on how much money you got laying around.
Yeah, they're probably a few $1,000s.
Like a decent one is 50 grand. If you want one that can cut through metal, you're like way more than 50 grand, like in the hundreds of grands, I think.
Yeah. I don't disbelieve it because I saw the bill for one of the forklifts. You know how much a forklift costs?
I only bought used forklifts ever.
Ever.
I think I bought
My guesstimate was not anywhere near $150,000, but that's how much the one we got, and it was early 2000s, so they're probably like inflation, probably like 180 now. That's crazy. That's like a house.
Holy moly, yeah. I mean, I paid like 3 grand, but I guess maybe we're talking different size forklifts too.
Forklifts are crazy nowadays. They do all kinds of shit.
Just those little electric ones that you stand in, basically. It's what we used in this little warehouse.
Yeah. Cherry picker. You like go up with it? Or
Those are
just
fun
little-
to use.
Oh no, they're just
One of the
little.
forks or
It's
something.
like a big heavy thing that you stand in, like a chariot kind of, and then the forklift is there. But there's no like back. There's no real like. It's not
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a cart.
There's just like a thing on the top. Cover your head.
Mm-hmm. And then, well, yeah, you kind of stand in it, I guess. And then the pallets were like 2 shelves, so like the floor, 1 shelf, and the second shelf. So it wasn't like some super elaborate tall place. It was just a normal sized metal building warehouse.
I used to get shit down from like 30 feet in the air. And that doesn't sound high, but when you're in a building where the ceiling, I guess, it's 35 feet, you're grabbing shit that's almost touching the ceiling. These wobbly ass skids. But that's kind of boring. Are we talking about guns or Canada before warehouse equipment? I want one of those I forget what they're called. But they shake trees, shake all the apples out of them,
What do you use that for?
shake some trees. Shake the birds out of them. I don't know what you can shake out of a tree. There's all kinds of shit.
Maybe
Yeah,
like
you
during the
can-
fall, shake the leaves out of them so you can get them all done at once.
I mean, I might never use it, but I want one.
They got them like big like umbrellas that go around underneath, so they collect all the nuts or whatever. So you can just go up to some random tree and like shake all the squirrels and shit out of it. And then out of them.
Possum? Is it possums or possum? The hell was that? Is that a Canadian dog?
That is a Canadian dog.
Ugh.
All right, looks like Matt's going live in a half an hour then. So now we know.
Yeah. What's this topic? Let me find out. Because we'll just get all our info on the chick from this Canadian kid.
Which chick? The one at the university thing?
What is she yelling at a professor, right?
Yelling at a professor, yeah.
About what?
So basically, did you hear what I talked about earlier?
I must have, but now I don't remember. So she was yelling at a professor, and they got it on like a phone or something.
So basically, these people were talking about how some Halloween costumes are too racially insensitive. Yeah, I know. Fuck me. But, fuck my generation. But
Who's got the
these
popping?
this professor basically said, you know, if you don't like these Halloween costumes, just don't wear them. Or if you see someone wearing them, tell them to stop. Like, tell them to take it off, or tell them that it offends you, or crap like that. Like, we won't regulate what costumes you can and cannot wear. And people got super offended about that because they weren't doing enough.
People
So
don't like
they
the
basically
First Amendment.
got around this
Reports.
professor. I started screaming at him, and the one chick that's in the video, she says, like, who hired you? This university isn't about making an intellectual environment, it's about making a home for people. And one of the things about it is she was actually on the board, like on the hiring board. That student was on the hiring board that hired that professor, and she was screaming at him like, who hired him? And there's a bunch of like all the people that are involved in this aren't like, there's no
Students
people that are
hired
actually.
you?
Yeah, she was part of some kind of like student board or something like that. I forget what the actual thing is, but she was part of the hiring process for that teacher and his wife. I forget what the exact thing is, but she was part of it.
Yeah, and then they find out that she's kind of a entitled student. She came from a relatively wealthy family, and
I can't
kinda-
remember. I think it's like $2 million their family's worth.
yeah. Basically, she's had a silver
take it.
everything handed to her on a silver platter, but she was acting, like she was part of the struggle.
Well,
Well,
that's the
a
thing
lot
now
of
is-
times people that have like $2 million net wealth will hang out near people or around people that have like a $10 million net wealth, and then that'll feel like they don't have a lot of money. So I think we should feel about her feelings in this.
Yeah, she. I think after all the shit started to hit the fan with her thing blowing up on the internet, she's kind of scrubbed all of her social media presence, trying to hide the fact that she was an entitled, spoiled little brat.
I mean, that's what they
What
do.
does this have to do with guns, though?
It's
Doesn't.
politics.
It's just an
So-
authoritarian versus libertarian thing. Like, these people wanted them to actively censor people from using Halloween costumes because they were triggering.
All right. Well, Matt's title is Liberal Decay, Gun Control, and Viewer Questions and Answers. So
I'm sick of you wearing questions.
he
man.
said he was going to talk about this chick Monday, but who knows? Once you get in there,
I mean, there was another thing where they were talking. I
he
have
might
actually
feel entitled to change topics.
there was one where there's another thing going around. It's a different thing where a reporter
I'm
wanted to go
gonna fill
do.
up my coffee pot, or maybe a fishbowl. I mean,
There was another. I think this might be what he's talking about. Is there was a reporter that was trying to go into a protest, and he was talking about how it's his legal right to go in and do it. And one of the professors basically came up to him and said, "Yeah, whatever. I'm a communications teacher. I understand this argument. Get off the property."
Oh
And
yeah, I seen that one too. That was pretty. That teacher got. I think she resigned
no,
because
she's
of.
still teaching. She's
Really?
no punishment
I thought
whatsoever.
that she resigned. Maybe
No,
we're
the person
thinking
you're
of
thinking of
different.
resigning is the professor that got yelled at.
No, that was the guy. But this lady, like, wasn't she the one that like said, "Hey, I need some muscle over here"?
Yeah, hey, I need some muscle over here. Someone
Yeah,
help me
I'm
get this
like
reporter off the
99%
property.
sure. Yeah, look that up again. I'm like 99% sure she eventually resigned.
that's sexist.
Oh,
I don't when
Yeah, she
female-
resigned from one thing, but she's still teaching. I forget. It was like a panel she resigned from about like it was like an equality panel that she resigned from, or like the students. Some bullshit safe zone hug box nonsense she resigned from, but she's still teaching communications.
My question is, like, she's on video saying, "Hey, we need some muscle over here to, physically prevent this guy from entering." Why is she not behind bars? Because doesn't that meet the definition of assault? I mean, it's not battery, but
Insulting kidnapping, because when you prevent someone from moving, or when they push him around like that, to
yeah,
move someone from one position to another against their will is kidnapping.
yeah. I don't understand why she didn't face some legal repercussions there, because that video was pretty damning.
Feminists don't get time. Feminists get praise. Commit a crime, get paid money when you get harassment about why you haven't been arrested yet. Generally how it works for them.
I don't know. I think it's coming to an end for feminists.
Sick of feminists.
They're trying to rebrand because it is coming to an end. So they're trying to rebrand as, oh, we're not just for equality for women. We're for equality for everyone. Like, we're not just about women's rights. And it's like baloney. Like,
it's intersectional feminism, I think is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing this. Screen share. Entire screen. I walk into this bathroom and there's a teddy bear sitting on a toilet with a newspaper and glasses. What the fuck?
What the? Hey, how's it going?
Fair to Midland on this end.
Great, how you doing?
Spiffy.
They have a pretty rockin' chat going after Matt's like off-air thing, so I'd like to drop the link in there. Hopefully they'll come over and share their.
Like heated discussion kind, or?
No, just obviously as soon as we went off air, it turned into like a civil gun conversation about something.
Man, shit was getting real about Tauruses earlier. That was intense. I wasn't sure what to do.
Ducking for cover was acceptable.
Yeah, I thought
adding,
some shit was going to go
In here, you
nuclear.
mean, or in Matt's thing?
in here.
What happened with him?
One of the gentlemen that was in We Like Shootings chat in the external or whatever had said something about his Taurus broke like pretty bad, and he was going to send it in, and he was just pretty much saying he was done with Taurus or whatever, and I may have said something along the lines of sounds like he's going to get rid of it or what have you, and then somebody came to the defense of Taurus, and then we may have tried to convince to not give up on him. I may have stated something along the lines of, if it's broke, I don't see a problem with wanting to get rid of it. And then I think somebody got defensive about Taurus and may have misunderstood what I was saying as a personal attack, which I certainly did not mean for that to be the case.
Another Taurus denier.
And I certainly wasn't trying to hurt anybody's feelings or anything,
What, just people in here or in the text chat over on We Like Shooting?
No, it was in the text chat in the lobby. Like the one guy, like Brian or whatever his name was, actually just like double posted. Like he posted in there because he was interacting with those guys, and he posted in here for a second to relate like his story or whatever. And I think he left after that, and let's just say we picked up the ball and ran with it with the pros and the cons of the Tauri.
Right on. That's what it's all about.
And I may have got a little defensive about somebody trying to tell me what to think and say, so I probably responded, I guess you could say. But in the end, I think it got dropped,
Well, we were over there solving police.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, we figured it was Thanksgiving. We want to give back to society a little bit. Let's just solve this whole law enforcement issue once and for all.
Right on. What ended up being the solution?
End the drug war.
Oh, well, that would be an awesome start.
So Black Friday is going to be totally different. Black Tar, Heroin Friday is now
the thing. Okay. Probably won't be hungry.
No, I think all the weight everybody's going to lose. We don't even have to worry about healthcare all that much, at least for the weight stuff anymore.
We're all going to look like Spanish and Portuguese public parks.
Somebody kept bringing up Portuguese.
I was say, as long as we get the wine, I might be all right with that.
Oh, what's all that noise? Somebody's got wind noise or something.
I think Sean's got some wind.
Sorry, I guess wins.
Yeah, no worries, man. I think it's because Portugal decriminalized pretty much everything, didn't they?
Yeah, so did Spain.
Oh, good. Can't imagine anybody's going to be like, oh, good, now that, when they say everything, I'm assuming they mean everything, so that you can just go to a pharmacy and buy whatever. because I want to be able to stock a first aid kit. I don't think people are going to be like, I'm going to take insulin until I die because of some head rush or something, you know? Or
I don't know if they decriminalized, like, class 3.
Oh, no, they're still totally prescription medications. It's just, illicit drugs they decriminalize.
Street.
See, I'm against it. If they're going to decriminalize drugs, then freaking decriminalize drugs. Make pharmacists just like going to the butcher and let people prescribe themselves. Because I want to have a first aid kit that has whatever, like an ambulance has in it.
That would be nice.
I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? It's like, what am I gonna do?
There's something to be said for that.
At least want an IV drip and an O2 bottle and.
Yeah, exactly, like O2.
Yep. Like,
if I screw up myself with O2, then I'm going to screw up myself with O2, damn it.
Well, look at Mexico. Over-the-counter anti-diarrheals down there are prescription here because, Mexican water.
Well, I was just going to say, they probably have to have them like that just so that they have less people dying from either dehydration or, like, dysentery or whatever.
I think you can just go over there and write anything on a piece of paper and go to a pharmacy and they give it to you. I think.
Pretty much.
I've heard that, but I've never been there.
I just gone to you walk across the international border and there's a bunch of stores, like a tourist place. And I've been to those pharmacies and they're pretty much like, yeah, what do you need?
Of course, my experience with that was a long time ago now.
I have heard, the way that you two are talking about it. I've definitely heard that, but I've never made it to Mexico.
But I know a bunch of old people would go down to Mexico not to get illegal drugs, but buy their drugs from Mexican pharmacies, like way cheaper than here, and they just drive home.
Yeah, so it's like affordable or whatever. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's way more affordable than like whatever the cheapest drugs are.
Well, was that what the Matthew McConaughey movie, The Dallas Buyers Club, was all about too?
I think I was about 8.
I watched that movie. That was depressing as shit. DB was like, "Oh, that's the best movie ever." So I started watching it, and it was horrible. Couldn't watch it.
Yeah, the dude had AIDS or HIV or whatever, but the fact is that it started with going over the border to get the medications at an affordable price is what I thought, like, the hook was.
Well, I thought there was experimental meds that they were getting over the border.
Yeah, that was the whole deal in that movie.
Because I've definitely heard of bus tours of, like, octogenarians or whatever going over, getting their gear, and coming back. I've definitely heard of that.
Oh, yeah, that was a real big thing. It's just a problem when they go over, or if anybody wants to try to get Schedule II, opiates, that's a problem.
Well, they might be able to get them, but it's probably a pain coming back across the border with them, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah. Well, up here, they busted, and this was a couple of years ago, the AG's office busted a bunch of pill mills. I mean, because that's, at least in my part of the Midwest, it's opiate addiction is a big problem. You got pill mills that are just writing scripts so that people can, take care of their pain, as it were.
Wow.
You seen that show? I think it's on Netflix. About in Florida, there's some county in Florida where I guess other places there's some sort of like, I don't know, like when the pills are dropped wholesale, they have to account. There's like accountability for each individual prescription that goes out, like each individual pill. There's some counties in Florida where they don't have to do that. The doctor can just buy as many as they want, and there's no record from the warehouse or whatever. So then they get these things where people just drive down there, and you can go in with an ailment, and then they diagnose you, prescribe you, and dispense in the same structure. You just have to go through a door, and now you get prescribed, then you go through a door, and then you get dispensed. And the idea is that I think that's cool, because if you have a need for something and you basically want to go discuss it with a doctor, I guess, and go, here's what I think I have and what I think I need, and they go, okay, here's the prescription for it, and go next door. And then you discussed it with an expert, and he said, I agree, here's your prescription, and then you go, I don't care if it's next door or not, but then you go buy it. But I guess the idea is that then people drive down from other states and just do that for like 2 days. They'll just go to do these jump doctor to doctor to doctor because there's no like law that requires them to check back to see if this person already had a prescription somewhere else or something. So then they abuse that and they go back to wherever they came from with a whole big truck full of these drugs that cost them like whatever it cost to just buy drugs at Walgreens.
Yeah, that's the
$30 a pill or whatever the hell they sell them for.
Yeah, that's the problem we had up here because they're called pill mills, and by and large they tend to be illegal because they're writing too many scripts, and the DEA can pull those doctors' pad from them because every pad that a doctor has to prescribe Schedule IIs like Oxycontin, hydrocodone, Percocets, whatever. Their scripts have a DEA number on them, and they start writing too many scripts. The DEA looks at them, and depending on the state you live in, they may be looking at you. Because I know that's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, and that's why in our state they raided a bunch of places. Where I live in the area in Columbus, and then down south in Chillicothe in Ohio. I mean, they hit a bunch of places, and that's what people were doing, and they were basically doctor shopping at these pill mills, and then they would go out and sell them.
You would think that if they can put elements into the stuff from the bomber, right? Fuel? No, not fuel. The fertilizer. And then, some sort of element that's detectable. You think they could do something with pills so that they could trace them? Paint them a different color. I don't know. I guess then they would just crush them up or something. But maybe put something in them so that they could be traced and go, okay, these are coming from this place or these are coming from this place.
Well, no, there are only a certain number of places in the United States that make those pills. I think there's like maybe 4 manufacturers that do that, and they all have kind of a generic look. I mean, they make them in huge numbers. Problem is they're overprescribed even by legitimate doctors. That's why addiction's so bad.
The reason they gotta prescribe them so often is because of all the aches and pains people have in their joints, and that's all attributable to the glutens. So.
Yeah, always blaming it on the glutens over there, Mr. G. Webbs.
So I'm just saying, it's all coming very clear to me.
Man, I've never heard of gluten-free toast, bro. I'm going to stand by my earlier statement. I do not understand how that happens.
If you butter it enough, there becomes so much butter in the equation that the amount of glutens that may or may not be there are insignificant statistically.
Okay, well then I'm willing to attempt that. I'm willing to try that.
It's just health and science.
At the same time, wrapped up together.
Like a burrito.
Right.
So an army
Except without a burrito.
Burrito?
So an army of glutens will attack? Maybe that's how ISIS will get us.
Technically, glutens are always lying in wait.
Nobody ever heard of a damn gluten until 10 years ago, yet we all survived.
Well, no, the people, like the legitimate people would like, what is it, celiac disease or whatever it's called? Like, they're the ones that, they can die or whatever from that.
If this is technically a disease, then why would they give it such a silly name?
Like gluten? Gluten?
No, the celiac one. I don't believe in that one.
Oh, you're saying
gluten.
It's silly.
I don't believe in that celiac.
Oh, it's silly.
That's actually the only one that's even legitimate, and I don't think it's deadly, is it? Doesn't it just like give you a lot of like stomach problems and stuff?
Well, I wasn't sure if there was some type of allergic reaction that they might have.
Well, I think it kind of is. I'm not real sure. I know that they get a lot of like bad stomach aches and maybe like, I don't know if it's constipation or diarrhea or maybe both, but
that would be terrible.
There's a lot of stomach problems. I know that,
Especially if it's simultaneous.
digestion stuff.
That would be pretty bad. Log jam to free flow. That'd be not good.
Yeah.
That'll be one that'll take more than just an hour to solve, G-Webs. The gluten apocalypse that we are experiencing right now as we sit here.
Well, I'm securing it by just removing it from my life. I just don't acknowledge it and don't go near it.
What if we had genetically modified gluten?
Oh, I don't even know if that could happen. That would be like beginning of the Big Bang or the other end of the Big Bang or somehow.
If we could turn the gluten into alcohol.
Well,
This gluten is a found in
technically,
grains, including barley and rye. So I think gluten might literally
and
be
wheat. So yeah, you could make liquor with gluten.
I guess it's what gives elasticity to dough and helps it rise.
Well, the word glue, it's right there at the base. 10 times the glue. Win glue 10. See how I did that?
It's all been made clear now.
I'm a freaking wordsmith.
That's why gluten-free stuff has such strange ingredients in it, because they have to put all kinds of crap in there to make it so that it'll still do that. Yeah, it won't bind without it.
All right, I found the website for the official disease. They say that you get abdominal bloating, chronic diarrhea, vomiting, constipation. Well, I didn't want to say this one. Gross waste. Let's just leave it like that. Weight loss, fatigue, irritability, dental enamel defects, delayed growth, short stature, failure to thrive. It seriously says failure to thrive. Wow. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD.
Well, everything calls ADHD, right?
Now I know exactly what's wrong with me.
But it is interesting that it causes both constipation and diarrhea.
Exactly.
So it backs up,
and then you vomit, and then you have constipation.
Well, so if you balance the two, does that make you normal?
I don't even want to say the next one. The next one is, I'm going to just...
Lay it on us, man. Come on, don't hold back now.
I'm copying and pasting it, because it's just not for mixed company. I know we got 9mm shooters out there, and I don't want them to faint when they hear that.
Kidding.
You mean you didn't want to say in chat pale, foul-smelling, or fatty
It
stool?
also causes erectile dysfunction and spontaneous priapism.
Exactly.
So basically, you can puke, shit yourself at the same time so that you completely evacuate, and then that's why you're constipated afterwards.
Pretty sure that's what causes the weight loss, too.
True words right there, buddy. True words.
Yeah, every time you're uncomfortable, it's the gluten's to blame. That's why I haven't thriven.
This all sounds like what happens when you drink. Like, I don't know. Does that mean vodka has gluten in it?
Yeah. So according to this website, the disease one. Oh wait. It had a whole big list of where it comes from. It comes from proteins found in wheat, durum, emmer, spelt, farina, farro, kamut, Cora's something else wheat, and then Eichenhorn. Rye, barley, and physical.
I just had some farro the other day.
No, basically every grain known to man.
Rye and barley.
I can't drink bourbon or beer.
Yeah, pretty much. You're shit out of luck on that.
Vodka. That's potato.
Now, see, I must not have it because I don't have any of those reactions when I do have them. So I must be just the luckiest guy on the planet. That's the first time I felt lucky in a week.
I guess maybe I have all those conditions whether I eat gluten or not.
Yeah, like I said, nobody heard of gluten until about 10 years ago.
Well, unless you're a baker.
Right? Because then you already knew what gluten was.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. They knew what wheat was.
Well, and plus, like bakers, that's a cross between science and art.
Yeah.
If anybody out there that bakes knows exactly what I'm talking about, because you can read the directions, you can attempt to enact the directions, but that doesn't mean you'll ever get the same result twice. Whereas if you're a talented baker, you can make fucking magic as
Well-
opposed to stones.
You remember the guy in those donut commercials where it's time to make the donuts?
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe it was time to make the glutens.
There you go. Donuts.
I don't think
Why do we have to
donuts
bring
have
up
glutens,
donuts?
though. I'm pretty sure donuts don't have glutens, and that's because they cut them out of the center of the donut.
No, technically they just have less glutens. They don't have no glutens. They just have less glutens.
So it only rises on the sides, not in the
Like,
middle.
they knead it into such an arrangement that all the glutens are in that center part, and then they cut that out.
Maybe they put the donuts in a centrifuge, and that's what makes them into a donut shape, and it somehow separates the glutens out of them.
Oh, there you go. Because glutens might be lighter or whatever.
That means you can't eat donut holes. Then that would be all gluten.
And that would be
Exactly. That's how
up,
people get
because
cancer. They don't realize that, and they eat
donut
it.
holes are awesome.
So there should be a jihad on Tim Hortons, right?
Oh, don't say such things. Don't say such things. I want some sausage, biscuits, and gravy like right now talking about that shit.
Dare you? How dare you?
Exactly, Tyler.
How ISIS is going to get us is by putting the glutens in the Timbits.
Well, you know what? I'm going to fight ISIS back with fucking bacon and pork chops and country-style spare
Oh
ribs,
shit, dude! If you use
What's a
cream
Tim
of
Hortons?
wheat,
tenderloin, and
if you use cream of wheat as a filler, does it put gluten in your ammunition?
yeah,
God.
absolutely.
Now, if you had a
So
maple
then if-
bacon donut,
If you
Right.
use cream of wheat as a filler in ammunition and then shoot some food with that ammunition and then eat the food, do you get glutens from the meat?
No, you get lead poisoning.
Do you die of the gluten poisoning or the lead poisoning first?
I think the lead would get you first.
Chomping down on shot's good for you, man. Nom, 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 nom.
Well, you're trying to build up a resistance to lead, right? That's why you're supposed to shoot yourself with small caliber first, so you can work
Yeah,
up
just
to
start
the
with
heavy
22.
caliber.
Start with birdshot in 22.
I think I saw that in a meme the other day. I just chuckled pretty good, but I had to shake my head because when you read a meme like that, you know that somebody's going to take it the wrong way, get all butthurt, and start talking about this is exactly what I'm talking about with you crazy fuckers.
Or someone
I
says,
saw a
"Go
fun
ahead."
one, not gun related, but similar. It was saying that it's winter out, it's cold out. Put sugar in your gas tank to help it warm up.
Oh, I saw that one too, Bill. I saw that one too, and I just about lost it.
Yeah.
you know your fuel filter will filter out almost all that sugar.
I'm not willing to take the chance.
There was another
And
one.
we
There was another one that
put
got.
mothballs in our motorcycle gas.
The idea is your fuel filters get clogged up by the sugar. It won't pass
Well,
anything.
eventually it will. But, yeah.
Well, not just that. I mean, when the warm fuel comes back in, it warms and liquefies the sugar, and when it gets into the cylinder heads, it crystallizes and it causes the rings to chew up, at least in older vehicles. So, and bleach is actually better because
You really
it'll
got to use
strip.
a lighter to get the fuel warm enough, though.
See, I didn't think sugar dissolved in gasoline, and it just plugged up your fuel filter in the tank.
I think a flame would be dangerous, so I'd just break one of those glow sticks and jam it down there to get it warmed up.
No, but what really happens is your fuel gets heated up running through the system, and the longer you drive, your fuel tank will eventually warm up to operating temp.
I gotcha.
Because it doesn't use all the fuel, right? It doesn't use every last, milliliter of fuel.
Oh, you're talking about fuel-injected systems that have the high-pressure pumps.
Fuel and carbureted.
And carbureted too.
Yeah.
Do the carburetor?
I've done. Okay, I'm gonna. My misspent youth was misspent on stuff like this.
I didn't realize.
Mule. I'm just picturing you with a 5-pound bag of sugar going around the fucking parking lot.
No,
and,
I like bleach better, and it was I like bleach better. Bleach works better.
You're better sticking a ping pong ball in the fuel tank, and that'll really screw it up.
Yeah, I
No.
mean it's like mercurying a tire.
Ooh, another good one.
What does that do? I've never heard of that one.
Shreds the tire.
From
as
the
it's
inside.
rolling from the inside
Putting
out.
regular liquid mercury in there?
Yep. The weight of it, it's so dense, but it's liquid, so it constantly rolls around the tire, never sits in one spot. It's flinging all over the tire. It shreds the inside of it.
Oh shit! How much you got to put in there?
Well, about
Like a thermometer's worth?
thermometers worth.
Awesome.
And
So you
it's
can have a
the time that it
thermometer
takes to have it happen, right?
Well, you
Like, it
got to
doesn't happen
unscrew the
immediately,
valve
right?
first, right?
Yep.
You got to let all the air out. Then you got to get it in there, and that's a pain in the ass. Even though now that I know from mouse that you can do it with a syringe. Wish I didn't own that then.
Right.
It's a heck of a lot safer.
Well, if it's got aluminum rims, how about some gallium?
Oh,
I don't have that on hand.
that's just evil.
Well, I mean, you never. It's good to have the knowledge. You don't have to do the deed anymore. It's just good to have the knowledge. But it's fun to watch stupid people who don't have it go, "Oh, that might be a good idea."
The best one I saw that was spread around was it was a fake. It was a fake what the hell do they call that? Like the World Animal, like for the endangered animals or whatever that company is or whatever that organization is.
Like PETA?
No, it was like it's the one with the panda symbol.
World Wildlife Fund.
WWF,
World
yeah.
Wildlife Fund. It was an ad by them that was made by some guy on 4chan, where they said for every minute someone holds a plastic bag over their head, the World Wildlife Fund will donate $1 to like animals that are stuck in like beer like the beer case, or like animals that get strangulated by plastic bags and stuff like that. And
It'd be better to say for every person that does that, we'll donate to the overpopulation.
No, you don't want to explain that too deep. I like the panda fun. Give them a panda to look forward to. Maybe they'll do it like that ice bucket challenge.
Right. It'll go viral.
Somehow survival of the fittest needs to kick in one of these days.
It does. It just doesn't do it all at once.
Well, I shared one of those memes today about, we don't have to be mean about it. All we gotta do is take off all these safety warnings. Because some guy's putting his foot in a wood chipper. Something stuck. It's like,
Right?
Yeah.
It'll work
Okay.
itself out. Law of averages says it'll work out.
Since we got both of these guys in here and it's Thanksgiving, I'm going to say thanks to Mule and Zeke for posting some epic shit on the Facebook. If you guys are interested in scrolling through Facebook, sub to both of those guys because they do some excellent, valid shit to look at. Makes it worth looking at Facebook.
Well, thanks, buddy. And go buy something from G-Web Sites because I can't wait for these new stripper clip patches to come out.
Right
boy.
on, bro. I got one of them too. I'm super stoked.
Oh,
You
it
have
made a
on
cop
it.
laugh so. Gee, I gotta tell you, it got me out of a ticket.
Really?
Yeah, cop laughed so much at it, he just laughed and smiled. We didn't even have a conversation. I knew I had done something. I cut him off at a 4-way. Right? And so I know I'm screwed, so I'm like laughing about it to myself. I'm not worried about it, right? Even with my stickers. I pull up to the side of the road. He comes up behind me. He's reading all my stickers, right? And I just hand him my information. I don't even say anything, because I knew what I did. He knew I knew what I did because I saw him as I was passing him, And he goes back to his vehicle and runs me, of course. Comes back. He has his book out. Then he looks down at the stickers right next to the driver's side of my truck, and it's something from the MFs and the stripper clip. And he goes, stripper clip? And I go, yeah. He just laughs, hands me my stuff, and walks back to his car.
Then he guesses something along the lines
Dude, well, then it's all worthwhile.
strip pole.
Huh?
That makes it all worthwhile, dude. Every
Stripper clip like dancing around a pole.
It's a dancer around a stripper clip.
It's literally a
Around
paper clip. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah.
And that was our whole conversation. He didn't ask me my name. He didn't ask me if I knew what I did. None of it.
That's awesome. That is awesome, Mule.
Stripper clip. Yup. Well, that's why, it's funny on that last chat, I seem to most people that I'm totally anti-cop. Now, in big cities, I am, because that was my experience for most of my life. But I decided to raise my kids in a small farm town partly because of the cops were not like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm not the urbanite I was growing up to be because I didn't want my family growing up in that situation, and I thank God for it every day.
See, that means you've learned or you have the correct gene structure in order to survive, whichever way you really want to look at it. You know what I mean? You're passing on the plus ones to your kids and everything like that.
Well, yeah, that gets you can get real. That's a rabbit hole.
Well, there's always the do what I say, not what I do. That's a standard paradigm.
I try to teach my children to be critical thinkers, and even though they're way more spoiled than I ever was, they still think critically. So that's all I can really ask for. And they
There
make
you
their
go.
decisions. So.
And if they're willing to be able to take responsibility for whatever actions they do take, well, then they're pretty much stand-up people,
Well, that's what they're. Well, luckily they haven't had to take much responsibility for things, but the things that they do at this point they have, and I think they're of good character, and that's what matters to me.
Absolutely. You know that you got to be doing something right, because they ain't grown up to be total fucksticks.
Yeah, well, there's too many of them. There's way too many of them out there. That's one of my favorite words, too. So it sounded like we had a few Canucks in here earlier.
I think we got at least one.
In the country or in the chat?
No, in here, in the chat. I thought I heard somebody talk about that.
We're talking about Tim Hortons. I don't know too many people outside of Canada that know about that.
I've heard about it. I heard it's the Krispy Kreme of Canada.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about. Well, I've heard that it's the Starbucks of Canada, pretty much.
They got it in Michigan a little bit too.
Oh, do they?
I think at least one or two.
What, Tim Hortons?
Tim Hortons, yeah.
Yeah, we have them all over the place. I'm in Ohio. We have
It's
them
like an
here.
upper Midwest into Canada kind of thing.
Well, I'm in Illinois, and they haven't reached here yet.
Really?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but you know
Well,
what? Illinois is practically as southern compared to you know what I mean? Practically, sorta.
See,
Okay, not really.
Wendy's and Tim Hortons used to be connected, and Wendy's corporate is out of Columbus, Ohio here, so they were connected, which is why we have so many Tim Hortons.
Right, but then Wendy's, right, because they were like going up there for tax purposes or something.
Yeah.
And they got a bunch of crap, and then they came back to the U.S. But I've heard they're like the Krispy Kreme mixed with a Jimmy Dean's restaurant.
Kind of, they're small. They're
Oh,
small
okay.
drive-throughs, and it's mostly donuts, and you can get panini sandwiches and stuff. But
Oh, so
yeah,
it's a Dunkin' Donuts.
Kind of, yeah. But you can get regular food, but it's mostly donuts.
You can
I
get
think
regular food in Dunkin' Donuts now, and they have some good sandwiches,
Oh,
surprisingly.
really? See, we don't really have that. That's more of an Eastern thing, as far as I know. We don't have any of those here.
Oh.
Not many, anyway.
No, I love Dunkin' Donuts.
No, we got a lot of Krispy Kreme. Tim Hortons and Krispy Kreme is what we have here, and I couldn't tell you what Indiana has, but I think about the same as what we have.
Mixture of probably both.
Yeah.
Because Western Indiana kind of associates more with Michigan and Illinois,
Yeah, east of Indianapolis, it's more like what we have here.
Mm-hmm. And probably like Western Pennsylvania too, right?
Yeah, and Kentucky, northern Kentucky is the same as over here.
Imagine what it's going to be like if those all turn into countries. Well, that's what Europe's going on, being they have no cohesive plan in their European Union to actually protect anybody's border, right? They've had to revert back to being their own countries and start dealing with their own borders.
Well, what's the problem is they're fighting back and forth over, hey, you let too many aliens or too many Syrians into your country, and now they're flooding into ours, and we don't want that. And
Well, and that's where, right, our federal government is supposed to keep them at the shore's edge, right? That's pretty much their really main job, and they don't do it. And once they hit here, it's like free Europe, right? They're going to roll through here worse than they're doing in Europe once we open that gate.
I don't know about that. We got people, or I mean guns, right? People with guns.
Oh,
Has
not
there
in the
been-
same way. You're right. Not
Yeah,
like
not
where they're
like
going to.
that fucking crazy parade of crime or whatever those that they show videos of. Has there been anything like that before?
Yeah,
like
they're
before the
usually
wars or anything?
invaders. You know, probably like the Mongols were kind of like that. You know.
The Huns, the Mongols,
Yeah.
the Ottoman Empire. Which, speaking of the Ottoman
Are
Empire,
you talking seriously? Like they would come into towns with just that many people?
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, and there would be no town left.
Yeah.
well, that's the problem in Germany right now. They're coming into towns that have like 200 people with 1,000. I mean, who do you think's going to run the town after a while?
But what about Turkey and Russia right now? Anybody got any observations or comments on which way that shit's gonna go?
Well, that's scary as shit.
That is some scary, real shit.
Very
man.
few people have beaten Russia.
Yeah. I have to agree. Very few people have beaten Russia. Russia's beaten themselves.
Right, but I don't think the guy in charge right now is going to take this lying down. I'm not saying he's going to go invade Turkey or anything like that, but
If it comes to, I think he would, but I think he's a chess player, dude. So he can use violence or he can use diplomacy. Nobody knows what Putin's thinking.
and Turkey being a member of NATO, hey guys, what are you guys doing over there?
No, yeah, NATO's doing the yo-yo. They're texting yo-yo, you on your own.
You on yo own. I saw that one in a meme today too.
Yeah, and you know they sure as hell are.
But what's screwed up in that whole situation is they breached Turkish airspace, which they shouldn't have, but they did. And they did it to attack, allegedly, ISIS. Yet rebels who were supposed to be supplied by us shot down the recovery chopper and one of their pilots, which is a big freaking mess for us because
There's a video of them with AK-47 shooting at the pilots as they're parachuting down from the jet.
Yeah, they got the one guy.
Well, let me if you don't mind.
They have gun laws there?
And isn't that a war
I'll tell
crime?
you my take on it is I have an AK-40. I have AKM semi-autos from Romania and Yugoslavia, right? Bought them here in the U.S. They're in a war zone. They buy arms. Who knows where that particular arm came from, right? That thing that shot down the helicopter. Like you
Well,
said,
they said it was a TOW missile system.
Yeah,
Oh, I
but
know
that
what they
doesn't mean
said.
that we shot it down. That just means that somebody we may have supplied arms to shot it down.
Or somebody who got their arms stolen or bought on the black market.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's like splitting hairs because over the years, do you know how many people we've supplied arms with
Exactly.
that
So you don't
that
know where
have
that thing
been
came
and
But these
enemies
are guys who are current rebels that are supposed to be fighting Assad, who we're both supporting financially and giving them instructional support. So they're saying, yeah, these are the guys that we're backing. The same guys who Russia went in and bombed that we got pissed off about in Syria because those were the guys we were supporting. And I think that was like last month, I think.
Yeah, but then the other side saying, no, these are not the rebels you're looking for. These are the other rebels.
Pretty much. And I have a hard time. I have a hard time with the whole Syria thing because my question has been from the beginning: what the fuck are we doing in there? Assad is the government. Assad is the legitimate government of Syria, right? He's the legit government. Now we have been trying to topple him, and now I don't even know who the hell we're fighting.
We're fighting ISIS, but the rebels are supposed to be fighting ISIS and Assad at the same time.
And
Right,
some of the
and
rebels
ISIS
actually
is
may be
fighting
working
Assad.
with one or the other.
And ISIS is fighting everybody, right?
Yes. And they're winning.
And the Russians are fighting
The rebels.
ISIS and the rebels.
Yeah.
Right. And we're going to go over there and fight ISIS and just ISIS, or ISIS and somebody else?
Just ISIS. And the French are bombing the shit out of them right now, wondering why are we not helping them bomb the shit out of people.
Yeah, well, that's because of our,
Yeah.
you know,
Fearless.
That
the
guy.
cowardly lion in the White House. So, if I only had some courage.
If I were king of the forest,
Yeah.
I think with the whole
not the duke, not the prince.
I think the sad thing is, you hate to say it as an American, you want, you know, everybody to have, you know, a democracy, but the reality of the situation after the Bush debacle in Iraq, you realized these people don't do well with democracy, and ancient hates never go away. It's just they have a dictator that keeps them from killing each other. And now with all this destabilization, and even worse so since Obama has become president, you know, Libya and Egypt and, you know, now Syria, it's become worse. And then with the ISIS threat, it's it's spun out of control.
You can't just plunge somebody into that either. If they go from that type of control, and then you give them basically freedom, not everybody handles that very well. There's people that come here from other countries, and it takes them a while to adjust because they're like, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do?
I think you said it though. I think you said it unknowingly, giving them their freedom. Why are we giving anybody anything? We earned our freedom. You need to earn yours. You know, this is my biggest problem I have with all these supposed refugees, and where I agree with Canada, which is a rare thing. But no, that's not true. I like our brothers to the north. But where they say we'll take in any refugee you want as long as it's not a military-age male. Right? I'll take.
I agree with that too. Why are they back home defending their home?
Yeah, I'll take in your widows and orphans. I'll take in your widows and orphans. But if your country needs fixing, that's on you.
That's a valid argument. But too many people want to say, oh, well, that just means you're racist. Well, how is it being racist or xenophobic?
Are you guys? I guess came back. Are you guys talking about refugees, or are you talking about immigrants?
I'm talking about the refugees that are letting into the country right now, and from these places, these war zones where these military-age men are bailing on these countries and leaving them to become failed states. Right? Now, if it's we shouldn't have been in there, but if it's your country, you need to fix it. We can't give you freedom. You have to take freedom for it to really work and take hold.
All right, well then how about when we founded this country and we all had to immigrate to France in order to make this country free?
Well, we didn't immigrate to France to make this country free. We stayed here and fought. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'll take your women, your orphans, your widows and orphans. I'll take your old people to get them out of the war zone. But anybody military age needs to be there saving their own damn nation.
Especially if they're wanting somebody to help them to do that, then they need to be there
and we
to
as
do
the United
that,
States, like
and
you
somebody
said,
help them, not somebody do it for them.
Well, like you said, we the United States, we did set the example. You know, France helped us, but they didn't start this and finish it to where we became our own independent nation. Right?
As a matter of fact, if you remember, Mule, they even waited until they thought we actually kind of had a shot
Exactly.
before they even sent help.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like they didn't just go, oh, yeah, we got
let's
you guys.
Let's say that they would have come over and said, hey, we brought like a whole giant magical fleet of boats. Put all your women and children on here, and then we'll take them off to Brazil until you're done fighting your war. I don't think that would have been. We wouldn't have wanted that.
No, I don't think we as Americans would have.
Refugees, then I say we're either going to help the people that are having strife or we're not. But I don't think bringing them here is doing much of nothing. That's just a bunch of theater. looking at Z's thing from Facebook a while back with the gumballs. It's ridiculous to think that we're going to boat all the people here so that they can have their war, and then we're going to boat all the people back. And then if that is even possible, why are we doing it? Why ain't the UN doing it? Why are we doing this? And then if we're saying, okay, then we don't need them to, but if we don't need to offload all of their women and children for them, then we just decide if we're going to help fight with them or not, or help them fight or not.
Yep.
Now, if we're talking immigrants, that's a different thing. If we're talking that swarm of immigrants that are going up to not flee from strife, but simply to change their location, move to a new place for whatever reason, then I suggest look at our immigration waves, and usually it is the single healthy males that go first, that immigrate first in order to get jobs, and they're easier to deal with. You can just get a room and a job, and you can start making money and sending it home, and then you bring your wife, and then you make kids. So that's immigration. That's how it works. So I don't know if we want it both ways, where other people were allowed to immigrate that way, but now people can't.
Well, it's the same thing the Mexicans are doing.
But like I think I posted
So
a
did
while
the
back.
Irish, and so did the Italians, and so did the Chinese, and so did anybody who wasn't picked up and grabbed here in chains, came here single, healthy males first who could work, because there was work to be done here.
Well, even the ones grabbed up in
That
chains.
we don't have work to do, and then we're saying we don't want the people of working age, we want their crippled women? No, I want them to leave their crippled women where they're at so that they have a reason to fight, and so that we don't become some giant Uber driver for every time there's conflict in the fucking world.
But these are supposed to be refugees. They're not supposed to be staying here. They're supposed to be just needing somewhere to stay.
I hear you. If there's somebody with Ebola or something where we can fix them better here than they can there, and there's like 16 of them, I'm maybe going to agree. But I'm just saying the refugee part is theater. That's just going through some motions with a lot of money so that some people can feel better about our inactivity to help them either fight or not fight. If we're going to get international about shit, we just got to say, okay, look, we're either going to help them fight or we're not, but why do we have to cart their women and children around?
Because they're the ones running away.
Well, and why are they different than the women and
They're
children?
the ones that are fleeing those countries.
Strife, or the women and
So
children
crazy.
in
Dude,
America,
there's no.
because of the drug war that we're creating. I mean, there's women and children everywhere. We don't get tasked with picking up the women and children and moving them out of danger every time something happens. And I suggest that if the women and children aren't there, then it's just some fucking weird war of like all men. Who wants that? The way wars end is when you have something at risk and you want to go back to it, and you don't want to destroy the shit that you live in. I don't know. I don't see the taking women and children away as like some end of war. That just makes war even fucking nastier.
Well, that
They're
was like
showing these people are never going back. Like statistically, in the last 5 years, I think it was like I was reading an article. It was like in the last 5 years, 5 million of them have left. Right? Syria started off with a population of 20 million. 5 million left in the last 5 years since this has started. 500,000 this summer. And none of them are going back. And we're talking about the 10,000 people who are coming here. 10,000 out of 5 million is a drop in the bucket.
Well, we've already got more than that, 10,000 in the past few years. Like you just said, 5 million have
No, yeah, but 5 million have left. But let me finish. I'll tell you this: 4 million of them are in Turkey right now. So, like, Turkey absorbed most of them. So, we're not giving Turkey a fucking gold prize, and I'm sure Turkey doesn't even want them. Like, they're saying, like, the abuses that are going on over there with the 4 million of them that are there in Turkey. But Turkey's just trying to figure out a way to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Like, and get them back over there. I mean, the whole thing is a freaking mess. There's no good guy. There's no bad guy. In a way, it's all who's more moderate than these guys. It's outrageous, man. It's like, remember McCain, like, was trying to arm the rebels 5 years ago, and it turned, like, most of those rebels, they're not moderate, man. Like, they want to call them, they're the moderate rebels. But they're all pretty much Al-Qaeda. They're all pretty much back in the day, from all the way back to the Mujahideen, all the way to now. It's Al-Qaeda renamed, rebranded, fighting against this guy Assad, who looks like a fucking Spaniard. You know what I mean? Like, doesn't even look, he looks like a Spaniard cartoon character like Dudley Do-Right and his family. It's just so fucking wacky over there, man. I don't even know how to call it, but no, we're talking about 10,000 people coming here out of 5 million in 5 years, 500,000 this summer. And when we see these videos on our television screen, it's usually, you're right, all these males running across the border. That's not our problem. Those people are going through Greece, they're going through Turkey, they're going through Greece, they're going to Germany, they're going to France, that's like not our problem.
Well, you don't think some of them are going to come here?
They can't. We're talking about how are they going to get from Greece to America?
Well, it's real
without
simple.
any
If the
papers.
if the UN is getting involved, I can guarantee you they say, hey, we have too many people. Let's guys take more people.
I think France just said they're going to take another 100,000 of them right after the attack. I mean, like, they're not coming to America in large droves from Greece. Those people, a lot of those guys, like he said, they have no papers. They're just like, they just ran, whatever. So Obama gets on there. The White House says 10,000 come in here. These people that are coming here are mostly women, mostly widows, mostly orphans, and they've been gone through a 2-year process. They've went through a 2-year process through the refugee camps in Europe, in Turkey and Greece. And we're going to take 10,000 because we feel bad that Germany is taking, 200,000 of them. So we got to keep up with NATO. Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. Of course. But we're just trying to do something. It's basically we're just trying to take a little bit so we don't feel so bad. It would have been like after World War II, Nazi Germany, we took 500 Jews from concentration camps, to make ourselves feel better. You know what I mean? It's a joke.
Considering they exterminated 7 million of them, there weren't that many left. I mean, not to put it in that way, but it's true. I mean, that was the extermination of a people. There's a difference between that and the regional war.
No, I forgot the number of. I don't know the number of deaths in Syria, but it's outrageous. The amount of Christians that were murdered so far, it is a genocide. I mean, it's ridiculous.
But that's another argument, though. The difference between them murdering Christians and then us taking, non-Christians or Muslims or whomever. I mean, there are other groups within the United States that want to bring over Syrian Christians, and that's fine. There's a vetting process for that as well, but the main issue that people are having a problem with is the fact that there is no way to vet people in Syria because Syria is in chaos. So at what point do you say, yeah, I'm from Syria and you're not, or you're a member of ISIS and you're coming over? There's no real vetting process that's going to be significant enough to preclude that, and I think that's what the American people are worried about. They don't want to have another 9/11 or what's going on in France. I understand what you're saying.
9/11 was Saudi nationals, right? So completely had nothing to do with anything other than Saudi Arabia, mostly.
It was still a terrorist attack.
And nothing to do with refugees.
But it was a terrorist attack. Pure and simple, whether they're Saudi nationals or whether they're Syrians or ISIS or whoever they are, the people in America don't want another attack or a similar situation that happened in France. So I don't see where there's any problem with people wanting to say, hey, we need to look at these people very critically before they come over. And the United Nations doesn't exactly have a great track record of vetting people. I mean, the United Nations...
But I hate to be like this guy, but I'm just playing total devil's advocate.
Yeah.
5 million in 5 years, 500,000 this summer, 10,000 come over here that they said were 2 years in the process, 2 years going through background checks, security clearances, 2 years, 10,000 of them out of 5 million. You bring them over here. If there was a terrorist attack and any of that 10,000 was involved, holy shit. I mean, it would be a revolution in America of never, ever, ever trust them ever again. You can never, ever trust what they say. So at this point, I'd be like, you know what, it's 10,000 of them, bring them over here. I'm sure they're trying to say, the government's trying to say that they're going to be monitored, the most watched group. They went through all this process. These are mostly women and children. And then I don't like the rhetoric of like, what are you, scared of a 3-year-old orphan? I don't like when they do that stuff because that fucking divides us in a way that's not
trying to
healthy.
make a political point.
Right, but let's just say, give them the benefit of the doubt. Bring the 10,000 over here, and then if any of them are involved in a 9/11 attack, man, that'll be it. Like we'll never have to listen to them ever again on this stuff, on stuff like this. But like I just said, if you don't think those numbers are like, I just told you the numbers. You can Google them, look them up, whatever. 5,500,000 just this summer. 10,000 we're talking about of women and children. They say.
I don't doubt the total numbers. It's just in knowing this president and what he does. Yeah, it'll be 10,000 now, and then all of a sudden, well, we're going to bump that up to 25. And then by the time you leave.
If you guys get time, that link I put in the side and in the external, that definitely kind of lays it out who's on what side for the war in Syria and kind of how it kind of started in like 2011 and all that. It takes about 5 minutes for the video, but it's pretty good. But of course, save it for later. Right? Let's see. Well, it was kind of that, but it was kind of Assad kind of maybe flung the first bullet, really, and then it didn't work out so great after that. And then when Al Qaeda kind of joined the rebels, but in a different branch, and
I just put a link in there real quick. Yeah. I just put a link in Gun Channels from Vox.com. I don't know if they're liberal, conservative, bias, whatever. I read the article, ISIS history. It seemed pretty like just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. ISIS history going all the way back to Afghanistan with the Mujahideen, how it was a part of Al Qaeda and split off a few years ago. Just read the history of it and look at where they're They actually have investors like a Fortune 500 company. And look, like I'm not saying anything other than that. Like they get money from foreign governments, they get money from private investors to cause chaos over there. And who's the good guy over there? Who could, if that's who's fighting against Assad, and I know he's probably a bad guy, but like look who the fuck is look who the rebels are, man. Like, and then if they do get him out of there, the next guy who's in charge of that country ain't gonna be wearing a fucking suit and tie. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather deal with someone wearing a suit and tie than someone wearing black fucking pajamas with a beard down to the floor with a fucking ISIS flag. Like, at least with someone with a suit and tie, you might be able to be like, look, we can buy this guy. Like, this guy might be interested in doing business. These other fuckers, they don't even want to do business, dude. They just want to fucking rape little boys, kill women who go to school, destroy America, destroy the planet, bring fucking Muhammad back, the hidden imam, all this crazy shit. It's just ridiculous. So it's like when John McCain was talking about moderate, these are the moderate rebels. How fucking moderate are they if they want to basically destroy the fucking world and bring us back to the Stone Age? I mean, I don't get it.
Well, his moderate, I think, is talking about the ones that would fight ISIS, but they're also fighting Assad, so you're kind of flipping the coin on whether you're backing the right horse in the race. And I agree to an extent with you, as unfortunate as it is that Obama never learned the lesson of Bush, is the fact that with these Middle Eastern dictators, you kind of got to let them be, because at least you can deal with a dictator. You can't deal with a Islamic fundamentalist in a movement where if you get rid of that guy, another guy will pop back up, within that group. They're zealots versus somebody who's just there for himself.
I just watched that thing that Z posted that started the history of the Syrian thing, the current Syrian conflict, and it makes it seem like the Assad gassed his people, which is obviously a shit thing to do, but then Obama's the one that came in and started putting our influence into it. Is that, I don't know much about this except for watching that video, is that what did that add fuel, or was that just...
Absolutely, because he denied that he gassed the people. Obama came out hard saying, if you used gas, we would have no choice but to do something about it. And then when
the line in the sand quote.
Right, and then yet when he found out it to be true, it was not the case. That was not his reaction. That's not what he did. So
talking
Yeah,
about
that-
Obama?
Yes, I was
Well, I'm
trying
saying,
not to
was
swear.
that significant to the situation, or was that just like yet another thing to make it complicated, but it wasn't really like earth-shaking or, you know, pivot point or anything?
Well, it allowed it to proliferate from the one side, and then like to make up for it unofficially at that time, which we've come to find out that it was official or whatever. He started trying to help the rebels, but he didn't truly even have good intel on which rebels he was freaking trying to help.
Yeah, I remember Obama, when he was against arming the rebels, was saying stuff like, how can we arm these people if we don't know they're going to fight, number one. Number two, we don't know who we're arming. McCain was the one screaming, we have to arm them. We have to give them guns. And Obama was the one being like, how are dentists, lawyers, and doctors going to fight against Assad's army? Like, these people aren't ready to fight, can't fight. And then the other side is straight Al-Qaeda. I mean, ISIS is nothing but Al-Qaeda. I mean,
Well,
it's the same shit. So you can't, you're going to fucking give... No, I saw, there was articles years ago of Iran was on the scene, right? And they were working, British like special forces were there, working with Al-Qaeda to fucking, to get this Assad guy out. And there was one photo, I'll never forget it, was like the supreme commander of Iran's like military, who was in charge of IEDs in Iraq. Like, he was in charge of training people how to blow up American troops in Iraq. And he's there with some British guy, and they're there training these fucking guys to take out Assad. It was weird as shit. It was like, I don't know what's going on over there. Like, who's the moderate we just don't know. It's just like too much crap,
That's the
dude.
problem. You hit it on the head, DB. It's like they cared enough that they wanted the one guy out. They didn't care how they did it. That they didn't even look to see that this is the guy that was blowing. And because here's the other thing, those IEDs blew up British troops too, right? So in essence, they're helping the guy that blew up some of their own freaking troops out of that deal.
They're helping Assad stay in power. Like, it's so complicated and convoluted. It's hard to even fucking think about. The problem is that if a country wants to have a revolution, right? I don't know how long the American Revolution lasted, but 8 years of a revolution, and then obviously you lost. With 5 million of people, like everyone's leaving, and it looks like, and now Russia's stepping in, and he's their client. Like, I've actually been hearing that on the news a lot lately. It's like,
Because he wants
Assad is a client.
He wants part of that oil pipeline. He wants part of those resources.
It's like he paid Russia to protect him, and I know Iran wants him to stay. So Russia and Iran want him to stay. And
DB, are you old enough to have watched the movie with Chris Makepeace called My Bodyguard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, that's what the fuck is going on, man.
Yep.
You got the two little guys, and they need the big guys because they're pussies. Let's be real.
Yeah. It's just I don't know what to say about it. Like, in the beginning, I had a problem when Obama made that red line, and he was like, "This is our red line," and then everything came out that the red line was crossed, and then he was what?
This is the red line.
I didn't say that. I meant if there was a red line.
No, he was like, "Look, I thought about it," like, and that's just not good for any of us. Because at some point it's like your father or your mother, right or wrong, that's your father, right? Like, right or wrong, that's our president. And if he makes a red line in the sand and it's like, this is it, you fucking do this, and we attack you with all we got. Fuck it, right? And then they back down. It just shows weakness. And what does weakness get you? More fucking problems. If you're being bullied, extorted, whatever. You show weakness, the extortion's going to get worse. The bullying's going to get worse, whatever the fuck it is. So maybe he knew stuff we don't know. Obviously, he does.
You're taking into account human nature. Once one country puts down its arms, the other country will also put down its arms. It's human nature.
Was that Pelosi that said that, or was it the other one?
She said like street level criminals.
Feinstein.
Like once we take away weapons from citizens, like street level criminals will then not need weapons.
No, she was the crazy one that said, if you put down your weapon, they'll put down their weapon. Like, she was even crazy enough to, like, put it in context of, like, if you're being robbed, don't use your gun because then they won't use their gun. I mean...
Can't we just have
No,
a
she's claiming
conversation
that the
about this?
reason you don't have to worry about, let's see, if you don't have to worry about not having a gun, because once a criminal realizes you're disarmed, he'll put down his weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm subscribed to this guy on YouTube. It's like a dude and his wife or something. It's called like the Truth Revolt or something. And, you know, it's a little tinfoil hat-ish, right? And at some point they put up an article from the New York Times from like, maybe it was like 6-7 years ago, 8, maybe longer, where it was a map of like what experts would say, we need new lines in the sand. Like, we need new countries. We need to divide up countries over there and create new territories. And it was this map, and he lined it up with, like, what's happening today, and it's fucking similar. It's like, you want the Shiites over here, you want the Sunnis over here, you want the Kurds over here. We'll call it Kurdistan, and we'll call this Shiitistan, and it was crazy.
That's everything that occurred after World War I when the Ottoman Empire fell. I mean, that's the same kind
Right. Obviously, the lines in the sand that the British weren't the British a big part of the way the countries were drawn up over there?
Oh, yeah, it was called Sykes-Picot, and that's, you know, after the Ottoman Turks, you know, fell because, you know, they were with the Germans and everything kind of got redistributed. And, you know,
And under the Ottoman Empire, they had pretty much an iron fist ruling their Ottoman Empire.
For 400 years, I think.
Okay. So maybe it's
and then
true.
it
Like
morphed into the Austrian.
maybe that's what's really above our pay grade, is that it is time for fucking new lines in the sand over there. And maybe that's what's happening, and that's why it's so confusing to us, because we just don't understand, like, why they want to get rid of, why did they want to get rid of Gaddafi when Gaddafi leaves it's just fucking utter chaos? Why do they want to get rid of Assad when it's just craziness? You know what I mean? Like,
to fight tribal wars that have been going on for 700 years.
There you go, Core, right? It's tribal, and we don't get it because we Americans gave up the tribe when we came, it's in our DNA, because anybody who willingly came to America to struggle, to strive, to make something of themselves, they broke away from their tribe, so it's almost an enigma to us, right? And it should be, because we're supposed to be the melting pot, right?
As Americans, we've had feuds, but that's been between families, not, you know, larger groups.
Yeah, but you guys know what I'm...
Yeah.
What was that, G?
So you guys had a good way of looking at it there. That we left that. The people that decided to come here, for the most part, wanted to remove themselves or distance themselves physically and politically from that kind of situation.
Mm-hmm. And this is where, because I've been doing a lot of thinking on why they want to divide and conquer, because that's where it's easier to control. Look at the Middle East, you know, like, and you know, part of what you said, G, earlier is twisting its little way around and warming in my brain. But you know, how much easier is control when you have each part of your population segregated? You know what I mean? Into little tribes. It's easier to, when you need to, pit this football team against that football team in a rivalry, and that way everybody's ignoring what's going on around them because
they're all at each other's throats.
Yeah. So while the resources are getting stolen, while everything else is getting wrecked, right? Everybody's worried about their own little tribal terrorist organizations. And we got away from that. That's why it's almost abhorrent to Americans. Why, at least for my generation, we were taught it was a melting pot, and you really did. At least I bought I drank the Kool-Aid, the American Kool-Aid, a long time ago. So.
But that's the problem. I think we as Americans just don't understand, and we should have learned that. Like I said, from, you know, after the very first Gulf War, we should have learned that people in the Middle East have a completely different philosophy, and it's mostly based on the religion and how they live and how things are so tribal and segmented that, you know, they're not going to get along for something that happened 700 years ago, and they still hold a grudge. You know, I mean,
I just found this thing real quick. So This is a New York Times article from like a long time ago, and this is some YouTube guy. This is Truth something or other. But this article is from the New York Times. So what I'm going to be super optimistic and think that like our government knows shit we don't know about, and that this is so long ago. This is splitting up Libya into 4 countries, right? And this is Saudi Arabia down here. So I'm trying to like let's just find Syria. Oh, they don't even have Syria here. But the point
Syria is north.
Oh no,
above.
it's up here. Okay, so
above
here we
Israel.
go. So you see here, it's like this is where ISIS is right now controlling like this area up here anyway. But like this is what does this say? Sunnistan. Kurdistan is up here. Shiitistan is down here. So Iraq would be split up into 3 countries or 3 sections. Like so, maybe this is like way above what we should even be dealing with, and that they know once ISIS gets out of here and comes down here, and the Shiites and the Sunnis can shoot it out, and all this crazy stuff that we can just redistribute these lands. Well, the Jews are going to fucking die.
Well,
no, actually, that's not even.
They're just going to start nuking people.
Yeah, the Jews over there are not on this map. It doesn't seem like it's effective because that's just it's a state.
You see white area, and then you see most of the coast of Israel
Well,
is
Egypt
just
is
gray.
all intact as well. And Egypt is chaos as well.
Well, any place we go and take out a dictator without some sort of replacement puppet goes to hell.
Well, look at the Arab Spring.
And there's the problem right there without a puppet. Because if you look back, you can see when we went over there and helped certain people that later
everybody we helped Saddam.
Yeah,
Saddam
exactly.
and Saddam used to have dinner at Reagan's house and shit.
When we decided to go back and take him out, then we open another can of worms. Everything we do over there, if we don't put something back, then we open a can of worms, because it's like we put back another, piece of crap. But it's a piece of crap that we can control to an extent, or that we have some sort of understanding with to an extent.
We had Iran up through the entire time of the Shah, and that was one of the world's largest oil reserves at that time. And they were also one of the larger nations, so they were one of like our deputy, so to speak, over there until the Shah fell.
Yeah, the revolution's what started a lot of this.
No, what started it was a missed shot by a sniper in 1977 on Khomeini. The Ayatollah Khomeini was supposed to get whacked in 77. Bad shot.
See how that worked out.
And seriously, I mean, if he would have been dead, the Shah probably wouldn't have been overturned, and we wouldn't have had the Iranian crisis of 79 to 80, right? And then Reagan probably wouldn't have been in power, so who knows where the world would have went from there. But you know what I'm saying? You can go watch a lot of dominoes trip from there, but that's just interesting tinfoil hat shit.
Yeah, I think Reagan still would have won that in a landslide. But yeah, you wouldn't have had...
You know what? I don't know if he would have won it. If say, that helicopter hadn't gone down in the desert, if he would have went in and rescued the hostages...
But it was too late for Desert One to affect that election. That was after, I think, the election.
No, Desert One was
But we
before
wouldn't
the
have had
election.
hostages. We wouldn't have had hostages in the first
yeah,
place
that's
if
true.
God was still in power.
Well, those hostages got freed shortly after he got sworn in, so it wasn't
That was
much
the
longer.
deal. That was the deal.
Yeah, but most people don't want to admit that, even though they admitted it to Congress. But anyway, that's all tinfoil. Well, not tinfoil hat. It's fact and history, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't. There's nothing you can do about that. The knowledge of it, even of the past, in some ways, just screws with you more. The more you try and understand it, the more crazy it is. Like you said, you guys went back to someone went back to the Ottoman Empire, and he goes back way, 1,000 years before that. Once the Romans pulled out, it basically was a region of its own.
So we can blame everything on the Italians.
Oh no! Think about it, but even before that, because you had Alexander the Great who tried to unify the world and all that. So,
the
like, if anything,
You're going to antiquity there.
Or you can go to the Sumerians, right? The first known writing culture. Well,
Cuneiform.
claimed for now, yeah, the Sumerians in what we consider the Garden of Eden. That it must have been at the time.
Well, but when you go
Only
back that
British.
far, that predates Islam, though.
Yeah, Islam isn't that old.
No.
it's like what 700 AD, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
You have the rise of
around that
Saladin, and they
You
invaded.
guys read about this? Like this thing is like Wahhabism. This is like what we're facing now. It didn't even
and
start that
that's
long
only-
ago.
No,
It's
that's started
17 something. Like
40s?
But that's
no, I
the
think in the 1800s.
Well,
Well, no, it's the
Wahhabis are
Saudi.
mostly
It's,
Saudis.
the Wahhabist movement is ISIS, is Al Qaeda,
Yeah. Was the
Saudi.
Mujahideen.
Is the Saudis. I mean, it's the house of, it was like what this guy named Wahhabi and the guy named Saud. And the Saud became Saudi Arabia, the royal family, and the Wahhabis, the Wahhabi guy died.
His beliefs became the basically sanctioned religion of the House of
But-
Saud.
Right, it
But
was like
the
in the
Saudis don't
1700s,
like
which
them.
what were we doing in? Well, not we, but like America in the 1700s, right, was doing a lot. This guy Wahhabi and the Wahhabist movement was going back to like a real radical form of Islam. That's where it started. So like basically, you could say the birth of America and the birth of this fucking radical form of Islam is right around the same time. And, you know, we're over there stroking Saudi Arabia's fucking cheeks, and we know those guys are snakes, right? Like, have you seen their school books? And, like, you know where all the money for terrorism and shit, like, a lot of it comes from those people, and we're over there protecting them and hanging out with them, and they're our buddy. They're not our buddy.
Bin Laden was the black sheep of the royal family.
Well, the problem with the
Or was
Saudis
he?
is
He was just a little bit more radical than them. That's all.
Right,
Like he
there
was.
you go.
they have to be on our side in one hand, yet, and I agree, they do support a lot of terrorism on the other hand. You know, we have all these Saudi sheiks and princes that come over here that basically badmouth us when they vacation in America, but we have this symbiotic relationship with that country because they have oil, we buy the oil. You know, we try to keep their guys in power because their guys help us, even though they screw us underneath the table.
Maybe, I mean, listen, maybe President Obama is going to go down in history as one of the best presidents ever in history. But, I mean, this Iran deal, people always talk about, like, Iran. Like, why the fuck? Like, this would make Iran like a superpower. We're freeing up all this cash. We're giving them the bomb in 10 years, guaranteed. We're going to help them make reactors. Like, that was one of the stories from, like, a few months ago. It was like, we are actually going to build them reactors and help them build reactors in part of this peace deal. And why would they want Iran to be a superpower? Maybe they want Iran to be a superpower so that Iran and Saudi Arabia can finally like divvy up what's left and just create new lines in the sand from the fucking British Empire bullshit from Lawrence of Arabia and all that shit. You know, like maybe there is a plan in place that's like so far Illuminati shit that we just can't see that far ahead, like, you know, like.
But that's a bat crap theory. Not saying that it's
No,
yours. I'm just saying if
Well,
that
what
happened,
other excuse? It's not even that bad crap. We're going to give them the bomb in 10 years. We're going to make them a superpower over there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
It's the Shiite-Sunni conflict basically boils down to Saudi Arabia and Iran. That's it. So we're going to create like a counterbalance so that something's going to have to give over there.
Or
You know
World
what I
War III.
Well, the Saudis want. I don't know if they have the nuke yet, but they are so pissed at the thought of Iran getting it that they're going to scramble for it. They're definitely going to scramble for it.
Well,
Yeah,
without a
World
doubt,
War III, but do they want to still live? I mean, that's the other thing is like, you know,
well, their idea of living is, you know, 27 virgins and Allah. They want the
the
seventh
Saudi
Imam
royal
or
family's
whatever
idea of
show up.
living is like something we couldn't even imagine in our wildest fucking fantasies. You know what I mean? Like those people who are over there in power doing well for themselves, they're on another level, right? And then the guys, the religious elite in Iran, they're also very rich and powerful. Like I'm sure they're doing very well. Those dirtballs in the caves, those sheep fucker dudes, that's the vicious pit bull that they use against each other. You know what I mean? Like the people in power, you know, they're doing very well for themselves. You know what I mean? So they're having their pick of any woman, and from what I keep hearing, any little boy. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're into a lot over there. So they're doing whatever they want. They're living like kings, man. Like, you know, so.
Well,
and then these vicious pit bull motherfuckers is running around that they use to fight their proxy wars. You know, and those guys just live like savages, from what I keep hearing, dude.
Well, I mean, they're burning people in cages. They're chopping people's heads off. I mean, they are savages. But what's going on right now has to be addressed somehow. And right now, the guy we got, he ain't getting the job done, and he's allowing other people to do things that he should be doing because he wants a hands-off, hey, America isn't a significant country. We're no different than anybody else. Well, bullshit. You know, we are the United States, and we have a certain level of responsibility, not only to our own people, but to our allies. Now, I don't think we should be getting into World War III, but we should be keeping it from happening.
Can we?
Yeah. Can Trump do it? Because I'm pretty sure now he's going to be our next president. Either Trump or Hillary.
No.
Or is it above their pay grade? And when they get the job, someone steps in and says, look, we have about a 50-year plan. We have a 50-year plan for new countries over there. You take your $280,000 a year and be the president and leave this shit up to us because we know what the fuck we're doing. Trump's going to get knocked out in the primaries. He's not going to be an entity.
Who's going to knock him out though? Because they're shoving everybody to the side. It was pretty much between him and Carson, and now both of them are clowns. So everybody that was shouting Trump is still shouting Trump just because they don't want to look stupid, even though they look even dumber.
Think about who's really driving that. The media is driving that. They want Trump in there because they know that Trump is actually beatable, that he's a clown, that he's a carnival barker. And Carson is a smart guy. I like him, but is he presidential caliber? No, I like to see the guy.
He can't be elected though because the media is making him look like an idiot. So, you know, whether or not, you know, he
does a good job all by himself, talking with his eyes closed and talking about dinosaurs were put there by the devil and all this other shit I keep hearing about him.
Wasn't all that stuff that he said like 30 years ago or something?
Well, some of the stuff he says now, he just seems completely out of his league, dude. Like any one of us in this chat is more aware of what the fuck is going on. Maybe this guy spent 40 years in an operating room. He might have spent 30 years in an operating room separating babies' skulls. That doesn't mean he has a clue what the fuck is happening in the world. You know what I mean? Like, good for him.
What did Obama have? None. He was a troublemaker.
You are correct, sir. But now he's been the president of the United States for 7.5 years. So So that's on-the-job training. You know what I mean?
But don't you think that's a big hit against? Because look at what we got with Obama. He didn't have any fucking training. He was a half-term senator from Illinois who got his senatorship when he was a half-term senator in the Illinois legislature.
Yeah, from Bogdanovich or whatever the fuck his name was, right?
This is going to be like his first real job that he ever finishes if he lives till
sure. Okay, so the next look at Trump. Like what experience will Trump have?
Oh, I don't talk Trump because I hate Trump.
Okay, so I don't like him either. I
don't think either one of them
have a choice.
Let's think of some of the great presidents, right? I mean, seriously, think of some of them and just think what experience did they have. Go ahead.
Oh, all I said basically was if my choices are Trump or Hillary, it doesn't seem like I really have any choice.
None of the above?
Yeah, I still fall back in my Brewster's Millions.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. Sometimes it's like all you got is on the job.
That's exactly what the media hopes is that they're putting somebody like Trump in there so that people will go, well, not voting for that bastard. So
The
and then
only
that's automatically a vote for Hillary, basically.
I'll
Because
tell you
What
this,
is-
if you choose not to vote, then
the best thing with Trump in there right now is being an alleged front runner is between now and when the primaries start, they will eliminate Trump in the primaries, and Trump has taken all that flack. That way, a better candidate will move forward and not take as much flack going all the way up to that point. So when you got a jerk like Trump taking all the abuse, you get your candidate in there, and they've only got 6 months to go after the good candidate, like
He's
a
the shiny
Cruz.
apple.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a sacrificial lamb, I would hope.
Well, I don't know who they're going to put up because, on your point with what I think takes to be a great president is one qualification I haven't seen anybody other than what was his Jim Webb, whatever that guy's name was, have, and that's a veteran, right? Who's seen blood, not just somebody who's wore whatever branches symbols, but one who's seen blood. I think that's an important thing that makes a great president, and I'd like to see somebody put up somebody who's been there, done that.
Well, it'll be a while till that happens.
I think
And it's
that's
been a while
it's
since it happened.
I think it's an advantage, but yeah, you don't always get it because there's not always a war that there's going to be somebody that qualifies like that to come out of. But I think as long as I'd be down with somebody who doesn't need to necessarily have the experience, as long as they're appreciative of the experience and have people on their whatever team that have had the experience.
First Bush was a war veteran, so that may be the last guy.
Yeah, and Eisenhower and Nixon was a war veteran.
Kennedy, PT 109,
Kennedy was a war veteran, but we had good and bad presidents who were war veterans. I'm not saying that that's the only criteria, but
Teddy motherfucking Roosevelt.
Well, he was his own war veteran.
Hey, whatever, man. That's
Doesn't matter.
fucking balls, dude. You know what? You guys are fighting a war over there. You know what? I'm gonna pay to get my guys together, and we're gonna come down there and kick some ass.
And we're a volunteer unit, and I'm going to run it, and I'm going to do what I want.
Yeah, I mean it's insane. But was he Blackwater
any
before
different
there was
what's going-
Blackwater? Was he Halliburton before Halliburton?
how's that any
That's
different than guys
interesting.
going and fighting in Kurdish, fighting ISIL right now?
Right? They're going. There's
You know?
guys going on their own volition to go
Yeah.
join whatever they can join to go fuck some shit up over there.
Well, a lot of them I saw a thing just the other day where guys are talking about, I don't want to be here, but we freed this country once. I'm not letting them fuck. I'm not letting all the blood spilled on here be for nothing. And he was hurt. He was helping the Kurds.
And that's a big issue. We have screwed the Kurds over for like the last 20-some years. We're just
Easily.
we're not giving them the
Hey,
right
Brian?
support.
Because Turkey is a NATO nation, and that is why. When we got our missile batteries
Well,
there in
yeah.
Turkey, that is fucking why, and it's shitty. It's shitty.
Were those? Oh, no, it wasn't the Poseidon. What was it? The missile batteries we had. Minuteman we have over there.
I mean, it wasn't the Atlas or anything like that either, but
Titan?
it might have been Titan.
Yeah.
Titans
we
are
definitely have
intercontinental
that.
ballistic missiles that require a 9-story silo. I doubt we had Titans anywhere besides.
No, I'm pretty sure we did. And that was a big issue back in the, what was it, the 60s?
You make
Late
an
60s?
intercontinental ballistic missile so that you don't have to put it in the continent that you're trying to bomb.
Right.
They would be bombing us
So
if
maybe
they
it was Polaris or something.
It was an intermediate then?
What?
Yeah, and like
Titans
that.
are what they repurposed to shove like
Dome.
astronauts into space and stuff. They're massive.
Yep. You're right. You're
Okay.
right.
Wrong missile system then. It's kind of hard remembering those Cold War missile systems. When I first heard about them, I was told to hide under a desk. Duck.
We put the
and cover.
somebody was it Dead Horse? Somebody put the pictures or videos. There's like high def videos of testing, the nuclear bomb testing back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if the high def is new, but you see more detail than I guess grainy old films or whatever.
Oh, I love the grainy old films though. When I was a kid.
Well, sure, but there's like these views, you know, like from whatever New Mexico, wherever they were testing them, just when they were figuring out how these things worked and what they did and all that.
Oh,
So
yeah,
they've got footage of like from way far in the distance, the thing going off over on the right side of the screen, and then on the left side of the screen, there's like a bunch of whatever, like trees and houses and cars and shit, and you see, because it's all stopped, it's like super high speed, you see it happening in slow motion or whatever. Anyway, the trees, at least the trees that didn't just vaporize, they kind of, I don't know what happens, the ground moves and the trees like all moved away from the center of the explosion, however far the pressure pushed them. So like the ground and the tree and everything moved. Like it, you know, it wasn't sheared off and it didn't fall over. It just like moved the ground and everything out away from the explosion. So
Like
I'm
it
just,
moved the rug, basically.
yeah,
and
like
everything.
a tablecloth or something, and everything on the table moved with it. Anyway, whenever I saw that, I was like, holy shit, I imagine if you were in a position where you were going to not be vaporized or whatever, and, you know, that makes it seem like a tree is actually pretty fucking solid, because those trees basically stood up to a nuclear bomb fucking going on, literally.
And it looks like those are Jupiter missiles over in Turkey.
Is that what it was?
Air Force was never greatly interested in supporting Jupiter, but the missiles were deployed in Italy and Turkey in 1961 as part of NATO's Cold War deterrent against the Soviet Union.
Now, I think if we've got the technology to put missiles on Jupiter, that we would have done something else like somebody or something.
You guys remember that? What was that nuke map? Someone in Gun Channels put on nukemap.com. Go check out the Tsar Bomba. It's like something that the Russians have or had tested,
It's
and
the
it's
biggest
like
one that ever went off.
it's like fucking 100 times bigger than whatever we ever had. That was, you know,
They're
on
the
top.
biggest of what we had.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts, dude. Tsar Bomba, EOMBA.
I do remember that. That was a great little website or whatever, right? Because then didn't the other one, it would show all the first strike paths and everything like that? Was that the same one?
This would we used like a Google map, and you could pick what type of bomb from all the ones in existence or ones that were tested, down to like a dirty nuke.
And watch
And
its
then
effect.
you detonate it, and then watch the effect.
Like the
It'll
fallout.
calculate the
remember
death.
that one,
It was
yeah.
crazy. It was crazy. It's nuke map.
Now,
Tsar
anybody-
Bomba basically took out the East Coast, like one bomb. Like it was fucked up.
Now, who all remembers the day after?
I do.
Yeah, I was in school, like
What
elementary
is that,
school. I
Jason
think.
Robards?
I don't remember, but I can remember the day after it.
Yeah, because everybody was scared as shit when that movie came out when they realized, hey, this is what's going to happen if the Russians nuke us.
You guys remember this movie Miracle Mile with the nerdy guy from like St. Elsewhere or whatever the fuck he is. He's like always played a doctor.
Thanks,
But
Ed.
Miracle Mile is about like this guy in LA who just like picks up a payphone on the street by accident, and someone's like, hey, you know, like the nuclear bomb's been attacked, you know, like launched or whatever. We're under attack. Like get to the helicopter or whatever. Just like an ordinary guy like picked up the wrong phone number, you know, wrong call, and it was like in the
Get
80s
to the
and stuff.
chopper.
It was fucking awesome. Yo, there was a chopper. It was crazy. Like it was what a good, excellent movie, man. If you have
And
never
there's
seen
the
it,
link to what you're talking about in the internal and external, the nuke map.
yeah, but more importantly, check out Miracle Mile. It's one of my favorite movies.
Have you
what
seen?
year?
It's from like 88, maybe 80, 89.
I don't
Anthony,
think
I want to say Anthony Daniels, but that's CP3O. I don't know who the fuck this guy was. Miracle Mile movie.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Miracle Mile in LA. And it was awesome.
Now, did you see By Dawn's Early Light?
No.
I think that was the one with Powers Booth and Rebecca De Mornay. I mean, there was a lot of great Cold War movies. By Dawn's Early Light, Dr. Strangelove. I mean, that was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, that was
Peter
old.
Sellers.
I remember a
Um,
TV movie, America, with a K. Who? Chris Christopherson was in it.
That would have been late 70s, maybe?
Yeah, ABC Movie of the Week kind of thing, or Don't remember if it was a multi-parter. Shit. Really burning up some brain cells there. Trying to
Fear porn. Like, imagine being in second grade, like, learning about that, and, like, being like, no, just act like everything's cool, okay? Like, you might get blown the fuck up any second. Worse, you'll survive. Like, what's, you know, like, any kind of scenario where it's, like, probably worse to live through it. Great to tell little kids in kindergarten, first grade.
But that led to nuclear paranoia back in the late 70s, early 80s, where they even diagnosed that as a condition because you were so afraid that the world was going to end. I mean, the quickest the world would have ended was during the Bay of Pigs, or the Cuban Missile Crisis, rather.
No,
so you think it's complete?
No, there was a point in the 80s, in 83, 84, where the Russians were really afraid Reagan was going to start a fucking war, and they were ready to launch first strike.
You don't think we're anywhere near that shit
When
now?
I was in middle school, it was like almost every day. Like during the early '80s, it was like almost every day. There stuff is like communists in your soup and shit. It was the fear mongering was just insane. It was every day. It was like somebody was going to say something about the possibility of a nuclear strike.
Well, what was it, like mutual assured destruction, or whatever the fuck it was? It was like, so it's like such a
Reagan
deterrent.
was appealing to the American people, remember? So the fucking Russians were taking what he was saying seriously, and he was kind of serious, but not totally. He had a broader plan, an economic way of destroying them, right? Rather than doing it militarily.
Do you remember when Reagan got in trouble for his radio address? And there's probably video of that where it was before they had turned the mic on. Well, the mic was actually on. He had a hot mic, and he said, "Yes, we'll be nuking Moscow here in about 2 minutes." And everybody got pissed at him for the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And believe me, the Russians took that shit seriously.
Oh yeah.
And that was that last rush of. I mean, they made a damn TV show about it again on A&E or like The Walking Dead or whatever. One of those cable channels made a TV show about it.
Is there really like documentation that before the Cold War they decided let's bankrupt them by making them get into an arms race, or was that like halfway through we're like, hey, wait a minute, we don't even have to finish this, we're going to bankrupt them because they're dumb?
That came up halfway through, yeah.
That's what I kind of figured.
We gave them a lot more credit. Remember, they were our partners in World War II, and we gave them 90% of their technology, and then we fought against them. I mean, Patton was ready to go to war, and we ended up having to split up the Nazi scientists, who they're engineers and scientists. We're still learning shit from stuff they figured out. Well, at least came up with the idea of that. You know what I mean? Like night vision and stuff like that.
That was a capture frenzy during war.
Yeah. But that's what led to the arms race. And communism wasn't the better way to produce an industrious society. Right? And that's where they fucked up. Even though they could put out more AKs, the AK is about the best thing that ever came out of the fucking Soviets.
Well, you remember...
Nobody's remembering their cars.
Ladas and Trabbies. You remember The Right Stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember the scene near the beginning, I think it was, where they basically said our Germans are better than their Germans. That's why we're going to get out in space first.
Yeah, and we didn't, right? They were able to shoot,
exactly.
They were able to use
they launched Sputnik, and then the first manned.
But that was enough to scare the shit out of the Americans. That was enough to scare the shit out of us to make us dump a ton of money into it, right? And go, we know what'll do it. Money will do it.
Yeah, they can send a satellite out in space in the 1950s. What else can they send? A missile,
Yeah. So. But that's all that greater geopolitical. I mean, who knows why it ends up that way?
So, at the urging of others, I've been watching this show about a guy in a high chair, where the Japanese and the Germans.
That's a good. How far?
Oh, the guy in the high tower, the man in the high tower.
Man in the High
Yeah.
Castle.
Yeah,
Only-
High Castle. Yeah,
only
that's a
2
Philip K.
episodes
Dick
in.
book.
I've seen the first one.
I'm
Are
only
they-
2 episodes in.
How many episodes in?
2? I think there's like 12 or something.
10.
Okay, so I'm
Well,
barely.
I haven't gotten a chance to watch it. I read the book.
I fucking loved it, bro. It's not like it's action packed or anything like that, but whether it's alternate history or spy shit
It's a
or
lot of CGI.
well, you have
No.
to repaint America in 1962, where the Nazis and the Axis powers won in 47 instead of us winning in 45. So,
Yeah.
like,
Hold
there's
on,
that
so
much time.
I didn't know that part. So it's supposed to be in the 60s?
Yeah.
Like 62, I think.
At the
Okay,
very
I knew it was
beginning of
more
the first
modern, but I
episode,
thought
they
it
give
was
you a
supposed to-
date.
Oh, I missed that, I guess. I thought
Yeah.
it was supposed to be like today, and they would just like shitty, so they don't. Their shit was
Nah.
like. So it's just back a few years back still.
Yep.
Didn't somebody make? Well, yeah, I know Phil did the book, but didn't somebody else do a movie about that over? Damn, I can't remember. Somebody else did a similar movie where the Nazis won.
Well, there's the Nazi on the moon one. It's like
I would
comic.
say Iron. Is that Iron?
Oh, you're right. There was Rutger Hauer was in that movie.
Yeah,
But this
yeah,
one-
real early.
The Reich or something like that.
Something like that. Real early in his career, he was
Yeah.
like a cop in Nazi Germany. In the
Yeah,
60s.
yeah.
But this
Yeah, it was
one
like
is
The Reich or something.
it's like. Do you have Netflix?
Yeah.
So you've seen like the Daredevil and the Orange and
Well,
Black.
no, I actually I know the like I said, I read the book and I know the thing you're talking about. Amazon Prime has paid to have this or bought the rights to
Right.
this show.
So they
Yeah,
did it
they're
really
pimping it.
well, like how Netflix puts money and production value into it. So it looks really good, like highly produced thing, and it looks whatever they call it, like authentic to the '60s, but then authentic in a way where instead of being like American flags on stuff, it's Nazi shit on everything because it's basically they.
Yeah, but it's like a cross.
Right,
of the
except the
two
West
flags,
Coast is all Japanese, right?
Yeah, they divided
So-
at the Rockies. That's the neutral zone where like Red Dawn's happening, I think, and then half of the country or most of the country's Nazis, and then part is Japanese, and they don't like each other, and they're both suspect each other, and then I guess there's probably the dynamic of us in the Rockies, but everybody is just sort of like.
What are you guys talking about?
The
This
Man in the High
TV show
Castle.
on
Yeah.
Amazon Prime, or a series, I guess, 10 shows.
Yeah.
You know what
what's it
weird?
called? Sorry, what? I'm way behind.
It's got a long name.
They're only in like episode 2, right?
Okay.
No,
Nazis taking over America.
You can watch all 10. I just haven't only got episode 2.
Oh.
Yeah, it's based
Is
on
it-
a book that was written back in the 80s, 70s by
Yeah,
the
the
guy
book
who-
is
by
the
the
book
guy
is
who
a
did
lot
Blade Runner.
more detailed and a lot more. There's a lot more to it, but the series, from what I've seen of it so far, it holds to the book pretty well. There are some deviations, but it's pretty bang on for what the book was as far as getting the meat out of it.
I've
So is it
only
going
watched.
to end, or are they going to do 2 seasons? Or is this going to be one and done?
I don't want to say until you watch it because if I say, then you won't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've only seen the first episode of that, but what's weird is
That was the
I guess-
pilot. That was what
The
kind of
pilot.
got voted on to either make the series or not make the series. So that pilot did so well that they said, "Yeah, we'll fund these 10 episodes or whatever."
well, what's kind of weird about that first one is they basically kind of let you know that the movie that she's watching is a fake movie, which I kind of what I was thinking was this was the way history was, but then something happened, or they said they nuked like DC or whatever, and I thought that was like the real timeline, and then they nuked us, and then that was it. But I guess that's supposed to be an alternate or fake story within the
Well, no,
timeline.
if you watch the pilot, that
Yeah.
was actual like propaganda film from our world in real life. That was
that was real or that they made up.
no, like literally in our real world, like
Oh,
us.
yeah, that was
all
real.
that.
Yeah, that was
That
real
was
file footage.
real.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't know.
But their spin on that is that that real file footage from our time is actually something that they made in a Hollywood studio.
Well, that's what the one side is trying to say. The other side's trying to say that no, this is the way it was. So that was just in the pilot.
Yeah.
And it goes from there.
I'm on episode 7, so I guess I'm further.
Oh, right on.
Okay.
But they haven't. I don't know the answer to that. Whatever you're asking.
No, you won't. You won't. You gotta go all the way, G. You know what I mean?
I read the synopsis on Wikipedia to try to figure it out because I was kind of interested.
But don't spoil it though.
Well, I know it's the synopsis.
What if they really did win, and they said they didn't win, and we're living in that world, and they took over S.H.I.E.L.D. and shit with the.
Well, shit. Well, was it Kierkegaard or the other Swede?
Hydra. Hail
no, I
Hydra.
was gonna say, he's the one that said we all live in the waking dream anyway. So I mean, technically that means that none of this shit is real anyway.
See, that's why every once in a while I reach behind my neck and pull just in case.
That's right. Am I plugged in? Or like in the cell with Jennifer Lopez, you press the palm of your hand.
Well, that's an awesome premise, man. I always wonder, like, because wasn't he telling his wife at the time, Hitler, like, I'm gonna make you a star, baby, just drop the top, like, drop the top, I want to see them titties or something like that. Or maybe he didn't say that.
That and here hit this meth pipe.
No, but basically, yeah, he was saying like, we're gonna take over Hollywood, and I'm gonna make you a movie star and all this stuff, and like, I don't know. I heard stories like that.
Hey, that Rutger Hauer movie was Fatherland.
Fatherland. Okay, I'm gonna see if that's free.
That was in the '80s.
Oh yeah.
See if that's free on YouTube.
It's 84. No, 94. I'm sorry, 94.
Wow, really? I thought it was much older than that.
No, it was in between Wedlock and in Buffy. Or no, that's out of order. I'm sorry, but yeah, it says 1994.
Wow.
So strange.
So if the Nazis would have won, imagine how mean Matlock would have been. He'd have been like a stop.
You'd have been shooting people in the courtroom.
What the fuck would have happened? For real? I mean, I guess, does this book really go in depth? Like, make sense? Like, okay, that makes sense.
It's in that setting, and then it's like a spy mystery.
Okay.
But if you've already seen how like the country is set up and how things are working, G, you can tell that by 1962, if they did win in 47, that a lot of it was making sense and how ingrained things were and all of that by that time. So, like the way they set it up, it makes sense the way they got it set up in my mind, anyway.
Are the Americans like, hey, we were wrong, like they were right, or are they like, oh, this sucks?
To watch because it shows like through just their like the one guy's driving a truck across the country, let's say. So you see, like as he stops for gas, the way people have basically just the same way like if a Democrat or a Republican comes into office, you're like, yeah, whatever. Like people are just like, yeah, whatever. We got Nazis now. Like remember back in the old days.
Well, they stop them to see their papers and all that. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're Nazis. It's just an interesting show because it's not like Iron Sky is like total comedy parody farce.
Right.
This is like legitimately like you're asking what would it be like? This show, like it has a real vivid like.
Like it might have worked out exactly like he's trying to show you.
And it's just
well, they would have had to kill a lot of Americans to get to that point, like in 20 years.
I don't think it could have happened because there's just.
They talked about how they had to.
They nuked DC.
Washington DC.
Oh,
well, there was also critical things that didn't happen.
Yeah, we didn't get the bomb first. They did.
Okay.
There was things that didn't happen for us that did happen for them.
Did they explain this stuff, or did I miss it?
Well, it was here and there.
The book explained it a lot better because there were more details in the book that they just used like establishing shots or you just saw like.
That's what I thought actually after it is that I think I am going to get the book just so I might even go watch all 10 episodes one more time after I read the book because it was that interesting too. It's cerebral.
In that first episode, they said they nuked New York, or not New York, but the DC, I think.
But I was under the same thing as you. I figured, okay, so what really happened was this is really just the results of a giant Nazi propaganda campaign. We really won the war somehow. They got us duped or something. So
in that first episode, that's one of the potentials for sure out of that first episode.
It's
You know what I
confusing,
mean?
but it's interesting.
Yeah, it keeps you
Yeah.
guessing. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to keep you guessing up until the end, and then at the end you're going to go, what?
And what's weird is like the whatever that would be, the dichotomy between the crazy ass version of Nazi America and then the crazy ass version of Imperial Japanese America, which is like the whole West Coast is like weird Japan, Hong Kong
Stand
thing.
out, yeah.
That wouldn't make sense because like they would really expect you to worship the emperor and all that stuff. Right?
Well, you do.
Yeah, and everybody speaks Chinese or Japanese and like does their courtesy, their cultural like bowing and everything, and
Like basically, they got invaded by Japan. The West Coast got invaded by Japan, and that's why they took it all the way to the Rockies or whatever.
This is hogwash.
And
This is why I didn't like.
Listen,
This
Mr.
is-
Lippy. Listen.
This is
Listen. You just watch it. Take 10 hours of your life at some point
I'm
and you
gonna,
watch
I'm
it,
gonna.
and then come back with a book report,
on the
Mr.
Fucking Jessica Jones was what, an hour an episode?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that just zapped my like 13 hours I did watching that shit. And towards the end, I was getting I broke the what do they call it, suspension of disbelief, when at some point I'm like, you would have killed that cocksucker 3 episodes away. You would have, like, why are you keeping?
far have you
Come
watched
on, man. Like,
You
I'm
watched
done now. Yeah, I finished it. But like at some point, it's like it doesn't. It's so like if they invaded the West Coast and we're in the 60s, what is that? 15 years later, they
Yeah,
would
like it's
they'd
basically saying they won in
to
47.
get
so-
Americans to the point where they're bowing to the emperor would take fucking forever. It would take
Well, but
50,
that's the
60
thing.
years.
They had invaded already, and like I said, they won the war. Not fought the war in America. They
Oh, I get
won
it.
the war in
They won it.
47.
Right.
So you know that.
But Americans, when they got to our soil, would have been fighting for probably 20 years.
Oh, and they did. They didn't dispute
Oh, okay,
any
okay.
part of that. They just said that we lost badly.
Oh,
Is what they
Invaded
said.
at like Virginia Beach or someplace.
Yeah, I don't remember where that was, but
Some dudes is like, what they doing over there?
Then, because I think if Bloomberg was around, then we'd fucking lose because we wouldn't have nothing to fight him.
oh, the
No, I was thinking we would worship Bloomberg. Like, he could be our king and, like, lead us to victory with his money.
Yeah.
His secret money
it's
weapon.
different. It's different how the Japanese treat their subjects, and it's different how the Russian or the Germans treat their subjects. It's totally different, man. Like one of the funny things that I saw was, it's kind of like if you're a Japanese national or whatever, you are technically more important than the American that may be in front of you or next to you. So.
Well, how long would it take them to... Well, I don't know how many Jews were in America at that point, but they would still want to kill all the Jews, still kill all the blacks. African Americans.
No, it is the rule, DB, actually, that there's still a death sentence out for Jews on both sides, whether you're on the Nazi side or the Japanese side.
What's that? What's this stuff in the air? They're like, oh, that's the hospital.
Yeah.
What's that? Oh, they're just
What
burning
about...
the floor.
How do they address blacks, African Americans?
They kill them, and they're like,
Okay, so they're going to kill them too.
No, there were black people on the bus that she got on the West Coast.
Well, I
So
mean,
the Japanese might not have hated blacks the way.
but they go around saying like, hey, if you give us any lip, we're going to give you to the Nazis, and they'll kill you. So
Yep,
you should
straight
be happy
up.
that you do whatever we tell you, or else we're going to just give you the Nazis. Because the Nazis kind of are the boss of the Japanese a little bit anyway.
Well, they are
have
more
sort of-
technologically advanced than the Japanese. They had the bomb.
and the Japanese are kind of pissed, and they're plotting. At least at where I'm at, they're plotting, and the Nazis are plotting to take the Japanese part, and then I'm assuming the Americans are trying to come back.
But what happened to Canada?
America, Canada.
Canada.
That shit became. They made one gigantic brewery, I think, out of that fucker.
Elsinore Brewery.
They gave it to the McKenzie brothers, and then they
know it,
fucking
Alright.
pissed the fucking, they drank
I
all the
knew
beer
I
and
had
pissed
one
on
brother
it.
out there. Thank you, DB. I knew I had one brother out there.
There's a mouse in the bottle.
Right? So, like, you gotta give me free beer, eh? Wait, and that's not even fair. The Canadian guy left. That's not even fair.
Max von Sydow was the brewmaster.
That'll be 24 Elsinore, please.
Yeah.
Free?
I was talking about that earlier tonight. I'm trying to get the bar down here to start carrying it.
Carrying what?
Labatt.
Oh, the blue or other?
Yeah, Labatt Blue.
That shit always tastes like piss water, man. Like, I can't take any of that beer anymore.
By the
Once
time
you
I
start
get down to Atlanta, of course it does.
Yeah, once you start drinking real, like, American microbrewery stuff, all that stuff just tastes like skunk water,
I still like Guinness.
True that.
That's Guinness.
Oh,
And if
Guinness ain't no fucking joke. I'm talking about, like, Labatt's and Budweiser and
Texas,
Heineken.
I want a Shiner Bock, dude. If I'm in
Budweiser's like foamy water. I
Yeah.
used to like it a long time ago, but then I started drinking microbrews, and I pretty much I
Yeah.
can't even drink those. Once like some of them that used to be small started getting bigger and mass producing,
Mhm.
it's like they just turned to crap. They're
Yeah,
not
they
good
lost,
anymore.
they lost their specialty.
Yeah.
Earlier mustache brews.
Yankee. Where's my patch, dude? I called the police,
This
man.
information look like your information?
I'm on my phone, number one. Number two, yo, take that down. Yes, take it down.
I'm not
Take it
showing
down.
anything but
Take
your
it down.
zip
Take
code.
it down.
Not
Take
showing
it down,
anything
man.
but
I'm
your
called the. Look, man, I called the police already, man. They're gonna handle it.
They're on their way.
They're on their way. You got 5 minutes, dude.
The
Fax
federal
me the
post
fucking patch.
Not about the Better Business Bureau?
It says the fucking it says the fucking crack house you used as an address is not deliverable.
I'm in the trap, man. I'm in the trap. I'm in the trap. I'll text message you or email you an address. That's my address. Maybe that was my post office box, right? The crack. But no, I was gonna say, I knew I bought one. I was just gonna let it slide, man. I was gonna
There's
be like,
two
fuck
in
that.
here. It looks like you bought two.
Yeah, we were just talking about the AK decks. G-Web's the AK-47 card deck.
I'm pretty sure that was
I
all
was
just
like,
a scam.
Yeah, I thought, like, come on, that's a joke, dude. When we were talking about it, I was like, yeah, it's fucking Yankee, man, stealing money.
What?
Is there an update on the AKs?
That's a project like that's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to print those decks.
No, I know it will. You said you were talking about it. Is there some type of update?
No, someone just asked me the other day if I knew anything about them. I was just like, oh, that's going to take a while.
DB's
You
just
said
trolling.
December a little earlier.
I'm still waiting on my passport.
Nice.
Yeah, you're getting that money, dude.
Where are you going that doesn't have extradition, my friend?
Going straight to Venezuela.
Better work on your Portuguese.
Venezuela, man. That's where you can
Oh,
live for,
man,
like,
Brazil. What are you talking about, Venezuela? Venezuela.
Kickstarter money.
Yeah, you got to find him to extradite him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
First, you just find the 20 hookers that he pays to live with him first, and then.
And no one knows what he looks like, so, I mean,
Right?
he's
It'd be pretty easy, yeah.
No, I know what he looks like.
Man,
One
I
time
know
his camera went on, and I was like, holy shit.
I know
Whoa,
I
what
was
happened?
tired today because I got a call from my FFL saying, hey, that gun you ordered is in. And I started to go get it, and I went, no, I'm going to take a nap instead. So if I chose a nap over going and picking up a new gun, you know I was tired today.
Now, do we get to know what it is, or is it going to be in the video, and we got to wait?
It's a new white Rhino.
Right on, you went for it. You know, I just saw that they're supposed to be on sale, so I hope you got a decent price.
I did.
Good man, good man.
See, I was actually expecting you, Dave, to say, I didn't even know I ordered a gun.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, right. I was drunk.
I will have to say, I got this in the mail the other day, and I couldn't figure out what the fuck this was. It got sent to me by Remington. I'm like, I haven't ordered anything from Remington. Why did they send me this? And it is a piece for a Remington shotgun. I'm like, I don't even own a fucking Remington shotgun. And then I went, or do I own a Remington shotgun? And apparently I had bought a Remington shotgun about a year ago. I even showed it in a video, took it out of the box and showed it in a video, put it back in the box, sent it over here to the side, and when we cleaned up the garage about 8 or 9 months ago, it got stuck in storage and I forgot I had it.
Well, at least you figured out what that email was. I remember about a week ago you were talking about you got an email saying that your order had shipped.
And I didn't order this, though, so I wonder if this is something they just shipped everybody that bought that gun or something.
Yeah,
It's the Freedom Group.
you got more trade, right? Because from what I was hearing on that last chat you guys had about selling guns, you use them for trade items, which is awesome.
Well, it's just an action support. It's just a guide for a support bar for the action bar. So I'm like, I don't know why they sent me one, but
Recall, maybe. I don't know.
must have been, or something must be wrong with the other ones. A lot of people take those out. So I forgot I have that Remington 877, the one that looks like a fucking Klingon.
Yeah, who's the host, man? Who's the host of this chat? Is this Pink Panthers or no?
We call this lobby. Yeah, pink.
Pinks, yeah, pink. Yeah. Well, I heard like from now on, like don't buy Remington shotguns and stuff until they get their shit straightened out because of the Freedom Group. Something about this like nasty group of villains, like Bond villains that buy gun companies and fill everything with MIM parts and outsource
Well, they're moving out of
parts
New York.
Yeah,
That's true.
The one that looks like a fucking Klingon because it's got that ridge across the top of it.
Did you ever shoot
I didn't even know. They don't even make their own barrels, dude.
No, I never shot it. I forgot I bought it. Never been
Someone
looked.
told me, is this true that Mossberg makes their barrels? Because that's pretty embarrassing, if that's the truth.
I don't know. I know Mossberg makes barrels for a lot of different companies, but I don't know if they make theirs or not.
Yeah, I heard they did, and that's pretty fucked up.
Did I miss anything exciting and never enough chat tonight?
Yeah, someone got arrested.
About time.
It got there. It got to that point.
Did
First-
Chris Hansen show up at Edges, or what was it?
Nah, so someone forgot to say something PC, and then we heard sirens and shit, and it was over. No, nothing bad happened.
Yeah, those flashbangs going off just before his mic cut didn't mean much.
Yeah.
We talked about so many subjects.
PBR did say that, didn't he? And he hasn't been back.
You know what I always say, if you ain't got nothing to fear from the PC police, then why do you care if the PC police are listening?
I don't care. I say the same thing. I respect everybody until they, steal something from me or something like that. I don't know.
I'm a little bit different. I say I hate everybody, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, is that PC?
I don't hate people, I don't hate anybody, I just don't give two shits about 99.9% of the people.
I hear
PC back
you.
when I was a kid
It's
was like
too much
the book
energy
burners.
to hate people.
Yeah.
They're literally the book burners.
That would give
when I
them
was a kid.
too much credit. That would have given them way too much of my time.
Yeah.
I hope they realize that. Like, eventually they're going to go down in history as the book burning, Elvis record burners. Like, there's so much in common with those kind of people.
What are you talking about?
Just
like
the
Boris
PC
wife?
police, Like the PC police that are like, just really, really offended by everything and want everything taken off the TV or radio and
Yeah, Tipper
all these
Gore.
crazy-
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
they're like,
that-
they're common.
I don't see any point in ever being offensive to people, but jokes aren't offensive to me. Things that aren't meant with malice aren't offensive to me. It's only offensive if you mean something maliciously. If you make a joke or you say something good-natured or if you say something that's ironically funny because it's a ridiculous stereotype, that's not offensive. It's funny. It's only
Here's an example, because I know you're an atheist, right? I used to be. I'm a reformed atheist now. I believe in something. But there was a kid who died in a car accident where I live, right? And there was on the side of the road they put some roses and shit and some candles, and they had a cross. And this fucking group of atheists got together and got offended and demanded that this cross was removed from the side of the road. And they don't understand how close they are to the Westboro Baptist Church at that point. It's a real fine line there between total nutjob evangelical and total nutjob atheist,
Yeah,
and how similar they become.
Wouldn't bother me. It would bother me if the county decided to put a cross up in front of the courthouse on public property, yeah, that bothered me. If someone else puts a cross on someone's grave or memorial site, why would that bother anybody?
Well, I guess it was public. It was on the thruway or something. So
Yeah,
it
it's
wasn't.
public property, and it's an individual expressing an opinion. It's not a government entity or anything like that expressing an opinion. It's an individual.
Well, Yankee, as you well know, some people live to be offended.
And even if I am offended, who gives a shit?
Well, but some people like to let other people know that they're offended, right? And it doesn't matter. And you can take that from anybody: atheist, liberal, right wing,
Yeah.
left wing, whatever.
Hey, Mule Team, were you in the city when the black Israelites used to stand on the corner and shit, in like
Oh
Times
yeah, they
Square
were
and all
fun to
this?
talk to down on Times Square. Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
By
So
the
when
Howard
you walk by, they'd
Johnsons.
be like, they would just start screaming at you, like, "You white devil! You white faggot! Like, you white devil! Like, you fucking..." They're calling you every name in the book. And they were outside of my college, and I had to deal with them every day. And sometimes
They probably wouldn't
I
yell
went
that
to college on
They probably wouldn't yell
Lexington
that
in
at
the
you so much
50s.
TV if you weren't sucking some guy's dick in the parking lot.
No, yeah, I was like, how did you know? But no, seriously, dude, it was like, it was super offensive, super hardcore. And if nowadays, I wonder if they're still there. Like, because
So where was your safe space throughout all of this?
I went to Hunter.
Oh,
But
okay.
they would just hang out. They would just hang out there all the fucking time. There was
You
no
always
safe
had me thinking
space.
you were a cop.
Well, did you
No,
open?
no.
Did you open a dialogue? Did you open a dialogue about your feelings?
No. Any white person that would walk by them, if they were in the mood or at that point in their, whatever you want to call it. Nowadays, you call it hate speech. I'd just be like, oh, the fuck, they're talking their shit. And the whole thing was about, like, white people were the devil, and they were Edomites, and they had charts of the 12 tribes of Judah, and not one of those tribes is a white person, and white people came from the cave, and they were devils, and the worst scum of the planet. And
Hold up your credit card and go, "Good credit, bitch."
no, I had no credit.
No, at that time, the funny part was
They had better credit than he did.
Yeah, they would wear these crazy costumes, like they were dressed as like maybe
like George Clinton.
Yeah, they look like Parliament Funkadelic.
Yeah,
It was crazy, dude. It was really crazy.
Hey, didn't Parliament Funkadelic sing "Flashlight"?
Oh yeah, for sure. That was just Parliament. Or that
The
might have been
funniest part about it is to the left of the guy, there's a tranny hooker, and to the right of the guy, there's a guy selling weed and crack. Right? As you're walking down Broadway at the intersection of Times Square.
Sounds like my kind of neighborhood.
Oh,
They would
Times
say
Square
shit
was
like all
awesome in the
white
80s.
men. Like, look at that white faggot. He'd be like, all white people suck dick. All white people suck dick. That's fact. Like, but now read from the scripture. And they would just like, it'd be like, Jesus Christ. So anyway, my point is this.
I'd have been like, "Are you hitting on me?"
We used to sit there and talk. There were people that would sit there and engage in conversation with these people. And sometimes it would get crazy. Like, I remember one time someone threw a bottle at them. They don't care. You know what I mean? Like, but it was just, anyway, nowadays I think at this point, that would be, like, because I was, what Matt was talking about tonight was like the thing that happened at the school in Missouri, I guess. I read about this where someone used a lighter or something to make a swastika in the bathroom of a college somewhere. And at some point, they wanted the dean to step down because he didn't do enough.
He did.
Well, I know he did, but I'm saying, like, could I make the dean step down because some black Israelite was fucking standing down their corner and, like, screaming?
What I read about it is, a dick was being a dick. He's not used to it.
Yeah, George Clinton, man, he's the man.
But what I read, I don't know if it's true or not. What I read is because the reason he stepped down is because he didn't respond to the complaints, and when they found out he hadn't responded to the complaints, the board of directors got all pissed off.
I can understand he was like, look, it's a swastika, and I'm cool with that, or like, you know, a janitor should have went in there and painted over the fucking
Right?
swastika.
Yeah, you have the
That's about it.
janitorial staff go in and you handle it.
Yeah,
That's about it.
If you were the director of the school, the president of the school, you say, "We won't tolerate this shit. We're gonna go paint over it. This is disgusting." You know.
Which is kind of what he did. He got it taken care of. But it seems like that kid who went on the hunger strike, right, the one with the super rich daddy, he kept pressing the point and pulling up different different little minor incidents, but makes them into a major snowball on Mizzou's
Right.
campus.
And some of those incidents were like an Indian girl was walking on the street and someone said something bad to her. Like,
Well,
you know,
yeah,
so
and-
stuff that the dean has no real control over.
Right,
Or
stuff
like-
that was happening in town where they're getting flipped off and, whatever, the southern, whatever's happening, right? Either racial epitaphs, who the hell knows, getting thrown, the finger or whatever, but those were part of the complaints too.
Yeah.
Well,
But
we all know
Poor
know
guy.
racism exists,
Yes.
but the fact that it exists doesn't equate to condemnation of it. It doesn't mean that we're supporting it or condoning it or okay with it. It just means you can accept the reality that it exists and accept the reality that you're never going to be able to stop it without being in favor of it.
Yes.
I mean, the fact that he didn't run out there and throw himself in the street and cry because someone said something off color to a lady of brown skin doesn't mean that he in any way supported it.
Yeah, it was just
But
super
they don't want to
offensive
hear
stuff.
that kind of a logical argument right now, Yankee. You're making.
Well, the school's reaction to it pretty much gave them a whole lot of power right there, because him stepping down gave power to both the idiot who did that to begin with, and then anybody else that perpetrated anything that they've complained about, and then it's given power to the people complaining.
Well, and I would be
Yeah,
also
the whole-
willing to bet. I'd be willing to bet if you paid close attention and knew the inside story, this is probably a president of the university that 4 of the 9 board of directors just hate his fucking guts, and this was enough of a thing to get a 5th one to hate his fucking guts, or at least temporarily, so they get rid of somebody they wanted to get rid of anyway.
Well, I'm sure he's got a golden parachute, and by the time the media uproar was happening, he was ready to go. He's like,
Oh
"Go."
yeah, he'll probably have to do with his 20 or 30 million they give him, and till the next job he gets.
Well, from what I understand, the activists, crybabies, complainers, whatever you want to call them, they've pretty much just stepped up their game since that guy stepped down. It's even worse now because they feel like that they're a force to be reckoned with, and they have a list of demands.
Yeah, well, there's the funny part that the budget for the school for that particular college is coming up in the Missouri State House, so that's going to be fun to watch.
Well, I hate to bring back the Chicago thing, but like they indicted this guy, or what, I don't know if they indicted him. They arrested him. He's being held on no bond. This cop, and they're charging him with first-degree murder.
Oh, there are
with no
protests
bond.
in the street.
And that's when you want to go act crazy in the streets, like.
The only reason they're charging him with first-degree murder is because they'll never get a jury to convict of first degree.
Of course not. I told my family that tonight. I was like, he's going to beat that charge. That's fucked up. That's called overcharging.
That's why they do it. They charge for that, then they won't allow consideration of a lesser charge, and then he'll have to be let go.
Right.
But I said this tonight too. He will be in jail for the next year. His life will be ruined.
Yeah, his career's over.
Yeah, he's finito, and he
The
definitely.
only reason why he was charged was because they were releasing the video. That's the only reason why he was
Oh, I
charged.
thought
They
it was
didn't
in
charge him for
conjunction.
the whole year.
Here's the whole thing, though. From what I saw on the video, and from what I read of the testimony, and from what I read of the inside investigation, it was clear he should have been charged with at the least, a negligent homicide from day one. And they kind of admit in the stuff that they're like, yeah, he should have been, he should be charged. But they're like, but we're not gonna. And then when the video gets released, because a reporter goes and uses the Freedom of Information Act to force the video be released, they went, oh, you know what? We are going to charge him. So basically, they were like, we're not going to make one of our own abide by the law until they were forced to make one of their own abide by the law.
And you know why they didn't charge him is because it was an election year and Rahm Emanuel was on the ballot, and there was no way in hell he was going to have that big of a scandal with all the other scandals going on in his administration.
Rahm Emanuel's the biggest. He is a fucking slug in a suit. He's like one of the worst people.
Welcome to Chicago.
I can't believe anyone would vote for that piece of trash.
I just saw some special about his head of education. Like being
Yeah, she
she's
got
going away
arrested
for like
for-
15 years or something.
Yeah, for fraud
And they had a program that was like a small program to help principals be better principals, and she just basically used it as her personal bank account, and it was like millions of dollars in this account, and he helped cover it up, and then like basically his office, yeah, he handpicked her as well for the job.
Yes,
It's
and
just
that's
a
another, but
nightmare.
that's another thing that didn't come out until after the election.
Yeah.
So they made
I
sure
don't-
he got elected again.
I don't really see how there could be waste like that in the Chicago public schools.
Me neither. I've seen video of them, and it looks like a fucking jail. So.
Well, it's
you know.
theft. It's not waste. They're not wasting it. They're stealing it, right? So they're not using it anywhere. They're
But I'm
paying
just
it.
saying, that's such
anyway,
a
that's
tightly
like a-
run ship. I just don't see anyone being able to get away with something like that.
Yeah, that's such an inflammatory word, theft. It's actually what it's called is illegal appropriation.
Yes, illegal reappropriation.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know how well, I can tell you for sure that Osama bin Laden is dead. Why? Because he voted for Rahm Emanuel in the last election.
I love that meme. I saw that the other day and I just cracked right up.
Well, his brother is like Ari Gold or whatever from Entourage or something. So that's what people say. Like, oh, well, his brother's a funny guy. They made him.
Rahm Emanuel's just a sleazebag. If you look into his past, he is like the sleaziest of the sleazy.
Yeah, he was a Clinton sleazebag.
Yep. Chief of staff.
Yep. Oh, I think he was like a deputy or something for the
He
Clintons.
was chief of staff for the Clinton White House for the second term of Bill. He's the one that made sure, well, he's the one that forgot to tell her to swallow.
Oh God.
It's like, the people from like the Cheney administration, they're like fucking old school gangsters. They're wringing their hands and laughing as they're shaking down people for cash and, having street wars. And the Dems on that side are like, fucking lounge lizard pimps, like dealing coke and hookers. It's just like, it's sleazy on both sides in a different way.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, coke and hookers, you're right, man. That's the Clinton administration in a nutshell. I mean, that's when that Arkansas sheriff got busted for being one of the main transportation hubs for cocaine into the United States.
Did he? This is the other rumor I can't find online. Someone put it in there, but it was like reconstructive nose surgery. That he did so much. He did so much yayo that like before he became president, like he had surgery on his nose.
It wouldn't shock me. Would it shock you? Especially for the time, man, when it literally snowed up the whole west and east coast. From Peru. But that was a long time ago. Now we have to deal with what we deal with today, even though some of the groundwork was laid 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago for the nightmares we're dealing with today.
I saw that show Narcos. It was excellent. There's this one part of the show in Narcos. They talk about this Barry Seal guy, and like.
The pilot?
No, I don't know if he was a pilot. I think he was like CIA, like an ex-CIA guy. He was in Arkansas. Maybe he was a pilot, but he was definitely working with everybody. He's down with like Escobar and shit.
Moon, you said you got the Netflix?
I have Netflix, yeah.
You haven't seen Narcos, the show?
I've been tempted to watch it, but I beat cocaine. I don't want to watch other people doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, I just
I
thought
don't watch those kind of shows because anything that glorifies addictive drug use is not good for me because I once was addicted to drugs. So I
okay.
avoid them.
What's crazy is I don't think anyone in the show is doing drugs. Like it's all about Escobar and his family. So
I don't know. I haven't.
It's definitely about the drug
Oh,
trade.
yeah.
or whatever.
They don't
Yeah,
even
but
go to
don't sit
America.
around doing it or nothing.
No,
Okay, so maybe I will check it out then. But like, I
they
never
don't really
watched
talk
Breaking
Really
Bad.
well made. It's really well made. It's worth watching if you can deal with it.
I didn't watch Breaking Bad. I never watched what's the one with the motorcycles? God damn it.
I never watched that
Sons
one,
of
Motorcycle
Anarchy.
one
Sons
either,
of
and
Anarchy.
for the exact same reasons. And the Breaking Bad one never appealed to me, although I watched it. But the Narcos one I figured was going to be similar, but it's totally different just because it's so period specific, like trying to be like a documentary of history kind of thing. It's really neat, really worth watching just because it's cool. And for me, it was illuminating because I never really thought about. I mean, you think about all the drugs coming up here. We know how many waves of drugs and stuff, but you never think about like where those waves are originating from and like how it had to change their whole system just because all of a sudden tons of drugs are going out and tons of money are coming in.
Oh, I imagine. I've never looked at it from their perspective. I've only seen it from it coming into, JFK and, Camden Yards and stuff like that. But, yeah. And that's why, when Dees was talking about the Black Israelites, at the time that those people were screaming on the street corner, and a bunch of people were, you had Scientology doing one end, the Moonies, the Hare Krishnas, but you also had drugs and hookers and everything going on all down there. And it just brings me back to times when I can glorify them when there's no glory in them. You know what I mean? It's making bad things sound good, and it's not good, for me at least. So on another note, what do y'all think about... So I know Matt covered it a little bit, but what do y'all think about is going to go on with Turkey? Because we already know the nightmare. We drifted off into the nightmare that is Syria, trying to figure out who's in whose camp. But I don't know if that's the bigger worry. Is the bigger worry NATO backing Turkey against some retaliation from the Russians? Or do you think Putin's going to go with a political route to gain brownie points in the world theater?
What I think he's going to do is he's going to roll in these like tactical nuke trucks he's got, no shit, and these was a SAM 4000 or something like that. These surface-to-air missiles that cover. I saw like on BBC showed like a map of what these surface-to-air missiles cover. He covers so much ground. He's got so much technology, so many weapons that he rolls these weapons out, and it pretty much just makes everyone shit in their pants. And that something about like he did this in 2008. With the Georgia thing, like he'll just roll out these massive weapons on trucks, and do what you want. Like he'll just basically scare NATO down, like he'll back them down, and then he's gonna shoot one of these fucking planes down. You know what I mean? He said his bombers now will have fighter escorts, right? And they won't be vulnerable to an attack like that. So if his bombers get approached by jet fighters, they'll have jet fighter escorts. They'll have a dogfight. I was going to ask you this before when we were talking about like the Cold War and shit. Like my stepfather was like, "Man, this is very, very dangerous. Like everything that's happening right now is super duper dangerous." And this is a guy who voted for Obama twice. Probably would have voted for him again 3 or 4 more times if he could. But he's just like, "Man, I've never." He's like 70 years old. And he's like, "Man, this is really scary."
Well, because we haven't seen this kind of saber rattling since, Reagan, and then before that since Kennedy.
Yeah.
It basically quieted down, at least with us and the Russians, and went real cold during some of the later administrations like Nixon and, Ford. But, yeah, this is getting, and nobody's really paying attention. Well, some people are paying attention to it, but nobody's looking at the broader aspects of it. But I have a question maybe some of you guys might know. Have the Russians gotten better with their technology, or is it just the same kind of show like it was in the Cold War? I hear all this uber technology that supposedly the Russians have now, and they're not really known for that.
Yeah, I don't know if they ended up getting some of it from what the Chinese stole, or, hard to say.
Yeah, like the other day, wasn't there a news story about the Chinese drone nuclear sub? Like, that scared the shit out. It's just scary shit. Like,
yeah.
And if they're getting their tech from them, they're sharing technology. I don't think there's any doubt that those SAM, whatever the missile system he just rolled in there, the 4000 or something, it covers all the way out to like, he could basically shoot a jet fighter out of the air in Israel, like from that border line there where they were talking about. And look at the news story that everyone said was they crossed the airspace for 17 seconds. It was like 2 miles of airspace, and it took 15, 17 seconds that the jet fighter was in that airspace. This was like, you know, then they shot those guys down in their parachutes. So that alone is like not kosher. Like, that's not cool. So you got to give, you know, you can't blame Putin for saying, you know what, I got to show some force here. I'm not going to be weak.
Oh, I wouldn't, but I don't know, you know, like I said in the earlier chat, I don't know where he's going to go. He has multiple options, and he's a chess guy. He's going to do something that will benefit him not just now, but in the longer run, right? And I don't know which footing he would take, because he is Putin. He is the new czar of Russia, basically. You know what I mean? So it makes you wonder which.
I don't think he's going to take a punch in the face and not do anything, though, too. You know what I mean? It was one thing when the terrorists blew up his commercial airliner leaving Egypt like 2 weeks ago or whatever the fuck it was that got him all riled up in the first place, and then he went in and started kicking some ISIS ass. So now to have, after that, him already being a high blood pressure, to now with this new thing on top of it,
yeah, but fucking with the rebels in Syria is one thing compared to messing with a NATO
nation. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree 100%. But you also understand he's the kind of guy, you punch him in the face, something is going to happen at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
agree with
what. Yeah. I don't know what. And like you were saying about being chess, yeah, it might even not be right away. Maybe he's having the KGB go in there and devalue their currency or something, or like this slap will not go unchecked or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the current meme. Oh, you're having turkey on Thursday? Me too.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, I mean, you don't know, because he's better equipped, right, to deal on the world stage than Obama is. I mean, nobody can stack the creds, just the credentials next to each other before they became the leaders of their nations and go, yeah, Obama's way better to handle the situation in the Middle East that hasn't worked since ever.
Well, and what I don't know if he was head of the KGB, but he was at least upper middle management or upper management in the KGB, right?
No, I could be wrong, but I thought he was the head at one point.
Maybe he
Yeah,
was.
before they broke it up into the FSB.
And then what? He was voted. Was it
Well,
prime
then he went into
prime minister, and then it got changed into president, and I don't know that they're actually holding elections anymore.
Yeah, but at first he went into business, right? He went into the oil business and took over with his, his KGB buddies or whatever when everything was up for grabs, when the country fell apart. And he went in and grabbed some oil and became stupid rich to buy his old comrades to put himself in power.
Yeah.
That's why I think of him as the new czar.
Well, and that's the other thing. That was one of his promises. I will. He used the Donald Trump line before Donald did. He's like, "I will make Russia great again."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and some people, they want to hear that shit. So, if they're all drinking the Kool-Aid, because they were egging the Turkey embassy or whatever in Moscow today, egging and throwing garbage and shit at it or whatever.
Oh, I thought they were okay. I thought it got a little worse than that. If they
It may have. It definitely may have. Because that was the MSNBC web page or whatever was the one saying that. So I'm sure they didn't get into it too much.
Well, it's hard because Obama, right, wrong, or indifferent, doesn't look like a strong leader, if he ever did. But he definitely does it on the world stage at this point.
He doesn't portray a lot of confidence, that is for sure.
And like I think Deez was saying earlier, we, right, wrong, or indifferent, we want to back our guy,
Yeah, for sure.
But
you know, he said something today about like I told them this was going to happen. Like when you're running missions on that close to their border and your targets are their people, like you're targeting the so-called moderates that Turkey's cool with. I'm sure they're not even close to moderate. You know, and then you're targeting them because they're fighting Assad. We should all be targeting ISIS, although they're fighting Assad. It's just it's a mess.
Right, and Assad is the legitimate government of that nation.
For now, yeah. I mean, for sure. Especially with 5 million, you know, people leaving in the last few years, and like they only had 20 million to begin with. If they lose another 5 in the next few years, it's like half the fucking population just left. And you see the videos from Greece and Turkey. They do look like a shit. Like when Trump says stuff like, "Wow, I've never seen refugees like that," and he starts talking all ignorant shit. He's got a point, because these videos that are coming out, yeah, you see all the men, man. You see them. Like, it's a bunch of guys, you know, recently. So, you know, God bless Europe, man. They're going to have a fucking hard time. You know they're going to have a hard time. I was like, seeing stories of, like, a German village of, like, 1,000 people having to take in, like, you know, 1,000 refugees and accommodate them, and no more bacon, man. You know these fucking... They put bacon on top of hot dogs there, dude. I've been there. It's crazy. They put little bacon bits on top of a hot dog. What are they going to do now?
Put more bacon on the hot dog?
No, no more hot dog. No more bacon, no more hot dogs. You're going
You
to...
cannot be in Germany and not have a Frankfurter. It's a fucking town.
Not anymore.
Well, that's bullshit. I'm going to call bullshit on that. That's
I'm
terrible.
gonna call bullshit on that, too.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that sucks.
I don't know what they're going to do. We're screwed. What could we have done? Why didn't Russia step in earlier? You know.
Well, nobody had bombed one of their commercial airliners. They
No,
were
I think
able
they
to
stepped in. That was retaliation for stepping in. They
You know
stepped
what?
in,
Maybe
then
it
they blew
was.
up the-
Actually, the timing is probably right like that. Yep.
Yeah, they stepped in heavy duty, and then they got their plane blown up.
Well, I remember, I mean, the whole reason why Obama never put boots on the ground and was backing away from the line in the sand is because Russia said, you know, we're backing Assad.
Well, plus Obama, to his credit, said we don't know who the fuck we're going to arm over there. Like, you know, like we don't want to give guns to. We just don't know who the good guys are. Exactly. Look what happened in Iraq. Like, we just don't know when these Iraqi police just drop their weapons and join the other side.
Well, shit.
What?
They don't even have to drop the weapon. They can just join the other side, and they got a weapon. Fuck.
Yeah,
It's
that's
terrible.
expensive too. It's not cheap.
We live in interesting times.
Oh
for
man,
sure.
I see what you're. You know what? Here's an article on what DB was just talking about. Let's see if it'll pull up, or is it just gonna
The tactical nukes
about
that
the
he
large
goes in?
trucks? Yeah, the big trucks. Here you go, man. I'll post it internal and external if anybody wants to take a look
Remember
at what he's talking.
This summer when they were talking about the Iran peace deal, they were like, well, Israel has to strike. This is the time for Israel to strike Iran, because if they wait until Russia delivers these SAM 4000s or whatever, like basically you're not going to be able to strike them. They'll shoot your jets out of the sky.
400.
Okay, yeah, the SAM 400. They'll shoot your planes out of the sky from so far away that it won't even be a deal.
At least 250-mile range, at least.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And 10,000 feet. Let's see. Yeah, operational range is 3 kilometers to 240 kilometers, which for aerodynamic targets. For ballistic targets, it says 5 kilometers to 60 kilometers, and then up to 2,000 feet. Maximum speed of 4,800 miles per second. What? No. Meters per second. Okay. Whew. 5 to 10 minutes to deploy. Wow, missiles per system. Up to 48 on these fucking trucks.
So I guess Turkey released the tape of the warning they sent out, and Putin's saying he don't care. Do it again, and there's going to
Well, and here's the other thing. You know, they released it this late. Who's to say they didn't doctor or make shit up? I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying that when they release shit this late, that they could have had time to make shit up. And I am not surprised that Putin said, "Well, fuck you anyway." He just doesn't seem like one to be fucked with.
But that's also something that they have to protect, right? Because you can't be.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't look like you're weak, or you're going to get attacked. And the Russians don't ever play weakness, ever.
Well, no, then they can project strength and cause their enemy to cower before them. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like I was talking about earlier, about in the 80s with Reagan, when Reagan was, on that hot mic, and the Russians really took him kind of serious. They project strength, and if they don't think that projection is being, people are taking it seriously, they'll show it.
Yep.
Remember, they took down that, what was it, a Korean airliner in the, I don't even remember the exact date of that one. When they took
Well, that was what? That was technically, Crimean separatist, blah, blah, blah.
When the Russian fighter pilots took down, pretty sure it was Korea
that
here.
one.
And it
Yes,
was basically the same argument that's happening right now with Turkey, right? They supposedly, they said it was a spy plane and it violated their airspace.
Violated airspace. They didn't turn when they were radioed or whatever. They made no change in course. Which, granted, I don't know that every Korean pilot of a commercial airliner speaks Russian.
No, they're supposed to speak English. That's the international language of air.
Well, no shit. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Fuck yeah. United States, baby.
Actually, England. They were the one that wrote the rules.
Oh, fuck those guys. We kicked them out of here once. And we were talking about that earlier, too, the Revolutionary War. Everybody forgets that the English government actually came back and were terrorists themselves because they burnt the White House down. That was like what the War of 1812 was all about and shit.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, it was a mix.
They didn't burn it down. They lit it on fire, though.
I thought it burned enough that they didn't rebuild it from that. They had to rebuild it completely, I thought, was the thing.
I thought that they just repaired what was burned or whatever. I didn't think that it was that badly destroyed.
Because, I mean, I'm kind of crusty, but I'm not quite old enough to have been there. Not quite.
Yeah, it's funny how the 60s are now ancient history.
Well, I guess, and it's one thing for, like, anybody in this room right here, we all existed before the internet, we all existed before cell phones. Shit, we all existed before fucking computers. Well, personal computers, excuse me. So whether we had to pay attention in history class or actually go to the library to learn something, I think that that's a boon for all of us, and it's something that doesn't get utilized much anymore in any way, shape, or form.
We may have been alive back then. We may have been alive back then, but I don't acknowledge it as being alive. Like existing. Wow. It wasn't really existing. It was just being alive. We didn't exist until the internet.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I do not agree.
But, that's funny. That's why I get so crazy at my children and other people when they're walking around with, like I said, they have a phone, so they have Alexandria's library at their fingertips, and they ask you the question that they can... It would take less effort to punch it into a search engine to find out the answer than it would take to ask me, but they don't think to do it because they don't realize, like we do, the concept of this really is the knowledge of the world at your fingertips. Be it computer,
we had it too, though.
tablet.
We had the library, and I can imagine that somebody would have been thinking, having the same conversation in some room, I guess, because they wouldn't have been able to do it remotely. But you know, they would have been like, these kids, they got whole libraries. We would have had to like go
wouldn't
to
even had all these
libraries.
to look
Yeah,
at.
they
Even.
wouldn't have been gathered in one spot. We would have had to travel to the books to find them, and now they have copies in every state, in every school, in every city or whatever. They have this potential, and they still ask us questions like, what the hell's wrong with these kids?
I'm sure you're correct in that, sir.
I'm just thinking too, though, that I was just thinking as you said that, just from the kids that I know that ask their parents questions, there's got to be something to it. Like, they're going to ask you every fucking question that ever comes into their head, right? But we are formed by the questions our parents were able to or willing to answer, right? So
There you go.
you don't know shit about, I don't know, something, and your kids keep asking you, the kids are going to eventually figure out, that must not be important in life because my parents don't even know about it, you know, and they're going to move on to the next thing. So maybe there's a little bit of that to it.
So are we the parents to some of these forums and groups that are all these new AK guys come in and they can't take the time to look? They just rather ask you? Are we like their parents?
Trying to build a safe space for Clash enthusiasts.
You fucker.
I don't want to be mean to them.
I try to take that as the people asking questions. I try to take that as an opportunity to have a conversation rather than, oh geez, I got to answer some question for somebody. I try to to build a conversation upon that instead of being ticked off that I have to answer a question for somebody. Which is the response that a lot of people get on forums is that, oh geez, I got to answer a freaking question. What do I look like? I'm on a forum or something?
Man, I've seen forums get kind of nasty sometimes.
That's what I'm saying. I see that a lot.
Well, but it happens because nobody bothers to go look, either follow the back end of the thread, right? Where
Right.
somebody answered
You're
that
right,
question
you're right.
10 times, and that's where I have a hard time. I don't mind talking to some noob about something, but then I try and point them into places to where they can explore on their own. But when you get the same people coming back 50, 60 times asking you which screw fits this, you know what I mean?
Well, that's understandable, but every new guy that comes in the forum asking that same question because it's a popular question, and they're wanting in-depth detail. They're not wanting go look at a wiki and it says this. They're wanting something from experience, somebody to give them more than just a one-line answer. And that's why everybody that comes there probably asks that same question, because they're wanting more than what they can find out there probably. And especially these days when Facebook is pretty much the forum. Facebook groups are the forums now pretty much. So people come in and ask questions in there. It's freaking hard to find backlogged things in discussions in Facebook groups, especially when some of the admins purge those things.
Yep.
Others, it's just buried. The information is buried so deep, and because you got 6 guys that just post to show off whatever they've got that may pertain to that particular thread, and it's kind of difficult to find information like that. So when everybody asks that same question, there's a reason for it, because the answers just aren't sufficient.
Well, I know for me, that's where I guess none of these kids know how to research, right? Because I know how to put a name in a search engine and come up with, I know how to ask the question of the search engine to get at least enough answers for me to go through to figure it out for myself. And it just doesn't seem to me like they want to take any time to figure out anything for themselves. They want the instant answers right there. Even when the instant answers are there, they want you to tell them the answer rather than look it up for themselves. Because when I first got into AKs, I learned about AKs on the internet, reading different forums, reading different websites, reading different websites, basically, because there's not much, just all over the place. I never took Wikipedia, right, for anything that I go researching as any kind of hard fact.
Well, a lot of times that's the information you find on some topics is you just find 10,000 entries in 10,000 different websites, which is a copy and paste of a wiki or something similar, and that's all you really find on that particular subject. And then so you're trying to get some kind of a so that you can get more in-depth information. In order to do that, you have to have a dialogue, because you have to be able to bounce questions back and forth to get more information. You can't just read something.
Yeah, that's true. But and I can agree with you. You know, it's like teaching children that, you know, you want them to ask questions so they can learn. But it just gets old when it's the same question over and over.
Well, a lot of times it's not even actually what they're looking for. It's just the only thing that they you know have. They don't know anything, so this is what they've got so far. So they're asking this question, and then you find out later that they were actually wanting information about something deeper.
Well,
yeah, they just don't have the ability to have a
more.
conversation with you, so it's a way that a kid's allowed to ask the question, so they can keep asking questions, maybe.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't think they really like doing the research that's capable of happening at the fingertips.
Well, some of them don't.
The technology.
Some of them don't. They don't want to pop 2 words in, but others do, and those are the ones that you want to open a dialogue with and not turn them away along with the rest of them.
Oh, I don't troll people. I just don't talk to them if I don't think it's a valid question. What were you saying, G?
Didn't you post the thing on Facebook today, like at a time when you have all knowledge available to your fingertips, the choice to not find it is, or wait, ignorance is a choice, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why it bugs me so much, because it is a choice that people are being willfully ignorant to a lot of things going on, not only in our local, but to the macro universe. You know what I'm saying? And even in the little AK world, like I said, they're ignorant because they want to be most of the time. They don't want to punch the. They don't care about researching. They just want somebody to tell them. That's why I think Hillary's getting away with all the crap Hillary gets away with, because nobody bothers to look at the backstory. They don't want to go researching into what the Clintons are really all about. They just believe what they hear. Same with you know, Bernie Sanders. They don't want to go researching into that guy's past and finding out the real story about how he was a hardline communist. You know, they don't want to go researching into it. They want to listen to his rhetoric now and say, oh, it's all good, not knowing where the man came from. And when you tell them, believe me, I've blown a lot of my children's friends' minds, because they're all Bernie guys till they talk to me.
Well, won't they say, like, oh, he changed his mind, like that was him when he was, you know, crazier or something, you know, younger and
yeah,
stupider.
And that's where the beauty of this internet, you pull up stuff you wrote, and it's like, you know, you can see where the person, you can see this is the thing they're saying now, this is the thing they said then, it's the same thing.
Well, hey, if we're getting back to these guys, I don't know, did you ever say where you're at with Carson? I don't think I've ever heard you talk about Carson.
You know what? The guy's a brain surgeon. That doesn't make him a politician. Doesn't make him a president. It makes him a brain surgeon. I think he has I think some of the questions he's asked and some of the points he's made are good, just like some of the questions Trump's asked and have made are good. But I'm not voting for any of them. I don't know who I'm voting for at this point, because the options are not ones I want to make.
Who do you think's got the best chance of going against Hillary?
Trump. Who do I think could win? Trump. Who am I afraid of winning? Trump.
Yeah.
And I'm also afraid of the two leading Democrats, Hillary and Sanders. I think they're all versions of.
Could Sanders ever win against Hillary, though?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Hillary can step on a lip pretty
hard. Then.
You guys are over talking.
Yeah, could Hillary screw it up? Yeah, Hillary can screw it up. Shit can come out, whatever. And there's so much dirt in that closet. It's just the right piece of dirt they pull out.
Teflon, though. I mean, seriously, she's got deaths to, like, fucking in the old days to deaths to, like, recently, and none of that shit sticks to her. She goes into the thing that the one time when she's actually requested to be there to answer questions for her role or not role or whatever and all that shit, and she literally sits there with, like, her head on her hands, looking like a fucking comedy show or something like Saturday Night Live, and then instead of being embarrassed by her actions there, she's winning over memes or whatever on their side of like, oh, look at how much she had to endure because of their hatred of women, or like she's, instead of being like shown for being such a bitch, she's like held up as a victor of like somehow our persecution.
Again, through that willful ignorance. But yeah, but you know what? She's like the Teflon Don. They'll keep throwing dirt at her until something sticks, and something eventually will.
Until she pisses off the mainstream media, then nothing's going to stick because they're not going to publicize anything. It'll just get swept away. And until they start, spouting that stuff, then nobody's going to care about it.
Yeah, I mean, was it going
Hillary
against
Trump,
Obama?
If it's Hillary Trump, Trump wins.
Oh,
right?
You think so?
Oh yeah, Hillary Trump wins. People don't think Hillary's not, Margaret Thatcher, right? Hillary doesn't protrude strength. Nobody could say she protrudes strength after Benghazi, right? And whatever her excuse for that is, I don't think at this point in time in the world people want a weak president. We have one now, and they don't want one that's perceived as weak.
You think even the big anti-gun, because that's how I look at everybody, the gun or anti-gun, do you think all those anti-gun people that are would even fathom voting for her would put a strong president as a priority over other bullshit crap that they have for priorities?
Oh man, but think of the world situation right now, G, right? So say we get a terrorist attack here at home. Say there's a couple more terrorist attacks over in Europe. We're gonna constantly
there's gonna be. I would be fucking flabbergasted if there's never another terrorist strikes. I mean, we know there's gonna be more terrorist strikes, right?
Right. So, but who's portraying strength? At least as of today, right? Not tomorrow, not next week. As of today, right now, Trump is showing strength, and and you never know what people are going to do when they walk into that booth.
But mainstream media portrays that as warmongering. See, the leftists they see that as warmongering. They don't want that.
Frightened Americans like warmongering. It don't matter what the fucking media says. Frightened Americans. They saw what happened in Paris. That's more on people's mind, that there are people sitting in cafes.
But leftist college students that are being groomed to vote for Hillary and Bernie, they don't care about that. They care about that.
Well, they might be drunk and hungover and decide not to vote with their apathy.
Well, not only that, they're the drunken, the libtard college students. Well, sorry, the liberal college students. There's not enough of them to really matter much, right? Especially, I'm telling you, if people are afraid they're going to vote for Trump, Trump's singing all those right jingoistic songs of power and strength in America first, that if something happens between now and then, it can scare people into Trump. I do not think we're getting Hillary. I haven't since she lost to Obama.
Well, that's what I was going to say before, was that they went head-to-head, and I don't know what the hell the media did then, because they had their two stars fighting each other. And then when they kind of all said, well, I don't know if the media picked them, but whenever they all agreed to be, well, whatever. I don't think they steered it. I mean, I think Obama and Hillary sat down and did whatever scheme they did, so that they said, okay, you go ahead and go, so we don't clobber each other to fight this out in public. And then they
fought it out in public. Dude. They fought it out really rough.
They fought it out for a bit. I mean, okay, we could just
really
disagree on how much they fought in public. But I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that then when the decision was made it was going to be Obama, they immediately just ignored every piece of dirty laundry on her ever. Like, they've never acknowledged it since.
Yep, right? Pretty much. And he had a ton of more to come out.
And he had tons of dirty laundry she had on him, and she was calling him on everything, dude. Like the shit that happened in Chicago, the Resco shit, that Tony Resco guy, and the fucking Blago shit. She was calling him out on crazy shit. I looked up like that pop-off comment, and just so happened something popped up on YouTube that was one of the last debates that they had together, he was brutal to her. Brutal. Like if Trump did that to her, it would be fucking war. Like it would have been misogynistic, sexist, racist, whatever the fuck the way Obama was talking to her, and just, man, it was bad. Like there was one point
to reposting the Hillary Clinton or Hillary Obama?
Absolutely, because that shows you that he got away with fucking bloody murder. He said something.
Who can deny Obama thrashing her and then her thrashing him? Like, it happened. We all fucking saw it. We should probably bring it up.
It was bad, dude. I mean, honestly, someone needs to. I'm sure the Republicans are watching. Maybe not. I mean, I'm sure they are. Yeah, I'm sure they are, because there was one part where she was like, "I didn't bring him up. I didn't bring Reagan up. You talked about Ronald Reagan as a transformational figure in political blah blah, and I never brought him up." So then Obama cuts her off and is like, "Your husband did," and then she says, "I'm not my husband," and he goes, "Yeah, well, lady, I couldn't tell the difference," or something like that. He goes, "Sometimes I don't know who I'm talking to. You are your husband." Like, it was crazy. Like, he was just so, man, disrespectful to that bitch. Not a bitch, you know, she's the queen. I'm sorry to talk about the queen like that. But he was just very disrespectful, very, like, you know.
Is it going to be awkward at Thanksgiving tomorrow now when you go there?
Yeah, you're right.
What you just said about her?
I'm just going to McDonald's. I'm going to McDonald's, man. I'm getting that filet of fish that they got a double stack now. But no, yeah, go back, watch some of those old ones, man. She was brutal to him.
Double filet of fish?
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. But I was going to say that she also said at one point towards the end there, "I'd rather have McCain as my president." Dude, I mean, that's one of the worst things a Democrat could ever say, ever, is I'd rather have the Republican running over this jerk. Come on, that says it all right there, man. It got brutal. It got real brutal. And he took the lead, I think, in like February or March, and he never let go of it. Like, he kind of like, he got the lead, and the media was loving him. They loved him. So they made their choice pretty early, you know. And
all that stuff that he had on Hillary, think about what Trump's got on. And Trump's paid her to go visit his family, kind of crap. You know?
That's the thing. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. When they asked, which one of them asked Trump, well, you keep saying that you buy these politicians and you get them to do what you want. What did you get Hillary to do? And he says, "Oh, I made her come to my wedding."
Yeah.
Like, really? So that means, like, you wanted her at your fucking wedding. You didn't want Ron Paul at your wedding. Like, when he was up there.
What was the advantage of having Ron Paul, though? I mean, having her at a wedding makes the wedding seem more like a, bigger occasion or whatever.
Or he likes her. He actually likes her as a person, is what I'm thinking.
Well, he's one of the New York elites. He's been rubbing elbows with them, playing golf with them, playing, whatever with them, behind the scenes and in parties. So, but he has all the same dirt. And Trump's a gangster. Trump's a straight-up gangster. That's why I think Trump and people, when they're afraid, they want somebody strong. That's how Hitler got in power, same way. Not saying that Trump's a Hitler, because I don't think he's. No.
I said this shit early on in one of these chats. Like, he reminds me of Hitler a lot in those early speeches where he would talk he didn't have anything written down. He was able to go out there and charm people in Montgomery, Alabama for 2 hours with no fucking script, with no written speech. And he was just basically fucking rabble-rousing, man. Like, core, basic, primal, like, appealing to that, that Hitler shit. That was Hitler, was that, the Jews, we're going to be great again and all this stuff. It's their fault.
Yeah, and that's what people want to hear. And when they're afraid, that's what they go for, right? That's part of human nature. Our nature's all kinds of screwed up. So, yeah. I mean, when you look at the Germans, when we talk about German technology and German scientists in Germany of the 20s, you would never, if you were in Germany in 25, you would have never expected 35.
Why do you think that? Because they were more, didn't they just come off of World War I?
Well, after they kind of half healed from World War I, where everybody was starting to make money again, companies were coming back, the infrastructure was rebuilt, people were getting out of the after-war problems, and when people start making money, they end up doing jazz became real big in Germany during the Roaring '20s. The Germans had their own Roaring '20s. And it wasn't until an economic downturn that Hitler was able to push his way into power. And yeah, so when people get afraid and people are broke or fear for their economic situation, they tend to look for somebody to tell them what to do. They look for a big daddy, right? And Obama's not turned into big daddy. He's not good enough. But I think if we're at war with Russia, if we're at war with Russia, China, Russia, Iran, whatever, or we have a couple of bombings here in the U.S., that's going to, what's her name was right. What's that chick's name? The long blonde hair, looks like a man. Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter would be right. That shit happening over the next year will elect Trump president if he doesn't stick his dick in it, or all his ties to the mob come out.
I mean, plus she can't stand up there in front of anybody and be like, I helped orchestrate fucking Libya, and that's one of my proudest moments. Like, she can't take credit for all these great fucking things if the world is literally on fire. Like, it's like,
she said that she took out Osama.
I don't think she did that. She said she was for it, and Biden wasn't.
She said she was sitting in the room. She was like, Obama looked over me, and I gave him a thumbs up, and then he went ahead and said, okay, let's do it. Hillary said,
what about Biden? What about she wrote a book and said Biden wasn't for it, and then Biden came out and said, no, I followed him up to his bedroom, knocked on his door, and said, you know what, I think you should go for it, when no one was around. Like, in the room full of everybody who mattered.
And he vouched for that.
Yeah, of course. It was Brian Williams filming that shit. It was a documentary. Fuckers, man. I mean, Biden, who just wrote a book? Was it, I think some fucking guy just wrote a book, another one, talking about, maybe it was Gates? It was some fucking general just wrote a book, talking about how Biden the whole time's telling Obama, don't listen to the military, don't listen to anybody, don't listen to the military. Like, all they want you to do is they're going to, get you into another conflict and all this stuff. Like, Biden was in his ear the whole time, telling him not to trust everybody, telling him, this kind of stuff. And then Biden in that room, don't go after Bin Laden. This could be dangerous. Like, no fucking shit. You know what I mean? So, who fucking knows if Bin Laden was on a bag of ice from fucking years before or whatever. Who knows? I was listening to this podcast. This guy's awesome, Sheriff of Baghdad, and he was saying that he talked to some people during that raid, and he had a lot of respect for Obama because they asked him, or the orders came down, like, what should happen if we get caught out there with Pakistan? Like, if we get caught should we, what's the protocol? And Obama told him, man, just fight it out with those guys. Kill as many as you can. We're going to come get you. Like, don't worry about it. I guess a lot of people would have thought the orders would have been like, well, if they, one of these missions where, if you get caught, you're on your own or whatever,
Well, I just hope that Trump uses that old, that 3 a.m. phone call thing that Obama used against Hillary. You remember that back in that election where it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Is she going to be able to answer that call? Turns out not. She hits her head and can't do it.
I think she's going to win at the end because she's going to be the first woman president, and she smoked those dudes in the first debate. These idiots, like, they can't touch her. And then she killed it on that Benghazi hearing for 12 hours or whatever that was. Like, she did really well. And then
I watched a lot of that. I didn't see her doing really well, but they spun it that she did really well.
I think she did well. She didn't look flustered, and she didn't look like she handled it well. I think. Like,
it's easy to not look flustered these days on Prozac.
Yeah, she's on the right cocktail, dude. Like, she's on the perfect cocktail of whatever she's got going. You know, everything.
For sure, because, man, she was a lot more volatile back in the day.
Or even when she was screaming at them, what difference does it make? You won't see that. You'll never see that person again. You know what I mean? Like, what difference does it make? Wow! You know, like, she's not going to do that.
Not in public, at least.
No. So anyway, I think, like, the first debate, Romney kicked Obama's ass. The second debate might have been a draw. The third debate looked like Romney gave up. Like Romney just, I don't know what the fuck happened. We'll see when it comes down to, say, Trump and Hillary. If she smokes them 1, 2, 3, you're out. Like 3 strikes, you're out. I do think those debates make a huge, difference, because I had pro-Obama, like my best friend was like on Obama's dick. Like it was unbelievable, man. And even he was like, well, I don't know. That debate, like, yeah, Romney smoked him, dude. That first debate was crazy. It made a lot of people scratch their heads, like, what the fuck's wrong with our guy? What's wrong with this guy? So we'll see if she can just kill him on every debate. People might say, look at her resume on paper, and the first woman president. All these kids, man, you want to get out there and be like, oh, we had a woman president, for the first time ever, So
we don't have that. You know what? We don't have that giant of a kid population. Everybody thinks it's like the '60s, where it's the baby boomers spent 10 years having kids.
Yeah, you're right.
That's not true. They're not as big of a force to be reckoned with as they like to think. And the afraid people, 40 and over are going to be more. I don't know. I just think it depends more upon the whole situation rather than what people want to vote for at this point, because nobody knows, right? And fear generates a lot of things.
New Yorkers
made us go into Iraq.
What about New Yorkers? I mean, like they're on another level. So like a lot of them are very familiar with this
New Yorkers are on a whole
stuff.
other level, and Hillary. Now, like you said, the feminists, they're always going to be after Hillary. But Trump's New York's guy, right? Hillary's not. Hillary's a carpetbagger, right? She's from fucking Chicago. So she's a carpetbagger. New Yorkers didn't really like the fact that it was the Upper West Side, basically, that paid to get her elected as a senator of New York. They felt they didn't like that. And the average New Yorker will definitely vote for Trump.
Yeah, I know lifelong Democrats that are low information type of people that aren't into the fucking news, that they don't want to hear about Syria or nothing like that, period, like nothing. And they like Trump, and they're lifelong Democrats, and they just like Trump because he's saying all the right things. And what's most important is when he does not say the right thing and completely fucks up, he doesn't apologize for it. I think people really, if you don't apologize for it, you don't look weak, and also the story goes away. If the story goes away faster.
Well, that's normal person, not fake-ass politician bullshit. So people got to respect that, even if they don't respect the position or what you said, right? That you're got the, fortitude or whatever to stick with your position.
Right, and not only that, to stand up, you have the fortitude to stand up and say these things. That's why people, even the things that people, you might be saying that's wrong, people want to hear it because nobody else is even thinking about breaching those kind of things.
Yeah,
every politician in the world, when a heckler is heckling, they want to sick their crowds on him. Go kick that guy's ass. Shut him the fuck up. He did it.
Talking about the debates between Obama and Romney, you're right. I think it seems like when I'm thinking about it now, it sort of seems like maybe he, you're running for president. A bunch of people are like, yeah, that's a great idea. I like you, so I like this whole idea. So everybody's on cheerleaders for him, on his team. And when he started getting into that second and third debate and figuring out, oh, I've got to compete I got to compete for everybody's vote, not just the people that have been saying I'm awesome. Like, oh, I don't know if I really want this job. That's where you start figuring out, like, oh shit, I'm not just one of 8 people anymore. I'm the one guy going up against the other guy, and I've got to really want this job or not. And whether or not he was going to admit it subconsciously, he might have just been saying, "Oh shit, I don't know if I really want this job anymore. Let this guy have it."
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
what sane man
subconsciously sweep the leg, man. Sweep the leg. Like, you don't want it that bad, I guess.
Well, what
Maybe.
sane man would, especially Republican after the Bush era? What sane man would want to take on that mantle?
I kind of think that Rubio seems like the kind of kid that would come up and want to do that.
Look at Romney, how much shit he was right about. Like, I'm convinced now, if he was Catholic or Christian or anything other than Mormon, he would have fucking won, dude. The Christian evangelicals, they'd rather have dinner with a fucking ISIS member than a fucking Mormon, half of those guys. You know what I mean? So I think that was a big thing of him being Mormon. It's probably why he didn't win. But those numbers at the
I don't
end,
know. I thought it was the dog thing.
that thing was bad too. But the numbers towards the end were like 49 with like, fucking, it was so close with undecided numbers. It was so fucking close at the end. And that first debate, it was still super close. And they were saying, like a lot of people said, man, he didn't go in on that Benghazi shit when he had the chance. He could have basically swept the leg. And he was like, I'm not going to do it. And he got trumped at the end, no pun. But we'll see what Trump does, man. Because like his last couple of debates with these other dudes, he's not been doing too well, man. He's just not. He hasn't been doing what he did those first couple. He was kicking ass in the first couple when he
respectful in that last one.
Remember when he was like, hey, Rand, he told Rand, he was like, that's not what I said. He's like, you're not having a good night. You're just not having a good... Remember when he's like, you're not having a good night? Shit, stuff like that will fucking end your career. You know what I mean? Like when he said...
Who was over on the end, I forget the Anacrachi guy, and he said something, and Trump says, like, what are you even up here for? Like, you shouldn't even be on this stage. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fucked up. How do you come back from that if they don't give you a chance? You know what I mean? Like they just go on. Next question.
To his credit, though, he don't give a shit, and he'll say, "Yeah, I told him that because he shouldn't have been on the stage or whatever." So again, you gotta give it to him that he's willing to stick with his position.
Yeah,
And
I think they gotta respect Rubio. Oh my God, yeah.
He was able to shut down Christie, and Christie likes to play that tough soprano governor, right? But he just likes to play it. Trump dealt with gangsters his whole career as a businessman. You don't build in New York without buying off gangsters. Okay, you won't get your concrete, you won't get your steel, you won't get your guys working. You
won't get your dumpsters.
Yeah, that's just your trash isn't taken care of.
Yeah. We saw how Christie was like 9/11, motherfucker. Like as soon as Trump played him on something, he said like, "Well, you want to go give?" Someone said something about it was Rand Paul. About giving Obama another hug. He said something, and then he was like said something about 9/11, right? Did you see the last debate? I know. Did you see that debate, the last one with Hillary, where they were talking about like Goldman Sachs and some other shit and like special interest groups, and she just started talking about 9/11, like out of nowhere. It was like, what the fuck, man? It was like.
Well, what else is she supposed to say? She's been taking money from them since the 80s.
Yeah, it made no sense.
Right?
I figure ahead of time they have like, if I get asked this, which there's no fucking way I'm going to answer, then this is like my political advisors or strategists have figured out if I go in this direction, that will like psychologically, it's like if you're gonna be in a face-to-face draw with someone, you want to move to your right so that it's to their left, so it's physically harder for a right-handed person to follow you, track you. It's like they figure out like mentally, if they're going to ask this like money question, then if we ask this like, if we answer it with alphabet soup, we take their mind like out of numbers and put it into letters, and now they forget the original question, and because we said these three keywords, they now think that we've answered a question. Even though, like, saying I think they have those kind of like moves or parries like ahead of time so that they know exactly what to fucking say when they're asked something that they're not about to fucking answer.
It definitely didn't work for her though, because it came back to her like someone was like, "Did you just say 9/11?" Like,
and then was walking around stunned because she looked stupid.
Yeah, it was bad, and Christie did the same thing with Trump, or it was Rand Paul. you start talking about 9/11.
You're talking about OODA loop, aren't you, G-Web? Or you just like...
well, I mean, whatever the, like...
Yeah, it's like, do helicopters eat their young, quote unquote, and then it's just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
No.
No, that night, that was a good debate. I hope everyone saw it, because that guy from CBS, or CBS is usually not the greatest, but man, they were fucking hardcore, good questions, kept it up, wouldn't let people dodge too much. And it was a rough night for her, man. If Trump was there, he would have told her, "You're not having a good night." You know, it looked brutal.
Well, I asked, because every time we talk about it in these chats, we're dominated by this oppressive voice of Hillary going to win. And
I think so. Yeah. I think so.
No.
I'm glad he thinks he's going to win, because I think that's who could beat him. I think Rubio could beat Hillary, and I just can't see Trump beating her. I just can't, because.
Well, I think you could. I mean, for all the stuff you said. I mean, we are the country that I keep saying hired, but voted in Reagan.
Yeah, but Reagan was governor for 8 years.
I hear you, but come on. I mean,
there's politicians.
This is Trump. Trump has had more free press through television shows. More people know Trump's name than they know Hillary's.
That's the scary thing. I really thought he had a chance until I saw that Saturday Night Live skit where he went on Saturday Night Live and did a skit as if he won the presidency, and they started talking about painting the White House gold, and his daughter came in and was like, "We're painting the Washington Monument gold, and we're putting the Trump sign," and it was just such a weird. I just had this vision like a fucking Nostradamus, like. Even even him and his family think this is a joke. Like, this is a fucking joke, man. Like, seriously, there's no way he can win.
Nice. Well, that's you as a New Yorker. You as as somebody who understands history looks at that, right? And you're like me, where you're afraid of Trump. I'm afraid of Trump. I know it can go real south with this guy, right? But I do see them going on there being a good thing, because it humanizes him. And again, that's free press. That was an hour of people talking about Trump the whole time.
Yeah, I just felt like would someone who really took the office serious and respected the office, would they? Because he said he had approval over all the skits. If you really took it that seriously and they gave you that skit, he could have said, "Look, I'm not going to make fun of a situation like where I win and I'm painting the fucking White House gold." Next one,
why not?
Like,
but he's man enough to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's man enough to say, "Yeah, I can make fun of myself and what everybody's perceived notion."
Well, Clinton was on Saturday Night Live, wasn't he? And Obama wasn't he?
Yeah, they all went on Saturday Night Live, and they do the talk show circuit. And Trump's been doing the talk show circuit. He's been doing press and playing the press a lot more than any of these politician clowns, and better, because he had to make money at it.
Is that? I mean, I'm not a New Yorker and don't claim to be or nothing, so I can't put myself in their shoes. But is it something like by playing along, he is like one of the guys, or like playing along, he's like showing him he's not a square or whatever the hell the equivalent is?
Well,
with Saturday Night Live?
With Saturday Night Live's like skits or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that made him hit to the whole country, right? Like I said, there's people in Middle America who that's the first time they really get to see Trump is either on, what was that show he was the boss on, You're Fired?
Right, exactly, the You're Fired show.
That,
but then,
and then
he's not like, what's his name, last guy who was like all stiff with a stick up his ass, and how he didn't like 42% of the people. This guy, then now they're thinking, oh, a Republican, shit, he's a good old guy or whatever.
Everybody, you know what, people, even Hillary supporters would say they'd rather have a drink with Trump than Hillary.
When I was in 5th grade, this guy had a board game and had a book. So, like, he had his own board game, and he had a book called The Deal. And I would go by Trump Tower, and he was like the de facto president of New York City, but he never ran for mayor. He never even tried it.
Did he tell you how much ounces your soda could be?
Never. No. The only thing I remember him doing was he saved a ice skating rink in Central Park, like single-handedly.
Yeah.
That was like that Wallman rink. That was it. Like everything other than that was like he was content not really getting involved and trying to run for office. He would threaten it on like Howard Stern and shit, like, oh, I might run for mayor, or I might, you know what I mean? But he wouldn't. I don't think he would have even have won.
Well, I never
Maybe
even
he
expected
maybe
him to go as far as he's gone now because of the fact that he has threatened to run for president before, because he threatened it right up until the time of the first debates. That time, I don't remember if it was last election or if it was when Obama was first elected, but he had threatened it like right up until the first set of debates, and then he was like, nah, I'm not going to.
This is like if we had a Republican president for 7.5 years and Joy Behar was running for president and was like ahead of everybody, or like Whoopi Goldberg, or like let's say worst case scenario like Alec Baldwin.
Trump's not just he does entertainment now, right? And everybody thinks of him as being a TV show guy, but like you said, Trump Tower. I mean, his dad built Left Rack City, right? His dad built most of the public housing in New York City, and he took that money and started building private housing and transferring. I mean, he made millions and lost them, right? He's a businessman. He's not just
for sure.
entertainer. So he's
way
different than those examples that you're trying to put up.
No, what I was trying to say was that. What I was trying to say was that basically, in my Dr. Ben Carson way, with my eyes closed, is that, I think that you have to look at who's the president and what a fucked up job, or the perception of how fucked up things are, where this guy's actually doing this well. Like that's how bad things have been.
Right, to people. Yeah. And when you look at him against his competition, this guy made and lost billions, right? I mean, you don't want to go to Trump Casino in Atlantic City. Actually, you can't go to Trump Casino in Atlantic City anymore, right?
Yeah, they're gone,
yeah, it's gone, right? But he's made and lost, and still has enough money to run for president on his own dime. That's America, baby. Way more than I come from politicians or I come from gangsters and I've been a lifelong politician.
Well, let's say that something happens. Well, who would be his vice president? You think it would be one of the people that's there now, or he'd pick somebody new?
I'll be honest. It would depend upon what kind of compromise he had to make with the Republican Party. Because Trump has took the Republican Party in an uproar, but I could see him making a compromise for Rubio. He hasn't talked shit about him yet.
He calls him like what does he call him? A lightweight.
Yeah, but you know what? That's like
not so
that's
bad.
Like Bush talking about Dan Quayle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he called Bush like low energy, and then he called Rubio a lightweight.
Oh, and I don't see a Bush taking number 2. If they can't catch the top spot, they ain't doing it. And if he fails, he's going to be the bigger joke of a Bush than he already is.
Yeah, he has to do something major. His whole persona is fake and phony now, where he's trying to out Trump, and it's not going to work.
Also has a problem, right? People have kind of a, the name brand is a bad brand on both ends, right? You got Playboy Bill, who sullied the Clinton name. And then you got the Bush name. No matter what, it's been a back and forth, right? With Clinton, and then Bush. People are kind of sick. They don't want to see Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, and then another Clinton. And it does make sense after an 8-year run from a Democrat. Now, it does happen once in a while, but it really does make sense for an 8-year run of a Democrat to get a Democrat again in office, just statistically. It works out it's usually going to be a Republican. Unless the Democrats leaving on a real high, you know what I mean? A high economic, high status in the world. Like how Bush, got in on the coattails of Reagan.
Right. It was totally a unique situation like that where... And then also they had a shitty Democrat. They didn't even bother putting a good Democrat up, so...
Yeah, because everybody was still on the Reagan
I never thought about it like that. I kind of really like that aspect of it because you definitely have whatever history on your side with that too, because that you're right. It would have to be everyone would have to be ecstatic to really want her. It's like they'd have to settle for her at this point because he sucks so bad, and it would, well, or else it would be that it would have to be so okay, like everybody would have to be doing so well that all the Republicans stayed home because they really didn't care.
Mm-hmm. And that's not the perception. You know what the perception is? People can't get 22s at hand.
Do you know anybody making money? I don't know anybody that's making money. Everybody I know is freaking out of money, or on the lean side. Nobody's making money right now.
No, not a lot. I know everybody's on the struggle, but I know, and it's funny because I'll just talk to anybody sometimes, and really the marker, even people who don't like guns notice the fact that 22 is not in the sporting section anymore in Walmart.
Yep.
And they're like, how is this innocuous thing that I saw all through my youth that was like, you couldn't buy a round for a penny. You had to get 2 rounds. How is it not on shelves? And yeah, people notice that kind of thing. They notice the fact that a pound is now 12 ounces instead of 16 in their grocery stores.
On the anti-gun side of things, she's saying some of the worst shit I've ever heard.
Oh yeah,
so, like
brazen. That's what's.
It's really bad stuff. Like the whole they're the only industry that can't get sued. Like so, big tobacco, like even big tobacco, like you can't fucking sue. Can I sue Camel for my dad dying?
Nope.
No, right. So she's talking about on national television, like they're the only industry that's you can't sue them for wrongful death. Like it's getting bad. Like I've never heard anything
about that. Is they want you to be able to sue anybody for anything. So that means like, oh, I'm fat, so good luck Oreos, or whoever the fuck owns Oreos, or
Yeah, like she's out doing Bernie. I heard somebody on it was CNN or MSNBC, and the woman was like, look, she's got to get past Bernie Sanders, who's like a communist, and she's got to get past this other guy. Once she gets past these guys, like he was a Democratic strategist, she was like, once she gets past them, you'll start to see the real Hillary. Like, no, I don't think so. Like, I think she went, shit she's saying now to get past them, she's got to stick to that, man. I mean, she can't be like, oh, I was wrong last week. Bernie dropped out or whatever. Like,
oh, no, they can soft pedal and back pedal, especially if it's something that isn't a big backing. So it's possible. I'm not going to rest on it, and I'm not going to assume it's going to happen, but it's possible she's going against guns because she knows we're a big punching bag, that we're always going to take the punches. And then, like you're saying, trying to out Kami, her little socialist friend, and then if she wins, she could downplay that as much as Obama downplayed it for 6 of the 7 years he's been in here, and only bring it up when necessary again. And I suspect that that's one of their political things, like tools in the shed, and that's one of the reasons I want to change that dynamic. I think we can on our side. But anyway, it's possible that she's going to do that. But like I say, I would never fucking gamble on that.
Well, not only that, here's the thing, and they continually forget it. And as long as people like us and those in the new media who keep doing their job, they never let the words go away anymore. Once it's on YouTube, say, it's never going away, right? Once it gets disseminated, and they will mix that in, and some producer will come in, and you will see all that coming to the forefront during the height of the election season toward the end, right? They will be throwing it at each other like mud balls if it's Trump and Hillary. And with the weak president we have now, yeah, I don't see Hillary getting in. Because she's going to have to answer for all the fuck-ups of the Democrats, right? Obamacare falling through the basement now. All these exchanges closing, right? The influx of all these immigrants, the wall never being built. Where did all that money go? Right? All these questions of when a Democrat, regime was in power, right? She's going to have to answer for, and she's not going to want to. She's going to want to point the finger at him and say she's going to do better, but nobody's going to buy it. And what they'll do is they'll vote in a Republican president, and then the next Senate cycle, they'll vote in a Democratic senator or a Democratic House.
So she would much rather talk about income equality women aren't making as much as men, which I think is illegal already. Like that's illegal. Like if you can prove that happening, then you got a fucking nice little chunk of cash coming your way.
Yeah, you've actually made a lot more money than the man because you just don't have to work anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, seriously, it's almost like a sexual harassment suit. So income equality and all this other stuff, and like, she's not the federal daycare person, he is, right? But like, there's a bunch of other stuff she talks about, like pharmaceutical companies raping you and all this. She'd much rather talk about this kind of stuff than fucking. Why is Russia going to war with Turkey and ISIS and Paris and fuck, what happened to Libya and what the fuck's going on in Iran and this peace deal? This peace deal, it could be good or bad. I think it doesn't sound too hot. She's going to have the answer for all of this stuff.
Her position is sort of like dependent on everything being groovy. So as soon as there's international potential for anything, I think that's what Mule's saying, is that now she has to all of a sudden become an actual fucking president candidate, and she's got no mobility, no traction for that, and her party has no traction for that. What are they going to throw Sanders up there in her place? Like, oh yeah, let's let Sanders be our international fucking thing. He'll just sell or give us to the commies.
Yeah. I think Biden really fucked up. Like, he had a chance. I think Biden could have thrown his. It's not too late for someone to jump in, but I think it's getting there. Probably is too late. But he could have come in and fucking squashed her, I think. But
they got dirt on him too, man. Believe it. The Clintons are as gangsters as Trump, and that's why it's going to be at least a little fun from my perspective to watch it, right? Because I know they're both gangsters, and they're going to do gangster shit. Okay, they're just going to straight up and be proud of it most of the time.
I've heard him say some things lately, like she's the worst. She was the worst Secretary of State in the history of like all this crazy stuff. But like he's not talking about that old school Whitewater shit. I mean, if who's going to go back in time to that era?
Well, what happened?
He's talking about the email stuff.
The liberals said we let that go, so you have to let all that stuff go, right? Yeah. So what? They killed people in Arkansas and Washington, D.C. That's in the 90s. We can barely remember, 2001. So, 9/11 is drifting into the
know what happened in the 90s.
Yeah. I can't imagine it. I still say I have to go with, let's pretend she's going to win as gun owners and do what we got to do. Because if we don't,
for sure.
We're fucked up. We're going to get
Now
fucked.
is not the time to give up the fight. It's just who are you going to be fighting for? I already know who I'm going to be fighting against.
Yeah.
Right? That's not the problem.
Yeah, do what you got to do, man. I'm telling everybody that I know that are just getting into guns and stuff, like, can you get it lower? And they're like, whoa, that's not going to help me if the shit hits the fan. And I'm like, dude, listen, just get it lower. I know you can't afford an AR right now, but get it fucking lower, man.
Yeah,
spend
the $40, get the lower.
Yeah.
Then spend another $50 and get the lower kit.
I got another friend who's like, I want to buy another gun. Like, he just bought like 2 handguns or something, 3 handguns. He doesn't have
buy ammo.
Yeah, buy ammo. I'm like, how many mags you got? I got
2.
2 mags for this one, and I got 3. I'm like, dude, yeah, don't buy another gun. Forget it. Like, you got 2 really good guns. Now it's time to just buy ammo and buy mags. You're not going to be able to shoot. Trying to explain 07, 08 to somebody, and then trying to explain 2012 to somebody who wasn't into shooting back then or whatever. It's not even that long ago. Try to explain 94 to somebody.
Yeah.
I've had old timers sit me down and talk about 94 and shit, and it's like, how the fuck, man? Like, what did you do?
What about the first one? What was it? 80? What was the first assault weapon? What's the assault weapons ban?
83, I think.
No, 87?
86?
86.
94.
No, not the first one. Right? There was one in the 80s.
Well, that was the import thing.
Yeah, the import ban.
There was never an assault weapons ban.
Okay.
The 94 shit was...
Do we know how many gun owners there were in 94? Has anybody seen that number before?
Not as many.
I heard 80 million now, but that's probably old.
80 million.
So if there's 80 million gun owners and we all decide to prepare by going out and buying, I don't know what's a number, 2 guns, right? So now there's 160 million more guns out there in our hands.
Stuff?
What?
No, sorry.
So we get the 80 million gun owners. They go out and we all prepare by buying 2 more guns. So now we have 160 million guns out there. I suggest that instead of spending that $40 on a lower, the new gun, that what if we take that $40 and we take someone who we know in our own personal lives, somebody that we think we can make a difference, like somebody that will be approachable, that we could take, a brother, sister, somebody from work, whoever it happens to be, just another individual that's a U.S. citizen. Take them out to the range so that they actually experience a day at the range. You don't take somebody out who's iffy so that they go, oh, I don't like it. You take somebody who's like as close to the sure thing as of all your acquaintances, somebody who hasn't yet experienced it, or maybe is a shooter from back in the day, and by taking them to the range, you can get them back into the game. So that now we go from the 80 million gun owners potentially overnight to 160 million gun owners. That is something that I think would be a significant matrix wave going through the political climate to where all those political strategists would go, well, when it's time for us to make fights with people, these guys just effectively fucking doubled their ranks, and that's going to be more effective than that 160 million guns sitting in our closets when they do something to prevent us from having the ammo or being able to transfer them, and now those 160 million guns become effectively 160 million things chained to our social security number or whatever, and then as we die they become quickly 0 guns, or 80 million, with another 40 million after that. Instead we bring 160 million gun owners on board. They do another 94 where they go, wow, when it's time to bring up a bunch of political shit, we know that guns is going to really piss them off and they're going to come to bear, and we're going to go talk about immigration or something else instead, because the 94 is what kept them at bay until now. And like DB was saying earlier, they're saying some brazen ass shit because they're not afraid of us anymore. And anyway, I think that we can go out and buy all the guns we want, but I think we're more effective bringing more people on board.
Well, I think there are more people jumping on board every day, right? That's
sure, but we can't depend on that. That's just extra great.
Can't.
We need to be able to figure out how to come together as
and be active. Yeah, I agree.
I'd rather see invigorated gun owners than more gun owners.
What?
I'd rather see invigorated and active gun owners than more gun owners, because if you got 80 million but only a quarter of them are doing stuff, well, what's that worth if you get more?
Well, but usually, just like anybody getting in a new hobby, when's the time you're the most active in a hobby until you figure out whether you like it or not?
No, I'm not saying. Yeah, that's not disputable. But
if it's also threatened, now you're going to be active and interested. And and all I'm saying is, we have we each individual, we can make all the fucking excuses we want. We can go buy a lower, or we can go look for the best Black Friday sale. But if we really every person brought one new person to the range, someone like an aunt or an uncle, doesn't have to be someone who becomes a lifetime shooter. It just has to be a voter, and ideally somebody younger who might actually have a life of shooting ahead of them. But if we just brought them out so that their perception of firearms is now based in reality and not in TV or whatever the hell it is,
this is just my anecdotal experience with family members that are pro-gun Democrats and stuff like that, or pro-gun just like independents, that they'll look at something like Hillary talking shit on guns, and they'll straight up look at me and go, oh, she's just talking shit, man. Like, that, like, you can't, she's just doing the politicians, man. Politicians always talk shit. It doesn't mean anything. Like, well, no, it did. You ever heard of the 94 ban? No, what's that? Like, I have no fucking clue. Like, this shit happened already, and sunset because it did. Like, so they'll just look at her talking all this shit and go, no, I like her, because what she said right there, that's just politician stuff. That's just her pandering to her base. Like, no, she's dead serious. Or even if she's not dead serious, she's saying these things that are tying her down to donors and you know she's gonna have to live up to the hype that she's talking. So my point is this: you get somebody in the middle, or not even in the middle. You get someone in a shooting who, it doesn't mean they're not going to vote for somebody because they say anti-gun shit, because I've seen it way too many times in my personal life with family and friends, where they'll just look at a politician saying anti-gun shit and go, number one, they got their guns, so you can't discount that. Like, because when, you know, like, oh, they got theirs, you know, I got mine, you know, whatever. And then on top of that, it's like, oh, they're just talking shit.
Well,
So
hey,
I can't, you know.
remember, that's what everybody said about Romney. Okay, exactly what you're saying. Take the Clinton name out of it, put the Romney name in it, and that was the same argument I was at least having then, right? Because Romney implemented gun control and Romney Care into the state of Massachusetts, which has been a blueprint for both on the federal level. And everybody was telling me, oh, he's just going to, you know, he's just like that until he becomes president.
Right. His legal defense was, I had a state of Massachusetts, and I did it in my state, which is different than, I mean, that was what he kept saying. I remember him keep saying that. But yeah, you're right. It was hard because they were using it against him and saying, like, no, like, your plan was the blueprint, but how can a plan for, like, let's say, I don't know what they got, maybe 30 million people? Like, how can a plan for 30 million people be the blueprint for a country that has like 320 million or 311 or whatever the fuck we got?
Yeah, there's too many variables for.
It can't be like, we totally copied your plan, dude. Like, no, you didn't, because mine was for my state, and it wasn't even a gigantic state. It's not like California. But either way, no, yeah, for sure.
That wasn't the point, right?
No, yeah, I totally hear you. But there were
they did use his thing as the blueprint for Obamacare. They use Romney Care as the blueprint for Obamacare. Right? You can read them, and it's a boring, long process. You can do it.
You can read them, but you have to vote for them first.
No, yeah, I believe it. Yeah, you're totally right. It's the same exact thing. People who liked Romney enough would justify it and say,
exactly.
Oh, blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling you, like, it doesn't matter. If someone's really into Bernie Sanders, they're going to be like, no, blah, he's great, blah, 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 income equality, it's the millionaires and the billionaires.
Until
he talks his anti-gun shit, and they're like, well,
that went off in France, in Paris, right? Goes off in, let's say, not New York, because everybody, I don't know how.
Baltimore, something like that.
Yeah, well, somewhere. No, let's say somewhere, like L.A., New York, Chicago, Dallas, bigger city, Seattle, right? If it went off in Seattle or Portland, oh man.
Not the hipsters.
Yeah. Believe it, man. You scare people, they're going to scare. Look, the Germans were really nice people.
Till you piss them off.
Well, until they got conned into following Hitler, right? Chinese, really nice, industrious people, till they got conned into following Mao, right? The Russians, partying, really cool people, right? Till they got conned into following Lenin and then Stalin and then down the road after that, People get scared, they buy the big con.
Yep.
You know what I bet you they don't teach in school, or at least they don't spend time examining, is the methods that were used by the communists and the other socialists and basically communists, I guess, to create power in those countries like you're talking about, because they did it methodically, they did it with intent. They didn't do it by being the ultimate thing that everyone agreed on. They just did it by getting the power and then basically killing people by the fucking millions until there was no resistance left, right? I mean, they literally killed more people than fucking Hitler.
Yeah.
You're pretty goddamn right, because I went through school, like I was born in 92, so I have more recent education. Yeah, we didn't go over too terribly much.
I mean, they barely told us during the fucking Cold War, because I guess they figured it couldn't happen here, but maybe we should examine that a lot more so people see that the same shit they were using against those masses is what's been used against us right now.
Yeah, when I was going through school, it was a lot of equality was the key word, and I didn't really believe in it, so they didn't really like me.
You were born in 92?
You're correct.
Wow. My oldest is your age. Was born in 92.
Well, he must be a cool-ass dude.
She's crazy bitch. Anyway.
Yeah, but one thing I want to go back to that Romney shit real quick is because I remember when people were saying that stuff, you know, Romney this in Massachusetts, and at that point he was standing on stage with somebody who was like, we definitely need more gun control. And he was standing on stage saying, no, we're good with the laws we got. And at that point, I got to go with the guy who's saying we're good with the laws we got. Because he's like, when I vote for you, at that point, you fucking owe me. Because you stood on that stage and said, no, we're cool with the guns, with the laws we got already. Like, that's
something.
it.
He was a Republican governor in that damn-ass Democrat blue state, right? And he said the same things to those people in Massachusetts and then compromised and changed his mind once he was in that executive office. And to think, by his own history, that he wouldn't do the exact same thing again, well, his history
Expects all
showed he did.
politicians.
Yeah, but at some point, if one person's like, I want to absolutely turn your AK in right now, like tomorrow, and the other guy's like, well, I used to think that, but now I'm like, no, we're good. Hey, don't worry. Vote for me. I'm going to have to go with that guy, even though if it's slimy and it's a politician saying what he needs to get elected, because he said it, and I can hold him to it.
I'd rather have the clean fight with the honest enemy than the snake in the grass that's going to turn me in and fuck me over later.
That's a good argument, yeah.
Right,
that's a good
because
one.
because you know what, I can fight the person straight up that's coming at me and saying, look, I'm going to come take your guns, every single one of them. You can keep a 6-shooter and a lever gun and a musket, and that's it, right? And I'm going to.
And I know a lot of people that that you would think would be on our side of the argument, so to speak, that would be perfectly fine with that. And those people are people that we need to be having conversations with. We need to get those people all on the same page that we're on, because
you'll get
those
them
people
on that same page faster with somebody who's straight up and telling you they're going to do those things than the guy that's going to tell you, no, I'm not going to touch anything. Keep your shotguns here. I might even do away with the NFA. And the second he gets in office, he ain't doing that shit.
But you don't know that guy's doing that shit till he gets in office.
But he's
but with a guy like Romney, any one of these guys can do that. With Romney, yeah, Romney's off the page. He's
but that's what we're talking
about.
Yeah, I brought up Romney.
Yeah, but Romney's old news.
But no, Mule, how about this argument? I'll hear this all the time. We're like, Bush Jr., yeah, whatever, he wasn't pro-gun. He's just the same as all of them. They're all the same, right? Meanwhile, in 2004, when he was president, the assault weapons ban bill sunset, and he made sure that it didn't even get renewed. Like,
well,
it was like
to his desk to resign. He had actually said he would have resigned it if it came to his desk.
Oh, he said he would have re-signed it.
Yeah, it was Congress that said no way in hell, because the NRA lobby, these terrorist organizations, and all of
well, if it comes to his desk, he's only got he's only got two choices, right?
Yeah,
like veto it.
He was very happy.
No, sign it or veto it, right? I guess, right?
Yeah.
So if it came to his desk, he would have had to sign it or veto it.
Yeah, and
he would have signed it.
He had said he would have signed it.
But that's like saying, well, that's the will of the people, that's the will of the Congress, that's the will of the Senate, I'm going to sign it.
Remember the bullshit numbers they were pulling out of their ass, right?
Well, look, when it came up okay, you're saying when it came up to be re-signed again, or to be whatever the fuck they were going to do, I don't even know what they would have done. Nothing. I never heard of it. It was just over. It was dead. Like, I don't remember. And at that point,
and how do you think that happens? Is through lobbying. Right?
I didn't think they even brought it back up.
No more. Hell
no, it had to be brought up. It was the way it was, right, in 2004, it's going to sunset, and now it's time to talk about re-up.
I thought that it was set up so that if they did nothing about it, it was gone. But they had the option
to do something,
to bring it back up again, to do something about it, and they just didn't do anything
That's
about
the way it was. They had the option to renew it. Congress refused to renew it, but Mule is right. George Bush Jr. W. did say, if Congress decides to renew it, I will sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so he would have had only two choices, sign it or veto it.
And he expressed interest that he would be more than willing to sign it.
Right. So but then that's almost the same way of like if Obama, if Congress passed something and it went to Obama's desk and he vetoed it, people would flip the fuck out. They'd be like, "Oh my God, it was the will of the people. It was the will of the Senate. It was the will of the Congress."
Presidents veto people stuff all the shit, especially if it's partisan, platform. You would not expect a Republican president to sign something that was against the Republican platform. That's the way it works.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, that's fucked up. I learn something new every night. I never heard that quote, but I do know like if it was Al Gore who won, I don't think we'd even be having that conversation. We know what Al Gore would have done, and we know like well if Congress wouldn't have done it, he might have put pressure on it.
Would have been the same thing. Congress would have said no, fuck you, Gore, because it would have been even more Republican than it is now if a Democrat had won the president, and nothing would have happened still.
Well, look at Sandy Hook. He was basically calling the Senate. It was the Senate that wouldn't even bring it to a vote. A bunch of cowards. Bring it to a vote, Obama kept saying. Even in the State of the Union address I watched, I remember him calling them out, calling them basically cowards, and was like, bring it to a vote. We want these. They wanted a ban.
Well, remember, it was a Democratic-controlled Senate at that time, and there was no way in hell they were getting a vote because they knew they were going to lose. And the only vote they did have, it passed, and it wasn't a vote they wanted to pass, which was concealed carry reciprocity across the nation. And that was more of a, because they knew all of it was going to get shot down, so that was more of a symbolic vote than anything. But that was the only thing that passed at that time because, yeah, the American people, whatever, stood up and called their congressman and got in touch with them, emailed them, spammed them, called them, wrote them.
So
letters,
we're more
whatever.
important than the president, is what you're trying to say? Like the
We
people?
can be. We the people can be. Fuck
You
yeah.
can do it.
Who elected them?
I guess you're right. I was just presidential pressure to be. He put the pressure on. It didn't work. You know, he that's just the
And
way
we
I
spoke in
saw
more
it.
ways than one at that time. Not only all those calls and stuff, Americans spoke with their fucking pocketbooks. They wiped out. Do you remember? You guys remember it? They people wiped out stores of firearms and ammunition.
Yep.
It was fucking stupid. We still ain't recovered with 22.
I see a bunch of it at work still.
Well, the 22 thing, it started out as a legitimate shortage, and then because people were buying so much of it, and then it became an orchestrated shortage, and it's still an orchestrated shortage.
I'm not so sure about that. The reason I say that is because I've taken a tour of the federal munitions plant. They have 9 machines pumping out 1 million rounds of 22 every day, and those are going to fucking people that they've already promised them to.
Not to my,
Stuff
but it's
that
not
they
going to
can
my
make.
Walmart. Okay, it's not going to my MCC.
Well, no.
It ain't going to Walmart. It ain't going to
People that they've
Cabela's.
already promised it to. They are fulfilling contracts that they are still fulfilling. That's why it's not coming to us.
Oh, no doubt. But to me, my tinfoil hat comes out. It seems a little more orchestrated to me because it's really, new shooters are so much easier to take out with 22 and get them used to that little explosion going off near their face with a 10-22, a Model 60, a bolt action cricket, doesn't matter, right? And get people comfortable in the act of shooting with 22 than it is with anything else. And when there's such a shortage of it, it's sometimes harder for people to take new shooters out and get them real comfortable with it right away when they don't have that much ammo to do it with.
Yeah, I'm not going to debate if it's conspiracy or not, but I don't see why they wouldn't
But
at
I
the
know
same
that's
time.
what it's affected me with. It's
Well,
much
no, I'm
easier
not-
to teach.
I believed
you're
that
wrong
it was
or
I believed that it was orchestrated because I read that in Shooting Illustrated. So they straight up said that the manufacturers had cut back production after the drought to prolong the drought.
Well, I know Canada. I talk to people, Canucks, and there's sometimes Canucks in here. They seem to get as much 22 as they want, And some parts of the country seem to have
Well,
much.
from what I understand, there's a Dick's Sporting Goods somewhere around Crestview or somewhere in Florida, not far from me, like 150 miles or something that apparently has it all day long, but we don't see it anywhere around here.
Yeah, I
haven't felt like driving off down to Crestview just to buy some 22s.
I know at Cabela's where I work, we got a ass ton of that stuff, but it disappears every day. Like, we'll have, say, 400 boxes of the Chudum, you know what I'm saying, 300 rounds in the box, and it's a limit per 2 per people. Those disappear within 6 hours.
Are they priced what they should be, or are they?
Well, I mean, it's Cabela's, so it's a little bit overpriced, but it's not like
Not
$50 a round.
Yeah, we got a sporting goods store up the road here, 5-6 miles away, and they have Armscore 22s in the 50 round boxes, and they're selling it for, some weeks it's $8 a box, some weeks it's $12 a box, and that shit ain't even worth $2 a box as far as I'm concerned.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. What's the thing? What they say? I'm just saying, like, look, fucking
box of Federal, right, 22, and the guy grabbed the last 2 boxes because I was going to do it anyway, and they were running for the same amount as a box of AKM.
Yep. So I don't want to buy 22 right now.
I've seen 22 priced like fucking 9mm, dude, recently. So my point was this, that I've seen 07, I've seen 08, that was hectic, the 12 was crazy, and if you think 22 is like, if God forbid, even we're in the first Trump-Hillary debate, second Trump-Hillary debate, or Rubio-Hillary, or whatever the fuck it's going to be.
The debate.
It's going to be over. I mean, it's going to be panic in the streets. So if you want it now, buy it. I don't even own a 22. I had 2 of them. Actually, I had 3 of them. I don't own it right now. I never had stockpiled enough to like keep them. In 2013, I was done. Like, I was like, fuck, this gun is worthless to me. I didn't have that much ammo to begin with. I had like maybe 1,000 rounds or something, 500 rounds. I sold them with the gun. I was like, fuck it. And I think it was a smart thing to do. So, you know, when the shit hits the fan, the 9mm, the 22, the 5.56, 223, that shit was gone. It's going to be gone again. It's just it has to be.
It always happens. People that aren't in here in the gun, I should say, in the gun culture for more than 3 years, I don't think they understand it, or at least they haven't been through the cycles. You know what I mean?
It seems like 40, 7.62 by 39, 45, like that stuff was around, man. Always.
Hell no, 40 was disappearing up here.
Really?
Oh,
we always had 40.
So it's a different market.
There was a dry up of 40 there for a little while. We didn't have 40 around here for, I don't know, probably 6 months or so. You couldn't get it. But from what I understand, there was a lot of police departments that were like pushing 40. Yeah, they're like the local police departments. They don't really do that. They get like discounts and stuff, but they don't have like they pretty much have to buy their own weapons. They don't. It's not like some places where they have a program or whatever where they buy from a certain place or the department issues weapons and all that. It doesn't work like that around here. So they just kind of they recommend that they shoot a certain thing or whatever because they get a
regularity.
Yeah. But yeah, it was drying up because a lot of police departments were moving to 40 caliber, and then now they've been moving back.
Yeah.
So it's the drought kind of went away.
Yeah.
And I heard that FBI did the same thing there for a while. That they were moving to 40 and then they moved back from it.
They just ditched 40, so like if anything,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
There should even be more 40 on the show.
Oh yeah, but not.
Oh, it's overstocked.
What was this, like a year and a half, 2 years ago? It only lasted for a few months, but you couldn't find it anywhere.
I was shocked how AK ammo was constantly there for us. Like it was.
I could never find it.
What? Are you kidding? It was. Oh man, it never went away, and Walmart never raised their price. They never jacked it or nothing.
Raised their price.
Yeah, it disappeared up here.
That's one thing I
But
can't
it
stand about
disappeared
these.
from Walmart. I had a secret guy who had broke out his old Chinese stuff and was selling it for Walmart prices.
Oh, and the yellow boxes. Oh,
Oh,
hell yeah.
yellow, green, the silver.
In the 90s, man, 96.
The white, green. You know, he was breaking out stash for me.
You gotta
So,
stop taunting me now.
I stocked up on it. Got lots of Norinco. What else? It's
The good
I remember
stuff.
trading. I remember trading like 2 boxes of 40 for a box of 9 and shit. This was like right around that time.
During
well,
the
now
hard
we're
times.
older and wiser, and we won't get caught out there. Hopefully.
No, I'm good. I think I'm finally okay. My plan is to have enough ammo to shoot every month, like about 100 rounds every month, for about a year and a half. 2 years. That's. I think that a year really is what all I'm gunning for. So if I can shoot every month for a year and not really be stressed out about anything, I figure it would work itself out. And if it doesn't, then we're really fucked, man. You know what I mean? Like if that happens, then I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a nace. I think we're really fucked. I really do.
No, yeah, I agree.
Do what you can ahead of time and just deal with it when it happens.
I don't shoot a lot of rifles anyway, so I think I have enough for like probably 2 or 3 years of shooting rifles the way I shoot them, and then I have about a year or about a year and a half of shooting 9mm. I shoot about 100 rounds a month. I don't shoot a lot. So if I shoot out of that and then it's still like a drought, fuck, man. I don't know. I mean, I don't understand it. But politicians, look at this guy. I'm talking to somebody on Instagram. They got a lieutenant governor in California who's like a real pretty boy looking motherfucker who's like talking about like banning ammo taxes, all this crazy shit.
He's
And,
looking to be Hillary's vice president.
No shit. I'm not kidding. Like people on Instagram I'm talking to are like, this guy's a fucking clown. I'm like, this guy's your next governor, motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Like,
I have some friends out there who live
he might
there,
be a
and they
next
say he
fucking
is a
president.
joke.
He's not a joke, bro. He's not.
No,
He's
I'm
on
not
Bill
talking
Maher.
like running mate. I'm talking about he himself, as far as him being a viable candidate, what he can do. They say
You don't
he's
think he
not
can
worth
do
it.
it?
No, I didn't
Oh.
say that. I'm saying if
Oh,
he's
no.
elected, people realize real quick that he wasn't the right choice.
Oh no, maybe. I mean, but look, this guy's a clown. I agree with everything up to the point where if you don't think the people of California will elect somebody because of their haircut, then you're mistaken. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
I also think
I know quite a few people out there. I'd like to think they're smarter than that, but then again,
oh
they seem
really?
like the minority.
They got Governor Jerry Brown again. This guy's a fuck. He's an
Well, once
acid
again, I
face.
said they seem like the minority out there, though.
No, yeah, they're fucked, dude. California is like, they'll elect Jerry Brown until he just snorts coke on television and drops a fucking acid tab, on live TV, and they'll probably still re-elect him. Yeah,
you
they'd
think
be like,
they
oh,
let
he's
him
cool.
fuck Linda Ronstadt again on TV? That'd be awesome.
She was awesome back in the day, dude, so.
When he
I
was
do.
doing her, she was.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't know, but I think, to me, he's a threat. He looks like a threat. Like,
Yeah,
he looks like he could go the way.
There's no debate on that. It definitely is.
Yeah, he looks like a national threat. Like, if he gets out of California, he could do something. That's
There's
the
no
story.
reason to
that's
doubt that
why-
he can.
Look to Hillary to find a pretty boy to soften her ticket.
Oh my God, that would be scary. Let him get governor first, because they're like the people I was talking to on Instagram are like, nah, no way. I'm like, trust me, this is all a play. He got in the news. He got national level attention. He's gonna go for governor. If he gets governor, watch out, because he could definitely go for it. Well, if you're governor of fucking California, that's like prime minister or president of a fucking nation, like in
Yeah,
the world.
got his self-contained economy and all that.
Exactly, it's such a huge thing.
But right now he's lieutenant governor, right? So he's perfect for a vice president slot if she needs to really soften the ticket if she becomes the
Oh my God. I'm gonna throw up because he's famous now for just being like a super fucking anti-gunner, dude. Like,
right. And being mayor of San Francisco, right before he was
That's what I
lieutenant
know.
governor.
true, yeah. Oh, you're right. Oh my God, that'd be perfect. Cause that'd be perfect for her.
Look, he's from San Francisco. Everybody loves him.
Well, Nancy Pelosi was from there, right? So I mean, it's power. She's a powerhouse.
And doesn't Google run out of there?
Isn't Fine? No, Feinstein's not from there. Right? I think she is. Yeah, it's fucked up. Oh,
But we fixed it.
we fixed it. We fixed the problems. I'll tell you that. That guy's a threat. I saw him on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher was like, "Oh, well, you're telling me this is a setup question. Like, if you're sitting in a restaurant, someone comes in and starts shooting up the place, you're telling me you'd rather not have a firearm to protect yourself with?" And he's like, "No. As a matter of fact, I do not want other people pointing their triggers at me." That was like the direct quote. Like,
Damn.
pointing
That
their
dude's a
triggers.
gunsmith. He knows his shit.
Yeah, it's like, what? Fuck out
Well,
of here,
if that's
guy.
true, then he'll give up his fucking bodyguards, right?
Oh no, they says he's spending a fortune on them. Yeah, it's a fortune.
You know, I mean, that's really such a ridiculous statement, and I don't know. That's why, you know, Bill Maher probably didn't say ask the question. So you're going to give up your bodyguards then?
Oh no, yeah, I'm
never
sure it was a
ask that.
total setup. It was a setup. It was one of those things where, like, I had a friend whose mother said they were having like a domestic dispute thing with like a brother-in-law, and the guy was fucking nuts, and the guy was dangerous, and my friend was like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy you a shotgun or something. I'm gonna buy you this and that." She's like, "I don't want a gun in my house. I'd rather die than have a gun in my house. If
I'll
he
see you
broke
at the
in my
funeral."
house and he tried to kill me, I'd rather die than have a firearm in my house." And he was like, "My mom's an idiot. Oh my god." I was like, "Dude, your mom, I give her fucking credit, man. Like, that's someone who's really she's hardcore, man. She's gonna she's willing to die for her fucking beliefs."
Yeah, but
man.
what happens
That's
if she
awesome.
doesn't die, right? What happens if she lives and all he did was rape her and cut her up a little bit,
And now it's his
right?
problem.
And then walk
Yeah.
away? Bet she's buying a gun then.
Maybe not. Maybe now it's like his problems. He's got to like fucking spoon feed her. He'd wind up going out and killing the fucker probably.
Well,
and go to
but
jail.
you know what I'm saying. If it's different. A lot of people are willing to die for things, but they're not willing to live with the aftermath of not dying for it.
All she got to do is pee on herself, though, right? That makes
Yeah,
them go
throw
away.
up at him.
This guy wasn't playing. No, yeah, but I hear you. I'm just saying there's totally people out there. So I think that's what the Bill Maher question was to set it up so it would be like, wow, this guy's hardcore. He'd die for his beliefs. Like he's willing. He's like, no, I'd rather die.
He won't. He'll let some cop do it or some security guard die for his beliefs.
Yeah.
If that's
a lot of
what's gonna
people that
come
say
to.
that shit have never been in a situation like that. They just like to talk tough.
Well, seriously though, I mean, if you're willing to do it, then do away with the bodyguards.
Yeah.
And whatever you're going for, right? Do away with them. Okay. And that way you can walk free amongst the people because you're not worried about getting shot by anybody. Why is somebody else going to have to put their life on the line to keep you alive, keep you getting shot? And the person that you're asking to do that, they're going to carry a gun.
It's like when they asked, did you see that? Did you see the debate where they asked Trump about are you carrying a gun right now? And they were the way he said it was like, did you shit in your pants right now? Like right now? Did you just shit in yourself? It was like, are you carrying a gun like right now? And Trump was like, no, not right now. But I like to switch it up. Like I don't want people like the silliest statement ever. It's like I like to switch it up. I like to carry so people know
I
I'm
like to carry
unpredictable.
inconsistently, so I don't know that I'm going to have a chance of winning.
Yeah, sometimes I'm a victim, sometimes I'm not. Like they'll have to figure out which day it is.
That's
Like
awesome.
what the fuck out of here.
Well, would have it been better for him to whip out a little, Ruger LCP?
Yes. He
No,
would
this is
have.
a
He got
toy.
my vote, dude. I don't care. I would vote for him right. If he just put a fucking Colt Python on the podium, like ping, like in front of everybody on CNN. Yeah, fuck yeah. He got my vote.
Yeah, but that wasn't going to happen, right?
No, he was like, sometimes I carry, sometimes I don't, and I'm not going to tell you if I am anyway or something. Like, oh,
More
God.
likely to get mugged if you know the days I carry.
If I was that guy, I wouldn't care anyway. Like I've seen his security team, the one he's got right now. I've seen him in action, and I would probably just off body carry. What do they call that? Like when you got something in a suitcase or something. You know what I mean? Like
Or in a backpack or in a...
yeah, in the car. Those guys will handle it. They got guns. They got all kinds of stuff. There's like 4 or 5 of them. They're huge. Fucking dudes will beat the shit out of somebody. Good for him.
And that's why, you know what, just like you said, Trump's going to say something that's going to make people adore him,
Oh yeah.
right?
Yep.
And sometimes the craziest shit coming out of his mouth.
The
You know, the
wall
other-
thing, how serious the wall, there will be a wall and all this stuff. Like I think this is silly. I don't think there will be a wall. I don't think this is, and people love it. Sending back 11 million people, like, no, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, we've spent a lot of money on the wall that's supposed to be there now.
Mhm.
And people wanted it 10 years ago. I don't think they stopped wanting it. I think the rhetoric of the open border is not something people like to hear.
Well, he's got a point. His shtick where he's like, what's a country without borders? It's not a country. You can't be a country without borders. Otherwise, you're not a country.